Chapter 1. The sky was full of trees, but the weather was very bad. Accompanied by screams, a group of objects shining with golden light passed through the sky, crashed into the open space beside the forest river, and smashed a pit. Ouch! Ouch, it hurts so much. Zon gritted his teeth and frowned in pain, and rubbed his sore body with his hands, then stood up in the pit, frowning and looking around in confusion. There was only a river passing slowly through a forest of trees. Except for the rustling of leaves, there was nothing unusual. A breeze swept by, and a leaf fell on Zon's face, which made Zon concentrate a little. What the hell, where is this? Shouldn't I be in the rental house, watching anime about an adventure king? And where exactly is this place, damn it? It turned out that after get off work that day, Zon was watching anime on the computer on the table opposite the window. While slurping snail noodles, he kept a close eye on the plot on the computer, watching how the wretched uncle arrested the protagonist and his gang at the speed of light. But he didn't realize that at that time, a lightning bolt from the sky struck into the room at a very fast speed. Zon also knew that there really are souls in the world. He felt himself floating slowly, and the surroundings were warm. In a daze, he felt a jade-like finger lightly tapping on his forehead, and his body fell backwards uncontrollably at a very fast speed. A gentle and ethereal voice echoed in his ears, "I am the goddess of light. I'm sorry to hurt you by mistake. To compensate you, I will give you a golden finger. Go live well in another world." There was a little man in Zorn's heart who was jumping and shouting in frustration, but he had already walked to the river, and only then did he see what he looked like in this world. Zorn touched his face with his hand, which was smooth and tender, with a short golden haircut, piercing eyes, and a strong nose, which undoubtedly showed his vigorous handsomeness. But he looked only about 13 years old. What's going on? My body has become smaller, and what kind of world is this? The goddess didn't give me an instruction manual, and there is no golden finger. How can I live like this? Although Zorn was still complaining about the goddess's unreliability in his mind, he had already taken action. Following the river, Zorn ran to the obvious open ground in the distance. A gust of wind blew up the wrinkles of Zorn's clothes, and the sound of hawking came into his ears one after another. Children chased each other and played in the alleys of various houses, and merchants used carriages to pull neatly arranged goods in and out of the town. Zorn looked at the bustle in the town, touched his body, and found that he had nothing but clothes. He gritted his teeth, looked at the road leading to the town and ran over. He also made up his mind in his heart that he must start over in this world and live out his own life. Dividing line. Zorn looked at the flag hanging on the towering building across the street, the fairy tale flag. After half a month, he finally gained something along the way. Zorn looked at the fairy tale flag and smiled happily. Because this is his favorite world, Aslant, a world full of magic. Half a month ago, Zorn learned from a merchant that he was in an ordinary town in the kingdom of Fiori, and then he realized that he had come to the world of fairy tale. So he changed several merchant teams along the way, and used helping merchants to get food. Finally, he lived up to his persistence and came to Magnolia. Just as Zorn walked to the door of the guild, a stream of ice sprayed out from inside, freezing Zorn, who had not yet reacted, into an ice stick. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, I didn't mean to freeze you." A black-haired kid with a bump on his head that was obviously formed by a beating, naked upper body, and full of apology, was apologizing to Zorn, who was wrapped in a blanket and drinking hot tea. Fortunately, Gray made the ice when he was playing, and he was still young, so the cold intensity was not very strong, and did not cause much damage. "Ha ha ha, Gray, you are so stupid, are you still trying to be cool? Ha ha, you were beaten by Urza, ha ha ha." A group of laughing members around the guild were teasing Gray lively. "It's okay, your name is Gray, right? Hello, my name is Zorn. There is a saying in our hometown that you don't know each other without fighting, so we are considered to have known each other today, don't take it to heart." Zorn took his hand out of the blanket and gently placed it on Gray's shoulder, smiling and saying to the little boy in front of him who was still a little guilty. "Yet." Gray responded calmly, his expression still a little low, not even paying attention to the teasing around him. As he was talking, a pair of big hands suddenly touched Gray's little head and gently rubbed his hair. "Okay, kid, go play, let me talk to this guy," the short old man said as he retracted the giant magic, jumped onto the table in one step to face Zorn, sat cross-legged, and drank leisurely. Zorn looked at the little old man in front of him, who was a head shorter than him, with a shining head and only hair on the sides and back of his head. He was really familiar. "Isn't this the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, Makarov Dolia? Are you here to entrust the guild with a task or to join the guild?" "I want to join Fairy Tale, I want to be the most powerful wizard. I heard that there is a very powerful wizard who can crush magic in Fairy Tale. I want to be as powerful as him, so please agree to let me join the guild, Grandpa President." After saying this, Zorn looked at the president in front of him with a firm and confident look, and a little hope. Makarov looked at the sunny and confident boy in front of him. Although he wanted to agree directly, he still had to take responsibility to ask if he knew magic. After all, the guild's commissioned tasks are dangerous, and they are not something that ordinary people without magic can complete, so you still have to ask clearly before you can rest assured. "Come on, release your magic power. Only wizards with magic power can join the guild." A gentle and ethereal voice sounded in Zorn's mind at this time. "Magic, holy light magic, the little guy's golden finger has all the abilities of the wretched uncle you saw, but it has been transformed into magic in this world. For the rest, you can feel it yourself. Goddess of light, are you there? Well, it seems that I just left a voice message and cannot communicate." After not receiving any response, Zorn sighed for a while, then calmed down and felt the warm breath in his body. As soon as his mind connected to the light ball, Zorn understood everything. He really had all the abilities of the wretched uncle in the Adventure King, but he could only exert about 30% at present. Fortunately, 20% can be automatically unlocked every year, which made Zorn feel at ease. When Zorn felt the light ball, he didn't find that at this time, his body exuded a warm and holy light from the inside out, like a ray of light that dispelled all the darkness. Zorn's magic filled the corners of the entire guild hall. Some members who were injured in the mission found that their serious injuries were getting better, and the lightly injured members found that some of their wounds had scabbed. Because of this, the noise and exclamation pulled Zorn's mind back, and the light brought by the magic gradually weakened. Zorn looked at the cheering members around him in confusion. "You have so much magic power at such a young age? It's still light magic with holy attributes, which has a healing effect. Ha ha ha, you can join the guild." Makarov felt that Zorn's magic gave people the feeling of the three super magics in the guild, warm and powerful. "Come on, what color do you want to print on the badge, and where do you want to print it?" Makarov held the badge in one hand and the wine glass in the other, signaling Zorn to think about it carefully. "Back of right hand, golden yellow." "Okay, raise your hand." After hearing Zorn's reply, Makarov's seal base flashed, and with a snap, there was already a bright fairy tale mark on the back of Zorn's hand. Gray was so excited to see his new companion joining that he wanted to pounce on Zorn, but was punched into the floor. Gray rubbed his head and cried out in pain. "Put on your clothes first, bastard!" Urza clenched her fists and roared at Gray. "Hello, introduce yourself, Urza, dress up magic, welcome to join the guild." Zorn stared blankly at Urza, who punched Gray into the floor, and then quickly changed her expression and smiled to introduce herself to him, and sighed in his heart, "Sure enough, this guild is really extraordinary." Gray got up and quickly used the shaping magic to create an ice track to slide into the conversation between the two, and proposed to duel with Zorn. Urza had a gloomy face and clenched her hands tightly, on the verge of exploding, but Gray seemed not to notice, and unconsciously took off his clothes, jumping around and using magic randomly, trying to attract Zorn's attention. Zorn stood in front of Gray, shaking his hands, smiling and nervously persuading Urza to calm down, and asking Gray to pay attention to his behavior from time to time. The people around were also interested in seeing Urza get angry, and they were watching silently. Makarov was very happy to see the lively scene in front of him. He raised his glass and said, "Let's celebrate together, let's have a drink to celebrate the joining of the new family." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass without paying attention to everyone's response. "Oh great!" Everyone responded and shouted, clinking glasses, or linking shoulders or backs, or playing. It was very lively. Makarov drank the wine happily, looking at the lively scene in front of him with his peripheral vision, but thinking in his heart, "This is family. He he he." Chapter 2. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. Year X777. During this year, Zon has been training hard, and has perfectly mastered about 50% of the current general's strength, and has also mastered all the light magic of the president. Although the training is hard, his magic also has a healing effect, and he can try his best to complete the training. Fortunately, hard work pays off, allowing him to master the strength to protect himself in 1 year. Zon was wearing a new shirt with the Fairy Tale Guild emblem printed on it. As soon as he walked into the guild gate, a voice of praise came over. "Hey, Zorn, you look so handsome today. Where did you buy the clothes?" "Geer, I'll buy some and try them too, geer, ha 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 ha." Matteo was drinking early in the morning and saw Zorn walking into the guild. He was burping as he spoke. His drinking buddy Wakaba was gulping down his wine. When he heard Matteo say that, he immediately laughed and said, "You don't even look at yourself. You can't look good in anything you wear. Ha ha ha, idiot." "What? Who are you talking about?" "Ah. I'm talking about you, idiot." Before Zorn could reply, the two of them were already head to head. "You don't let me, I don't let you," left and right, and they were holding each other's hands together, neither of them letting the other. "Damn bastard, try my sandbag-sized fist, smoke magic smoke assault." Wakaba instantly bounced and launched a magic attack. "Do you think you are the only one who can use magic? Try my bullet assault, purple flame magic purple rainstorm." Matteo also launched magic to be outdone. Just when the magic was about to collide, a pair of giant hands grasped the magic and crushed it, leaving only tiny magic particles floating in the air. "Damn you two bastards, the guild is not a place for fighting, get out of here." Bang bang, in a blink of an eye, the two people disappeared from the guild, and were called out by the president. Zon's eyes twitched as he watched this scene, and he laughed dryly twice. "President Grandpa, I want to accept the mission, can I?" Zon looked at him with hope, expecting the president to give a positive answer. "Oh, have you learned all the magic I taught you? Newcomers who want to take on missions must let me test whether they have enough ability to start working. Come out with me." President Makarov walked out of the guild first, and Zorn followed slowly. Looking at the swaying body of the president, Zorn couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's okay to drink so much in the morning. Both parties stood in the open space. Seeing that the president wanted to examine the strength of the newcomers, the guild members rushed out one after another, and wanted to see the results of the newcomers' hard work this year with great interest, and then find a reason to hold a banquet to celebrate, so that they can have fun again. The reason for thinking this way is that they believe in their hearts that Zorn will definitely complete the president's test. But Zorn is destined to disappoint them, because his current strength may be stronger than that of Urza. Zorn scratched his head with his hand, looking at the president, who was still a little dazed and a little drunk in front of him, and smiled helplessly. "President Grandpa, please be careful, I'm going to take action." Zorn looked at the president, who still didn't respond, and didn't say anything more. He decided to use action to help the president sober up. He kicked his feet hard and disappeared instantly. When he saw him again, Zorn had instantly moved to the top of the president's head, raised one leg high, and was about to fall. Bang! With a sound, a puff of smoke rose around the two people, and the people around them couldn't see what was going on at all. A short figure rushed out of the smoke and fell outside the smoke. His hands lit up a green magic circle and summoned wind to blow away the smoke. At this time, everyone saw that Zorn stood with his hands in his pockets with a calm smile. The ground around him was like it had been bombed by a missile, with gravel all over the ground, and cracks spread like spider webs on the ground. "President, are you sober now? I'm going to be serious next time. Damn boy, you have really good physical skills. I don't know how you practiced. Let me see how good you are." Makarov sighed in his heart. Zorn touched the ground again, and the ground he touched instantly cracked and turned into a flash of light. It instantly reached the side of the president and gathered into a human shape again. "Speed is power, President, be careful," Zorn reminded. Giant magic, giant defense. The president was ready the moment he saw Zorn disappear, and launched a magic, hitting at the speed of light. The strike hit the giant arm 3 stories high, causing the president to move sideways for several meters. The other members of the guild were simply stunned, because the president was one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Not bad, barely qualified. The president looked at the drag marks left by his sideways movement on the ground and said in a calm tone, but the barely perceptible satisfaction in the corner of his eyes fully showed his recognition and happiness for Zorn's strength in his heart. "Zorn, this kid, seems to be close to 100% in terms of his compatibility with the light element. His speed of learning light magic is simply amazing, and his speed has reached such a level. If I, an old man, had some attainments in light magic, I would not have noticed him at the beginning." The president sighed with satisfaction. "Hey, are you kidding? Is this okay?" His clothes are not wrinkled, and he kicked the president a few steps calmly. "If I were to do it, I would probably just tickle the president." Matteo murmured in a daze. Urza, who was standing next to him, looked a little frustrated after hearing this, and couldn't help asking herself if she could make the president move so easily. "Yoshi, don't think about it, come on, double your training tonight, and you will definitely have the strength to save and protect your family." Urza looked at Zorn, who was patiently answering Grey Butterfly's endless questions in the open space, and thought with relief in her heart. Zorn squinted his eyes and looked at the task board in front of him, scanning each task list one by one, but he really couldn't make a choice. There were so many tasks that exploded and extinguished in his head like sparks, which made Zorn's choice difficulty break out again. A white hand suddenly reached out to the inconspicuous task list in the corner. "You can choose this one, to destroy a kind of flaming demon lizard in the deep mountains of the Katanadu Mountains. It's close, and it only takes 3 days to arrive. It's a lot of money." Zon looked at the task list when he heard it. Urza saw that Zon's attention had turned to the task list and continued to explain, "This list was issued by a cargo caravan. The skin of the demon lizard has good resistance to high temperature and flames, and can be used to make some magic protective gear. They recently received a large order and found that the inventory was insufficient, so they issued a commission. We can go together. We can complete it with our strength. How about it?" Urza explained to Zon in detail. "Okay, then it's decided. This is it. Let's solve it at once." Chapter 3. The weather was very good, and the weather was very good. Outskirts of the Katanado Mountains. This should be the destination. Ah, the air is so good, and I feel so happy looking at the beautiful scenery. It's really good. I feel so relaxed when I smell the fresh scent of grass and trees." Urza raised her head and took a deep breath, and her tense body slowly relaxed. "After this mission is completed, find an opportunity to talk to the president and see if we can find a beautiful place for camping together." "Well, Tianlang Island is a good place. I think about the busy life in the previous world. I have always lived by myself and have no time to go out. Alas! Zahn observed the surrounding environment while thinking about camping after the mission is completed. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of fighting and a roar like Godzilla came from deep in the mountains. Iluza, there seems to be something going on over there, it should be in that direction, I'll go check it out first. Zahn thought, and suddenly he saw something unusual in the trees in front of him on the left. After that, his body flew up to the sky like a flash, and with a sound of breaking through the air, Zahn disappeared on the spot. After hearing this, Urza immediately changed into black feather armor flying and flew rapidly in the direction where Zahn disappeared. When the two arrived, a giant lizard 3 meters tall was fighting with a giant python of the same size. The deep dark red scales, under the sunlight, also have a subtle purple luster. According to the description on the task list, it should be this lizard. Zahn and Urza hid in the distance, looking at the task list and carefully comparing it with the fighting lizard on the scene, and found that they were exactly the same. Hey, Urza, I'll deal with the lizard, and you deal with the python. We each take one, so it should be no problem. Be careful with your strength, both of them should be sold for a good price. After confirming, Zahn and Urza decided the fate of the two monsters as easily as dividing apples. After Urza nodded, Zahn agreed, and dodged, turning into a ray of light, reaching the back of the python, and instantly materialized. He kicked the lizard in the head, and the lizard flew out like a cannonball. A row of trees were gone, leaving only a deep gully on the ground. The lizard fell heavily to the ground, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Black feather moon flash, Urza was not to be outdone, and she was quick and neat, stabbing straight, cross-cutting, and slashing at the python, reaching behind the python, and the python instantly fell to pieces. I seem to have underestimated the strength of the lizard. It should be okay with one head missing. Zahn said a little embarrassedly as he looked at the lizard corpse in front of him with one head missing. Urza is really accurate. There is really no harm without comparison. It should be fine. The skin of this lizard is enough for that guy to use commercially. The skin of this giant python is also of equal value. We should have exceeded the mission target. Urza said while slowly gathering the monsters' bodies and tying the two monsters into a small mountain. Hey, Zahn, how strong are you now? Compete with me, use all your current strength. Urza's attitude suddenly became extremely serious, as if the weight of the whole world was on her shoulders, and she seriously invited Zahn to compete. Zahn certainly knew what the girl in front of him had experienced before coming to the guild, and he also knew that he could only respond seriously now. Okay, I accept your invitation, I will do my best and do my best. After Zahn finished speaking, he released all his magic power with all his strength, and the terrifying magic pressure burst out all at once, impacting the surroundings and causing layers of ripples. Sure enough, you are really strong. You have already reached the threshold of S level. Then let me see how far I am from this threshold. Urza said, jumped up and performed the magic of changing clothes. Armor of the Heavenly Wheel Sword Attack. Countless swords fell from the sky like a rainstorm, and the cold light flashed on the sword tips, which made people shudder, and stabbed at Zahn at high speed. Zahn put his hands together slightly in front of his chest, Yasakani no Megatama, countless light bullets accurately intercepted all the swords and exploded, and the smoke produced by the explosion surrounded them. Change clothes Thunder Emperor Armor. The armor with a light green base and lightning patterns has been worn on Urza. Urza disappeared from the spot in an instant like a flash of lightning, holding the Thunder Emperor's spear and stabbing Zahn in the face. Zahn condensed a lightsaber in his hand, and raised it up to block the tip of the spear. The energy wave spread instantly, smashing the surrounding trees and rocks in half. Then the two rays of light fought dozens of times, but Urza still lost to Zorn. The green figure flew backwards at a high speed, hit the ground heavily, and the dust flew up. Is Urza okay? Zorn flashed and rushed to Urza's side and asked with concern. Seeing that Urza's armor was only a little worn, he was relieved. I'm okay. It's not over yet, but Zorn, your physical skills are really strong. Let's decide the outcome with one strike next. Urza nodded and confirmed that she was okay. Although her physical skills were not as good, she still wanted to see how strong Zorn was and how much she was still behind, so she looked at Zorn firmly. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Zorn looked at Urza's firm eyes and had no choice but to obey. Zorn nodded and rose into the air, gathering a strong light in his hand. Holy light magic shining stars. Aerosol looked at the figure in the sky that brought her a great sense of crisis, clenched her hands, gathered the last of her magic power, and also drained all her magic power. Really strong, but I won't give up. Change clothes star armor light particle sword. Urza gathered the beams and lightning waves in the beam cannons in both hands, and fired them at high speed. The magic and energy beams like stars, the energy shock wave instantly pressed the ground and broke. Urza tried her best to maintain the stability of the beams. After a few moments, the beams gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Holy light magic holy shield. Zorn instantly appeared beside Urza and launched the strongest defensive magic he knew at present. His own attack magic collided with the defensive magic, and there was a stalemate. Rebound. Zorn opened and pushed with both hands, and the star attack magic flew towards the mountain next to him. Boom boom, a strong explosion sounded, and a strong wind whistled past, blowing Urza so that she could no longer stand and fell to the ground. I lost. I used all my current armor, but I still couldn't test how strong you are. You are more of a monster than me. You are only 13 years old, and you are impeccable S-level in terms of magic quality, magic skills, and physical skills. Urza stood up and smiled at Zon with relief. Your magic is also excellent, your dressing speed and magic attainments are very mature, Urza. Zon paused and continued, there is no need to push yourself too hard, Urza. I believe that if you give you 3 years, you will definitely become an S-level wizard, definitely, and the family members of the guild are behind you to support you, so, Urza, go and enjoy life happily. Zon finished treating Urza, looked at Urza's slightly trembling body, and knew that he had to give her some reaction time. So he turned around and lifted the monster like a hill beside him and walked out of the forest. After a long time, the bonus for this mission will be deducted, Urza said from Zorn. Then she accelerated and passed Zorn, and walked forward quickly. Ah, why? Zorn asked after hearing it. Compensation for the repair of this place. Isn't this place a mountain, a wild place? Why? No reason. Wait for me, Urza. The mission is completed, in the town. Divider. Zorn looked down at the small half of the mission bonus left in his hand, and then looked up at Urza, who was happily picking and choosing on the side, thinking to himself, well, it would be nice if Urza could relax a little. Zorn and Urza picked some local specialties and gifts for the guild members in the town, and then rushed to Magnolia at full speed. After leaving for so long, they missed their guild mates a little. A few days later, at the Fairy Tale Guild. With his bag on his back, Zon looked up at the guild gate in front of him. Zon couldn't help but sigh. It has been a year since he came to this world. Time really flies. Just as he walked into the guild gate, a pink figure rushed past and was about to hit Zon. Zon stretched out his hand to grab it and gently relieved the force. Looking at the little boy with pink hair and a towel around his neck, Zon sighed in his heart. Natsu has joined the guild. Chapter 4. The sun shines brightly, and the sun shines brightly. In the dense forest on the mountain behind the guild, the sun shines through the dense treetops and sprinkles on a wide open space. Zon is doing weight training with all his heart and soul. He wears weight-bearing protective gear on his arms, feet, and waist. His figure jumps left and right to avoid the leaves falling from the trees. Time passed quietly, and Zon was soaked, but his body did not relax at all, and he completed every movement meticulously. Hey, Gray, how do you say he can accurately detect the falling position of each leaf? Natsu blocked his hand with the side and whispered to Gray. How should I know? I've been watching for so long, but I didn't notice any magic being used. Hush. Gray frowned, stretched out his hand to push Natsu away, and made a silent gesture with his hand, signaling Natsu not to speak. Natsu turned his head and was about to reply. Swish. What are you two doing here? Did you see anything? Zorn pressed one person's head and rubbed it hard with both hands. So fast, when? Gray and Natsu were surprised, but when they thought of Zorn's abnormal speed, they were not surprised. They adjusted themselves in an instant and turned to ask Zorn. Brother Zorn, can you teach us your ability to predict without looking? We want to learn, can we? Natsu and Gray asked at the same time with hope. Okay, but there is a condition. As long as you agree, I can teach you. Zorn stretched out a finger in front of the two people, which made the two people look at each other with confusion, but they didn't understand what Zorn meant. However, thinking that Zorn was usually very gentle to everyone in the guild, it shouldn't be a particularly bad request. Whatever the condition, we agree to it. That is, as long as you can insist on being good friends for a day. Good friends, you must hold each other's hands tightly for a day. Of course one hand is enough. If you can do it, then I can teach you how to do it. Zorn smiled and held the hands of both parties together. Natsu and Gray looked at each other's hands tightly, and the facial features of the two faces were tightly together. They subconsciously wanted to pull each other's hands away, but they thought of Zorn's magical physical skills and the ability without any magic fluctuations, which was very tempting for them, so they still resisted it. That's right, adapt to it, the day will pass quickly, haha, let's go back to the guild, it's almost time for lunch, I'll treat you to barbecue, I'll grill it myself, how about it? Zon touched the heads of the two little kids with his hands, comforted them, and proposed. I want 5 plates of beef. Natsu was the first to reach out and answer. I want 5 plates of mutton. Gray also reached out and answered. Okay, but we can't waste it, then let's go back now, we still need to prepare. Urza walked into the lively and noisy guild, and saw Natsu and Gray lying on the floor, although they were both bulging their bellies and burping, but they still had their hands clasped together. She asked Zon, who was still grilling meat for Kana and Levi, what's wrong with these two, so abnormal? They probably wanted to tire me out at first, but then they started to compete with each other to see who ate more, and that's how it ended up, Zorn replied in a calm tone as he put the meat into the two girls' bowls with a clip. What idiots! By the way, Urza, have you eaten? Come and have some. Zorn looked at Urza, who was clenching her fists, and asked. I've eaten, but it doesn't matter if I eat more. Urza sat down next to Kana and picked up the skewers to eat. It just so happens that you can take Kana and Levi to eat, and I'll go talk to the president. Zorn wiped his mouth and stood up and walked to the bar. President Grandpa, I have something to tell you. This is a piece of content about another kind of power that I compiled. It's a unique training in the place where I was before. Zorn handed the domineering record paper to Makarov, who was still drinking. Armament hacky, observation hacky, this is. After the president muttered, he looked at Zon with a puzzled look. It is the potential power that all humans have. This power is an innate ability. Momentum, murderous intent, fighting spirit. When you manipulate these invisible feelings, willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful force is called haki. Most people cannot realize this power and may not be able to use it in their lifetime. Armament haki can improve personal defense and attack power, and observation haki can improve the ability to see and hear. Although these two abilities are difficult for everyone to use, I still want to teach and guide everyone in the guild to discover this power as much as possible. Zorn explained to President Makarov. Really? I have never heard of these things. The place you are in. I won't explore it. Is this the reason why you are so good at physical skills? Makarov seemed to think of something while talking. Could it be that place? Parallel world address. Then you can try it. First select a few people who are willing to learn. Makarov nodded. Okay, President. Zorn didn't know at this time that the President actually regarded him as a person from the parallel world address. This was also a partial cover-up for his ability. After all, this world doesn't know much about that world. A few days later in the morning. Tap tap tap, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the door of the guild. The President stopped drinking and turned to look at the door. Laxus, you are back. You look very energetic. Are you injured in the mission? The President asked with a laugh. Humph, of course not. Old man, when you tested the newcomer, you were beaten back a few steps. It seems that the newcomer is very strong. Let me test how much weight he has. Laxus became more and more excited as he spoke, clenched his fists, and there was a little electric current flashing on his body. It's getting more and more outrageous, Laxus. After hearing this, the President's face darkened, and the magic power in his body surged, and the air was slightly heavy. Don't worry about it, old man, it's in the back mountain, I can feel it, I'll go see him first. Laxus said, and immediately turned into lightning and ran straight to the back mountain. The back mountain at this moment. Natsu, be calm, otherwise you won't be able to feel it. Zorn said when he saw Natsu, who was obviously still moving around with his eyes closed. Hey, what exactly does it mean to be careful? Once you close your eyes, your mind will run away. It's so difficult, brother Zorn. Natsu heard Zorn's reminder, but he still didn't quite understand what to do. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning flashed across the sky, and then a figure flashing with electricity arrived at the open space in the back mountain. It seems that you are the newcomer to the guild. You have the strongest magic here. Zorn looked at the young man in front of him with the same golden hair as himself, a lightning-shaped scar on his face, a fur coat on his body, and a magic music prop, a sound pot. He thought to himself, isn't this Laxus, one of the leaders? Hello, my name is Zorn, I use holy light magic, and my physical skills are also okay. Nice to meet you. Zorn extended his hand with a warm smile. Oh, holy light magic, physical skills are okay, you are very confident, kid, my name is Laxus Dolia. Laxus said with a smug smile, and also extended his hand to shake hands with Zorn. Natsu, Gray, and others looked at the ground, which was already a little cracked because of the handshake between the two, and swallowed their saliva. Zorn looked at the Laxus in front of him, who was more real than the one in the anime, and now Laxus really looked like a bad boy. Let's have a competition, Laxus. I also heard from the President that he has a very strong grandson, please give me more advice. Zorn still brought it up first. Okay, then set another time, Laxus released his hand and replied. Chapter 5. The next day, in an open space far from the town. Brother Zorn, come on. Laxus, don't lose, haha. Oh, the guild members cheered and shouted in the distance. Boy, since you are asking for advice, you go first, let me see your strength, Laxus said to Zorn confidently. Okay, I'll be more serious this time, Zorn said, and took off the weighted magic equipment tied to his body and threw it aside. Bang! The surroundings shook a few times like a small earthquake, and the place where it was thrown was instantly filled with a lot of smoke. The guild members were instantly quiet, and their pupils shrank like the President, and they were extremely shocked. This kid, does he usually train himself like this? What on earth is he carrying? The President looked shocked, but he was still worried about Zorn's condition. Brother Zorn is so amazing. Is this the fundamental reason why he is so powerful? I must learn from him well. Gray was shocked and thought silently in his heart. Yoshi, I'm excited. It's right to learn from Brother Zorn. Oh, after seeing this scene, Natsu also shouted excitedly. You kid, you are really good, ha ha ha, it seems that I can have fun this time, ha ha ha. Alexis laughed loudly and excitedly regardless of what the people around him thought. Then his expression became serious, and he waved his hand and said, "Come on." Holy light magic, light speed kick. Zorn flashed directly, and the original place instantly cracked. Just like the previous operation, Zorn had come above Laxus, and instantly materialized, and kicked from top to bottom. Laxus crossed his hands upwards, and suddenly, his feet bent and sank, unloading the force on the ground. The ground between the two people broke and sank, the ground collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. A shock wave also spread out in all directions, blowing the crowd back a few steps. Thunder Fist Laxus pushed upwards, and his right fist was full of electricity and was about to hit Zorn, but Zorn dodged it by turning sideways. Seeing that he didn't hit Zorn, Laxus simply gathered magic power and electricity all over his body, lightning suit. Zorn looked at Laxus in front of him, which reminded him of the Raikage in another anime he watched in his previous life. By making the body alive, he can increase speed and combat effectiveness. Let me see how powerful it is. Zorn thought about it, and mobilized the power of the armed color in his body. His hands and feet were instantly covered with purple, and then rushed towards Laxus. The two collided head-on, and instantly a stronger airflow hit them than before. Those in the guild who knew some defensive magic also opened their defense. The president was amazed at the two men's physical fight. He also noticed the purple light covering the fists and feet of Zorn. Seeing Laxus gradually falling into disadvantage, he couldn't help but admire the new power that Zorn had mentioned. Suddenly, a figure flew out at a very fast speed, hit the ground, and stirred up countless layers of dust. The physical skills are really good, but this is not over yet. Look at your feet. Laxus stood up and patted the dust on his body. Zorn heard the words and saw a magic circle appear under his feet. A large amount of lightning and thunder filled out and trapped himself. This can't trap me, Laxus, Zorn said, using his magic power to break free. Of course I know that the lightning array can't trap you, but it can limit you a little bit. Thunder pressure rage heavenly thunder, Laxus said, and gathered a lot of lightning on Zorn's head to form a lightning cloud. With his hands pressed, a lot of lightning fell from the sky in an instant. Boom, thunder and lightning instantly enveloped Zorn's figure. Brother Zorn! Gray shouted loudly and was about to run over. Gray, Zorn is fine. Urza stretched out her hand to stop Gray, who wanted to move forward. Urza knew that Zorn had very strong defensive magic. The smoke caused by the magic attack slowly dissipated, and a figure covered by a light shield appeared. Laxus, you are really gentle, you didn't use your full strength, did you? Zorn, who was not injured, said with a faint smile. Tisk, defensive magic is so powerful, I'm just testing it, I won't stop this time. Laxus said, and then he summoned the remaining magic power in his body and gathered it in his palm. Seeing this, Zorn also gathered magic power, and the same powerful light gathered in his hand. Thunder System. Magic Thunder Explosion. Laxus was the first to release it, and a ball of terrifying energy shot straight in front of Zorn. Holy Light Magic Yasakani no Megatama. Countless laser beams shot out from Zorn's hands, first detonating Laxus's magic, and the remaining beams also shot around Laxus. Every time countless lasers touched the ground, they blasted huge holes in the ground. The detonated energy ball directly raised a mushroom-like gray layer. The aftermath of the two people's magic release made everyone unable to stand and was blown to the ground one after another. When the aftermath passed, everyone could only see that the flat ground where the two people had fought before had disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit and pits of all sizes around it, with nowhere to step. Okay, this competition ends here. The president first called a halt to the competition, then looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes twitching. This was a huge repair cost. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little pain in his heart. But thinking back, the strength of Zorn and Laxus has indeed reached the S-level standard. Let them hone their skills first. This rule cannot be broken. While Makarov was still thinking, Zorn and Laxus also heard the president's call to stop, and then they also put away their own magic fluctuations. Tisk, kid, you are quite strong, you are really a little monster. I know you still have hidden strength. Since the old man called a halt, let's fight again next time we have a chance. Laxus said cheerfully with a little dissatisfaction with the president, and then he flashed and disappeared. Zahn looked at Laxus, who came and went in a hurry, and he was more certain in his heart that Laxus at this time was a rebellious teenager. In the fairy tale guild. After watching the battle, everyone returned to the guild and discussed the battle fiercely. The guild immediately returned to its original noisy appearance. Zahn also sat in an empty seat and responded to the novel questions of Natsu and Gray over and over again, while Laxus lay on a sofa with his eyes closed. Kana, is there anything on your mind? Why are you here alone? Urza asked Kana, who was playing cards alone in front of her. Kana was a little hesitant, not knowing what to say, but her eyes looked at Zahn inadvertently. Zahn, come, Kana has something to do with you. After Urza noticed it, she shouted directly to Zahn. No, Urza, you. Kana was at a loss after hearing it. What's wrong, Kana, is there anything I can help you with? Zahn sat opposite Kana and asked gently. I want to learn magic and that kind of dark ability from you. Kana hesitated, but finally made up her mind and said it loudly. Of course, Kana, then come with Natsu and the others. Zahn rubbed Kana's head and said. I know, don't touch my head, I'm an adult, and you're only a few years older than me, don't pretend to be an adult. Kana said with a little shyness and anger, slapping Zahn's hand away. Okay, go find Natsu and the others to play. Zahn said, then turned around and continued to say to Urza, if you don't have any tasks, you can also try to learn, just on the back mountain of the guild. Okay, I understand. Urza nodded and replied. Chapter 6. The sun shines brightly on the streets of Magnolia City, and people in the town decorate early. The streets and alleys are filled with the atmosphere of harvest. In the alleys, a group of children are running and playing with various decorations and toys used in the harvest festival. In the hills behind the guild. Bang bang! Zahn watched Kana punch the ground and crack it, and then saw the cracked ground in the open space, and his eyes twitched. Kana is really gifted with domineering. After only 3 months of training, she has successfully attached the armed color domineering to her fist. Brother Zahn, damn it, are you giving Kana some special treatment in private? Natsu clenched his fists and jumped to accuse Zahn of being partial. Humph, I'm on Natsu's side this time. Gray looked at Zahn with some suspicion. Bang bang! You two little brats, Zahn has been living with you and has been accompanying you in training these days. He rarely even does missions. Do you still have a conscience? Really? Urza hit Natsu and Gray on the heads of the 2 little brats with 2 consecutive punches, directly educating them. Yes, Natsu, Gray, power comes from oneself. As the saying goes, 3 points are determined by fate, and 7 points depend on hard work. I believe you can definitely master this power, but Kana, it's talent that accounts for 9 points, so she can master this power in such a short time, so you must train harder in the future, understand? Zahn squatted down and talked to the 2 of them. Oh, we got it. Natsu and Gray nodded half-heartedly. Natsu glanced at Kana, who was a little complacent on the side, and shouted with both fists, Hey, Kana, let's duel, let me see it. Dragon Slayer Magic Fire Dragon Straight Punch. Natsu raised his flaming fist and swung it at Kana. Seeing this, Kana also raised her fist with a black glow and hit Natsu. Natsu was directly forced to retreat a few steps by a huge force. Although Kana won, her body was slightly panting, and the armed color disappeared immediately. Oh, not bad, the combat power has directly risen to a stage. Urza's eyes lit up and commented affirmatively after seeing it. Okay, Kana can proceed to the next step. Zorn also nodded and affirmed Kana's talent and ability. He turned his head again and suggested to Urza, I see that you have already felt something weak. Why don't you fight me again? Maybe you just need an opportunity. Well, forget it. We still have to discuss the magic parade today. I have to prepare a set of clothes later. Let's do it next time. Urza thought for a moment and decided to prepare the clothes first. If there are any problems, she can find a tailor to fix them. There is no rush for this battle training. Okay, the training this morning is over. We should go to the guild to discuss the program of the Harvest Festival with everyone. Zon nodded to express his agreement, and then said to Natsu and others. It seems that in this world, there are also some people who can master this kind of power, and there are even more gifted people, and geniuses. It seems that Kana is one of them. I also want to know what it would be like if Guildarts and Kana recognized each other and watched Kana punch and the ground collapsed. Zon thought so on the way back to the guild. The magical parade of the Harvest Festival is a traditional festival in Magnolia. Because the magic guilds came to participate in the parade, it greatly promoted the development of the local tourism economy. Yoshi, let's prepare according to the program discussed last time. The petite figure of the president stood at the bar and announced to everyone. Brother Zon, let's go to eat ramen at noon today. A new one has recently opened. I heard that the taste is amazing. Let's go and try it today. Gray, Natsu, and Zon were going to buy the props and costumes needed for the evening. It was almost noon, and Gray's stomach had already rumbled, so he said to Zon. No, I want barbecue. Barbecue is the perfect match for today's celebration. Natsu immediately retorted when he heard it. Ramen. Barbecue. Asshole Natsu, we had barbecue yesterday, we have to eat ramen today. Exhibitionist, no, I don't want to listen to you, I want to eat barbecue. Gray and Natsu quarreled loudly on the road, and they were about to fight again. Zon immediately held them down and said, okay, we can buy some and eat together, isn't that good? Kana, come too, is there anything you want to eat? Zon calmed them down. After killing two little ghosts, he turned to Kana and asked. I can do anything, but today I want to drink the carbonated drink you made last time. Kana couldn't stop drinking the drink that made an electric current pass through her throat. Okay, of course. Zon nodded. When he finished speaking, he felt something and turned to look at the figure on the roof in the distance. Laxus. It's the stinky-faced and extremely fast person last time. Natsu also looked in the direction Zon looked, found the figure, pointed and said loudly. Oh, Zon, your sensitivity is also very powerful. I have hidden my magic power, but you still found it. A flash of lightning flashed in front of several people, and Laxus said with admiration. Where are you going? Are you not going to participate in the Harvest Festival? Zon asked the rebellious boy who was carrying a backpack in one hand and holding many task lists in the other hand. I won't participate in such a boring thing. Strength is the most important thing. I must become the president, eliminate some weak ones, and establish a strong guild. Zon, I recognize your strength. Are you interested in going on a mission with me? Laxus said casually with a disdainful tone, but in the end he seriously wanted to invite Zon to join his team. No, Laxus, I think everyone in the guild is a partner and family member who should be cherished and cannot be abandoned. Moreover, my strength is for protection. I'm sorry that I can't agree with your point of view, and I won't join your team. Zon's expression was solemn and his tone was firm. Vetoed Laxus. Brother Zon. Natsu and Gray looked at Zon with admiration. Kana, who was on the side, looked at Zon, who cherished his companions so much, and a different emotion surged in her heart. She joined the guild just to find the father who abandoned her mother. At this moment, she clenched her fists, thinking of the romantic father, and her heart was once again determined. The determination to work hard will make the father regret it one day. Gildarts, who was on a mission outside and walking in the mountains, sneezed, touched his nose and said, "Is that beautiful woman thinking about me again, hee hee. Tisk, you are just like my old man, boring, you will know it eventually, goodbye." Laxus also sneered after hearing it, and walked out of the town without looking back. "Laxus, you should face your heart," Zon suddenly said as he looked at the handsome back in front of him. Laxus seemed not to hear it, and he sped up without any reaction, and disappeared in a flash. "Okay, let's go buy food, we will have a big meal at noon, and then practice well for the evening show." "Let's go," Zon said softly to the three children after seeing that Laxus was completely invisible. "Oh, yeah," Natsu jumped up first, clamoring to pull Zon to walk faster. Chapter 7. As night fell, a grand rally was held in the town of Magnolia that night. People in the town participated in the event, and the square had become a sea of joy, with people and laughter. The excited people wore colorful clothes, with expressions of excitement and expectation on their faces. They greeted each other, exchanged smiles, and discussed the upcoming events enthusiastically. A unique atmosphere enveloped the entire square, a harmonious and vibrant atmosphere, which made the foreign tourists who came here feel that this was a united and friendly town. Soothing music echoed in the air, balloon sellers, snack sellers, toy sellers, children running and playing everywhere, laughter and joy were everywhere. With a whistle, the rally officially began. "Are you ready, Natsu?" "Let's get started," Zorn said to Natsu, who was still a little excited. "Yeah," Natsu nodded to confirm. Fairy Tale Natsu suddenly spit out flames into the sky, which exploded in the air, forming several text messages of Fairy Tale. With the sound, a burst of fireworks exploded in the air. Colorful Road, Rainbow Bridge. Zorn also released magic. A colorful road extends all the way to the street across the town. Each color is bright and vivid, from vivid red to soft purple, from bright orange to deep blue. They live in such harmony that they form a gorgeous picture. Its surface seems to be shining with countless light spots, like stars falling into the world. These light spots converge into a stream, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, connecting the road with the hearts of the audience. At the end of the street, a huge rainbow spanned across the sky from the end of the rainbow road in the distance. Its bright colors shone brightly. The arched structure of the rainbow bridge was illuminated by the lights, and the colorful light was like flowing notes, dancing in the air. The audience in the town looked at the beautiful scene in front of them and cheered, and the children asked their parents to pick them up, wanting to touch the floating colorful starlight. The parade also moved forward along the rainbow road. In the first car, the female members of the guild wore shiny dance skirts, quickly changed their dance steps, danced enthusiastically, and waved to the audience from time to time, responding to the audience's enthusiasm. The second car was Urza, wearing a skywheel armor made of colorful feathers, standing in a huge candy plate, with countless feathers floating behind her, and then waved her hand and shot at the audience. The feathers turned into candies of various shapes with the light of the rainbow bridge and fell into the hands of the audience. The third car was decorated with jungle. Wakaba and Makeo used smoke magic and fire to make various animals, and made the animals do various funny actions, which made the audience laugh. In the fourth car, Kana and Levi wore cute animal puppet costumes and sat on the head of a huge swan, scattering flowers around. Around the swan, other members of the guild performed difficult acrobatics. In the fifth car, Gray wore a small suit and stood on the shoulders of an oversized Megatron Autobot and waved around. Of course, this armor was told to him by Zorn. From time to time, it changed back to the car form, which caused the children below to exclaim. In the sixth car, which was also the last one, Natsu and Zorn stood on the shoulders of the President Giant, condensed a ball of light, and cooperated with Natsu to complete the trick of double dragons playing with pearls. Finally, it exploded in the sky and left a text message of Happy Harvest Festival. Finally, all members raised the classic gesture to complete the whole ceremony. On the second day of the festival, shops in the town were already selling yesterday's Autobot models, and they also made several other types of deformed models based on their own imaginations. When Zorn saw this scene the next morning, he couldn't help but sigh awesome. 3 months after the Harvest Festival, the time officially came to X778. Zorn's general strength had been officially updated to 70%, and his domineering, physical skills and magic points had increased a lot, and his swordsmanship had directly reached perfection. Natsu, Gray, Kana, what's the posture of the three of you? Haha, like wooden people. Makeo and the others saw the 3 people stepping into the guild in a strange posture, and immediately laughed. You don't understand, this is a new way of exercise. It's the weight-bearing equipment that Brother Zorn gave us. I will definitely adapt to it. Natsu responded first, panting as he spoke. Zorn, what is this? The president watched the 3 people sit on the stool step by step, and said with difficulty. Taking a spoon to eat, he turned around and asked Zon, who was sitting next to him and looking at the task list. President Grandpa, this is to train their physique. Now Natsu and Gray have a weak sense of armament haki, but they want to master it faster, so I prepared this weight-bearing equipment for him and Gray. As for Kana, she has completely mastered the elementary level and is preparing for the next stage and is adapting. Zon explained to the president in detail. Oh, is that so? Not bad, not bad. So Kana is currently learning physical skills from you. The president suddenly thought of something and confirmed with Zon. Yes, Kana is very talented in physical skills and haki, and her fine control of magic is also quite good, so I plan to teach her all the physical skills and related knowledge I have mastered, so I also hope to take her with me on this mission. After hearing what Zon said at the end, the president held his chin with his hand and fell into thought. Okay, it's okay. I have fully recognized your strength. When you complete this mission, Gildarts will write to say that he will come back this year. Then you can take the S-level assessment. The president thought for a moment and agreed, and also revealed the time of the S-level assessment to Zorn. Gildarts. Zorn heard the name and subconsciously glanced at Kana, who was having a hard time eating, and then retracted his gaze. At night, on the way back to the dormitory. Najgra, tomorrow we will go to the East Forest wearing this heavy equipment to find the monsters in it for training. We can only use physical skills. Zorn said to the 2 people who were struggling to move their steps next to him. Brother Zorn, are you going tomorrow? Natsu asked Zorn while still panting. I have received an assignment, so you need to prepare for the next 3 days. You should train well in the guild and not fight. I can specially entrust Urza. Zorn replied, and finally used Urza as the ending, because he knew that Natsu and Gray were born to clash and would fight at the slightest disagreement, so he specially found Urza this afternoon and said that he would bring her some delicious specialties and asked her to keep an eye on Natsu and Gray. Ah, okay, I will train well and will not fight with the underwear man. Natsu nodded seriously. I will not fight with a little brat either. Gray was not to be outdone when he heard Natsu call him the underwear man. Asshole, what did you say? Ah, what? Zon glanced at the 2 people who were arguing with each other, but didn't care. He turned to Kana next to him and asked, Kana, I want to take you with me on this mission. Are you willing to go? After hearing this, Kana thought for a moment and replied, okay, I also want to see how strong I am now. Okay, we will set off in 3 days. You can prepare some daily necessities and medicines in these 3 days. You don't need to bring weight-bearing equipment for the time being. You should adapt to your own strength in these 3 days. Zon explained the things related to the mission in detail. You two, hurry up. After Zon finished speaking, he turned and shouted to Natsu and Gray, who were already arguing head to head. Chapter 8. On a train to Casco Town. Hey, Zon, have you heard of demons and seen them? Kana asked Zon, holding her head up on the seat, covering her mouth with one hand and sniffing. Demons. Of course I've heard of them, but I haven't seen them, but I can take a good look at them this time. Zon was lost in his thoughts. Of course he had heard of them and had seen them. In the previous world, he could see many pictures of demons on the internet, not to mention that Zon had seen all the demons created by Zeref, not to mention that End was now in the guild, and Zon couldn't tell the truth. Well, what answer? Ha, forget it. Ha, I'm so sleepy, I can't do it anymore. I'll take a nap first. Call me when we get to the station. Kana was not satisfied with Zorn's answer, but because she was really a little sleepy, she kept mumbling in her mouth, and finally she couldn't hold on and fell asleep on her stomach. Zorn and Kana had just stepped into the town when a carriage full of goods creaked by, accompanied by happy shouts. People of all kinds gathered in the streets and alleys, and a dazzling array of goods filled the stalls. At the other end of the alley, a smart cat was chasing the falling leaves, and the children on the street corner were playing their hide-and-seek game. It's so lively. Kana looked at the prosperous and lively scene in front of her, took a deep breath, exhaled all the fatigue, and couldn't help sighing. Let's go find the client first and understand the situation. The client seems to be. Zorn looked at the task list introduction, determined the direction, and looked up and said to Kana, who was still concentrating on watching the scenery. This is what happened. Zon roughly summarized it after listening to the village chief's story. It turned out that a priest came to the mountain a few years ago and opened a church. The village would always ask the priest in the church to handle any matters, but it changed some time ago. Some villagers went to the church to ask for the priest, but they could not see the priest. They could only see a pair of blood-red eyes in the dark of the church, which were obviously the eyes of the devil. Oh, then did this devil not come out to hurt people? Kana asked the village chief after hearing it. Church? Devil. Zon heard the village chief say these two keywords, which reminded him of a very familiar plot and three members of fairy tale, the future S-class wizard Mirage Strauss, his younger brother, the beast king Elfman Strauss, and his younger sister Lysina Strauss. Zon thought about it and looked at the task list in his hand, clearing the devil, and the simple introduction of the address, and smiled helplessly. No, but there are roars coming down from the mountain from time to time. A few days ago, hunters saw torn animal carcasses when they went up the mountain, so now the mountain is a forbidden area and villagers will not enter. Now the people in the village are worried every day. Please solve it as soon as possible. The village chief replied with a sad face. Zon, Zon. Kana looked at Zon, who was lost in thought, and shouted. What are you thinking about? Have you found anything? No, I just thought of something. Then let's go up the mountain directly now. Zon decided to solve it directly on the mountain, which would be more efficient. Village chief, it's not good, ha. Myra Jane ran to the mountain alone, saying that she was going to solve the demon by herself. A villager ran over from the opposite side in a hurry. Before he arrived, a panting voice had already come over. What? That wizard, can you save that girl as soon as possible? After the village chief exclaimed, he turned around and asked Zon and Kana who could solve the problem here. Kana, follow me, I'll go first. After Zorn gave instructions, he was covered in golden light, flashed by, and ran straight to the top of the mountain. Really? By the way, village chief, don't get close to the mountain, let the villagers stay away. Kana was dissatisfied with Zorn's behavior of walking on his own, but thinking of Zorn's magic strength, she was still worried and told the village chief a few more words. After Kana finished speaking, she immediately took out a card, Wings of Wind, and the card magic formed a wing-like shape behind her. Kana touched the ground with her feet, instantly took off, and rushed away, chasing Zorn, and from time to time she touched the air to speed up. It can be seen that Kana has gradually mastered the 6 styles of the navy. Village chief, are all wizards so strong? The villager who rushed to inform the situation looked at the cracks on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and asked the only village chief who had seen the world. Yes, it is like this for us ordinary people, but they also have rules and constraints, not. You can attack civilians, but you can't start a war at will. The village chief sighed after hearing this. By the way, have you asked someone to take care of Marajana's brother and sister? The village chief suddenly thought of it and asked the villager anxiously. No. I forgot. Oh, don't hit me, village chief, don't hit me. The villager had just said a few words when he was hit by the village chief with a cane. He covered his whole body with his hands and shouted, but he couldn't stop it. Stupid, stupid, her brother and sister will definitely go after her sister, why don't you quickly notify other villagers to do what the little girl said? Okay, I'll go right away. The villagers ran into the village. Hey, the village chief sighed after teaching, turned around and looked in the direction where the 2 wizards disappeared, and after a few moments, turned around and walked towards the village with a cane. On the other side, a meteor-like light fell from the sky, and Zorn went straight to the top of the mountain. There was a magic circle rising under the girl's feet, and the demon transformed by the priest mentioned by another villager showed a painful expression. His eyes were sometimes clear, and sometimes eroded by the demon's energy, and when he was clear, he desperately attacked the magic circle, trying to stop the magic circle from running, but was directly bounced away. The figure in the magic circle, with her snow-white long hair fluttering in the cold wind, formed a distinct sense of harmony with the cold atmosphere around her. Her face was as pale as snow, like a ghost in the moonlight. The clear light in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a deep darkness and confusion. The power of the devil gathered around her, forming a group of dark red energy that was so dense that it was almost solidified. This power surged in the air, like a trapped evil. The dragon was struggling and roaring. The center of this power was the girl who was receiving the power of the devil. Seeing this, Zorn stretched out a hand to the demonized priest, and a defensive magic, holy light magic holy shield, rose around the priest to protect him and help suppress the power of the devil. After all, his light magic had holy attributes. The priest clearly felt that his corroded body was gradually getting better, and looked at Zorn with gratitude with tears in his eyes. Zorn nodded, indicating that he was relieved, and then used his observation color to sense the magic circle, and found that Marajana's own power and the power of the devil were in a state of balance. If this balance was broken, the result might be hard to say. He could only find a way to strengthen Marajana's power. Fortunately, the priest's power was insufficient. After Zorn finished thinking, he still thought about solving the enemy first. He suddenly stretched out his hand in the opposite direction, opened his palm, and a golden magic circle instantly lit up in front of him. Several laser beams shot out and instantly hit a dark place, which immediately stirred up smoke. Pa pa pa, the sound of slaps rang out. Awesome, you found my position in an instant. I was thinking of sneaking away. Although I don't know how you found it, it's really good for your age. A man in a cloak clapped his hands and praised. Auna-chan, sister, I'm Lisana. A girl's voice sounded innocent and a little trembling and worried. Zon, I found these 2 children on the way here. They said their sister was up there, so I brought them along. Kana panted slightly and hugged the 2 children and said. Thank you for your hard work, Kana. Take them to the magic circle first and try to wake up her sister. She must control this power and cannot be eroded, otherwise she will no longer be herself. Zon looked at Kana holding Lisana in one hand and Elfman in the other hand, and apologized. He also decided to end the battle quickly, stretched out his hand to cast a defensive magic, and one of the defensive magics was added to the magic circle as a preparation, so he came in time. Okay, listen Elfman, follow me. Kana led the two children to the magic circle. Auna-chan, look at me, I'm Lissana. Auna-chan, I'm Elfman, what's wrong with you? The worried and frightened voices of the two children came intermittently. Oh, are you going to use the power of family affection? But according to a lot of experiments before our guild, some people couldn't resist the temptation of power, and finally they were eroded, and then they directly killed the whole village. Some people can suppress their psychology a little, but they are still eroded after a little temptation. Although this little girl is an accident, I think it's still far from it, ha 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 ha. The cloaked man saw this scene, and he covered his mouth and laughed wildly and mocked. Guild? A lot of experiments, what do you think of human life? Zorn murmured in a low voice, and finally said in a low voice. What? Of course it's an experiment, of course the experiment is uncontrollable, it doesn't matter. The cloaked man seemed to be unaware of the emotion and continued to reply nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Zorn heard these words. As he spoke, strong emotions surged in his heart. His heartbeat was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and his blood was boiling in his veins. His mind was filled with sparks of anger. When he thought of those innocent villagers being killed, and now there were other ordinary people in the same situation, his anger was even stronger. It's really hard to get rid of your anger, trash. Are you ready for you and your so-called guild to die? Zorn tried to calm his tone, looking at the cloaked man as if he was looking at a dead person, and the golden magic power on his body began to boil and surge, and the ground instantly cracked. To be continued. Chapter 9. The cloaked man thought to himself as he looked at the ground cracking and the strong wind surging with magic power just because of the leakage of magic power. The cloaked man also began to mobilize magic power and just raised his hand to release magic. Too slow. Zorn's cold words sounded beside the cloaked man. When? The cloaked man's pupils shrank and he looked up at the place where Zorn had stood before. There was no trace of Zorn. Are you still looking around? Zorn's right foot, shining with golden light, had kicked the cloaked man in the abdomen. Oh! Boom boom, the cloaked man flew backwards with a cry of pain, and directly hit the church, causing it to collapse. Cough cough cough. It's ridiculously strong. Little ghost. The cloaked man stood up with his body and wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. Tell me the name and address of your guild. Zorn raised his hand to the cloaked man and said in a low voice. Cough cough, impossible. Puppet magic puppet repair. The cloaked man coughed up the last mouthful of blood in his mouth, raised his hand and took out the paper puppet, activated it immediately, and the injuries on his body recovered instantly. No, I have to find a way to escape. The cloaked man thought silently in his heart, but he was not slow at all, and quickly released magic. Puppet magic puppet summoning and puppet magic puppet possession, double magic. The cloaked man did not dare to neglect, and gathered all his magic power. A purple-black magic circle rose under his feet instantly, and a shadow with double horns on his head, ferocious teeth, and dark eyes appeared behind him. As another magic circle unfolded, the two figures merged into one. The cloaked man also turned into a demon, and his magic power also increased a lot under Zorn's perception, but Zorn was not panicked at all, because Zorn's strength was strong enough. Is this all your strength? I'm a little disappointed. Zorn's eyes were calm and his tone was light. Don't underestimate me. The cloaked man gathered all his magic power in his hands, and a terrifying aura surrounded the dark ball of light. Super sadistic flash was launched instantly, rushing straight in front of Zorn. Zorn still did not move, nor did his expression change. Just when it was about to touch, Zorn's palm was instantly covered with purple-black armed color domineering and glowing with golden light, and he raised his hand to slap the energy ball away. The energy ball hit the open space beside, rumbling, smoke everywhere, but Zorn was not affected at all. Seeing this, the cloaked man instantly lost his fighting consciousness, his eyes were empty, and his body slowly collapsed to the ground. This attack was his strongest means of attack. Even in their guild, this move also secured one of the 5 seats, but it was easily resolved. How could he escape? He couldn't escape at all. His speed was not as fast as Zorn, and his attack was ineffective. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. You can find out by checking the guild badge, so you should go down to apologize. Zorn said, stretched out a finger, and the light gathered at his fingertips. Swoosh, there was a hole in the cloaked man's head with smoke, and his body slowly fell down. The next thing is Myra Jane and the priest. Still no reaction. Zorn walked to the front of the magic circle and looked at Myra, whose eyes were still dark and confused, and whispered. There is a reaction. When my brother Elfman and I shouted that we were scared, my sister's body still trembled. Can you help my sister? Big brother, do you have any ideas? Lysina looked at the big brother who easily solved the enemy in front of her, and said in a childish voice. So cute. Zorn looked at the round face in front of him, the serious eyes in his eyes, and Lysina, who was still a child but pretended to be an adult, was instantly hit by a cute arrow in his heart. He covered his heart with his hands and sighed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lysina, opened his arms, blocked in front of Lysina, and said with a slightly paused but firm tone, Please help my sister, respected wizard brother. Okay, let me see. Zorn put his hands on Lysina and Elfman's heads and rubbed them a few times, saying with a smile. In his heart, Zorn wondered if he was being treated as a weird uncle. While he was thinking, Kana pointed at him and laughed, Haha, Zorn, you are also treated as a weird uncle sometimes. Zorn looked at Kana helplessly, stood up slowly, observed carefully, thought of a countermeasure, and decided. Decide on a strong dose of medicine, speed up a little bit. There is a way, come on, I will tell you quietly. Zorn raised his hand to signal the 3 little ones to gather together, and whispered the plan. Zorn's plan was also very simple, which was to tell Lysina and Elfman all the unfair treatment they might suffer after losing their sister, being bullied, being cheated, and possibly being trafficked to the mountains, and then living a miserable life, or dying miserably, anyway, just say how miserable it is. Then the 2 little ones cried miserably, crying while talking, and at the end, when it was almost done, they just said, Sister, save me. Kana looked at Zorn, who had a murderous look on his face when facing the enemy before, and now turned back to the usual gentle and responsible Zorn. Looking at Zorn's handsome face, and Zorn who was particularly gentle to children, with a smile in the corner of his eyes, Kana didn't know what was wrong with her, and her heartbeat accelerated. After Zoan finished explaining, the outside world was talking about the miserable experiences that Lysina and Elfman might face in the future. The 2 little ones also cried miserably, and Myra Jane was in her heart. No, Lysina, Elfman, I'm here, I'll never let you go through those things, I'll always protect you, ah. Myra Jane, who was fighting the devil, heard Zoan telling about those tragic things and the crying of her brothers and sisters. The power of the struggle gradually increased, and the power took the upper hand. Just when she heard the last cry of Lysina and Elfman, Sister, save me, Myra Jane shouted directly, and the demonic power that was still pulling her was quickly absorbed by Myra Jane. In the outside world, Zoan and the 3 little ones saw that the magic power overflowing from the magic circle was quickly absorbed into Marajana's body, and the spirit in her eyes gradually recovered. At the moment the magic circle disappeared, Myra in the form of full-body reception Satan's soul appeared in Zoan's magic shield. Sister. Lysina and Elfman looked at their sister in demon form in confusion. Lysina Myra Jane was about to reach out and hug Lysina, but found herself in a hexagonal light shield. Just as she was about to raise her foot to break through, she was stopped by a voice. Myra Jane, try to see if you can remove the receiving magic. You may not be able to control the power like this. Zorn looked at Myra Jane in demon form and reminded her. Receiving magic. Yes, receiving magic is a kind of magic that can receive the power of monsters or animals for your own use. It is divided into full body reception and partial reception. Yours is full body reception. Zorn saw the three little ones and Myra Jane looking at him with doubts, so he explained to them. Now calm down your magic, find that balance point, and cut it off in an instant. Zorn guided Myra Jane in a calm tone to try to remove the magic. Myra Jane followed Zorn's instructions, calmed her own magic, cut off the magic supply in an instant, and her appearance returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, Zorn also retracted the holy shield magic, and the siblings hugged each other instantly, crying with joy. Their shoulders were shaking, and their hands were tightly clasped together, as if they were swearing to fate that they would unite and never give up no matter what difficulties they faced. Would you like to join our fairy tale guild? There are people who can breathe fire, make ice, play with smoke, draw, there are friends who are about your age, and there is a very powerful president grandfather. What do you think? Zorn squatted down and said to Lysina, who had calmed down. Well, I want, sister, brother. Lysina wanted to agree immediately after hearing this, but thinking of her sister and brother, she turned her head and looked at Myra Jane and Elfman with an inquiring expression. Well, okay, we are willing to join. Myra Jane thought about it carefully and agreed. Welcome to choose to join, I am Zorn. Hee, welcome, I am Kana. The five people introduced each other and laughed and played. Zorn, aren't you going back to the guild with us? Kana asked worriedly, looking at Zorn who was about to act alone. No, there is still a bunch of trash to deal with. Don't worry, I will go to the council branch to report the situation. Once the matter is resolved, I will go back directly. Zorn replied to Kana with a smile, and squatted down to rub Lysina and Elfman's heads and said gently, listen to the two sisters on the way, I will bring you gifts when I return to the guild. Okay, be safe on the way, I'm leaving first. After Zorn finished his instructions, his body and the cloaked man's body were suspended in the air, nodded, and disappeared in the distance with a flash. Chapter 10. The nearest branch of the Council of Ministers in Casco Town. Who is it? The guards at the door asked in unison. I am a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, Zorn. During the mission, I discovered the activities of the Dark Guild. I came here to report the situation and apply to go and destroy the relevant guild. Zorn stretched out his hand to show the fairy tale badge to prove his identity, and then threw the cloaked man behind him to the ground. Dark Guild. Please wait in the hall, we will report it. After the guards looked at each other, they quickly took the body away for investigation and asked someone to notify the branch director. About 10 minutes later. Tap, tap, tap. Several people wearing the uniforms of the Council of Ministers walked out from the inner passage of the hall. The leader had a thick beard and a slightly parted hair. He was about 40 years old. The two behind him were a man and a woman. The man had short hair and wore glasses, and the woman had long hair and a chubby face, which made her look cute. Hello, Branch Director Ayres. Secretary General Saya. Captain Zachary. Hello, Zorn. After the introductions and handshakes, the minister took the lead in asking about the mission. Zorn explained the situation to the others, especially pointing out that the guild had used innocent civilians for magic experiments and must be eradicated immediately. Minister, this is the corresponding guild information found on the badge on the corpse. A clerk who ran over handed the information to the minister. After listening to the information in his hand, the minister lowered his head and thought, while the Secretary General Soya beside him immediately clenched his fists, frowned, gritted his teeth and said immediately, damn, garbage. Captain Zachary was standing aside, but because of his glasses, he could not see any emotions, but the words he said after Soya also showed his anger, the garbage should be cleaned up properly. After saying that, he pushed his glasses with his hands, letting Zorn see the cold eyes in his eyes. Minister, what are you still thinking about? Send a team to clean it up quickly. Soya saw that the minister had not replied for a long time and was still thinking, and urged anxiously. This guild is not ordinary. At present, it is not within the strength of our branch to clean it up. We need to report to the headquarters and send people to deal with it. The minister listened to Soya's urging, and finally reluctantly said the specific situation he was considering. No, time waits for no one. It's too late to wait for the headquarters to send people. I can directly clear it out alone. Now I need you to confirm that the guild is a dark guild. Zorn immediately denied it firmly. He originally planned to go alone to clear it out. With his current 70% strength of the generals, he can even compete for the position of the Holy Ten, let alone clearing out a guild of this strength. Based on what we found on him, it is enough to judge. But just you alone. Branch Director Els paused at the end and looked at the boy in front of him with doubtful eyes. Even the two people next to him looked at Zorn with the same eyes. This boy was able to defeat a wizard of one of the 5 seats, and they recognized Zorn's strength, but they didn't believe that one person could fight against the entire guild. Unless, you need me to show my strength? Help me contact Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale. His confirmation should be enough. Zorn replied lightly. Grandpa President, this is the situation. This is what I must do. Zorn solemnly explained the situation to the president. He was afraid that the president would be angry and force him to stop. He knew that the president loved every family member in the guild. The president did not speak for a while and was silent for a moment. Zorn, listen carefully, the power beyond persistence. It all comes from the idea of persistence. Magic is not a miracle power. It is the power that is materialized when the airflow inside our body merges with the airflow in nature. This is through mental power and concentration, that is, infusing all of your soul to form your own magic. If you think this is right, then go ahead with your magic and move forward in the direction you believe in. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. We are waiting for you in the guild, understand, kid? Yeah, I know, Grandpa President. Zorn heard the words of Grandpa President, and a warm current surged in his heart, filling it up. Is that all right now? Let's go. Fairy Tale Guild. This kid is so strong now. He's confident enough to take on the entire guild. Makaro. The husband now had no choice but to believe in Zorn. He saw justice in Zorn's eyes, justice for the people. In a valley in the Edo Mountains, the Dark Sky Guild. Master, what's the matter with calling us back so urgently, said a member of the Dark Sky Guild. Callie, something happened. I received his message. Someone wants to attack our guild. Our affairs have been exposed. A tattooed, burly man sitting on the highest chair said gloomily. How could it be? He is one of the 5 seats. Even if he faces the ace wizards of other guilds, Callie has the ability to escape. That means the opponent is very strong. Aurelius, who was ranked first among the 5 seats, said excitedly and arrogantly. Hey, be careful, the corrosion magic has overflowed. Moncula, who was ranked second, looked at the half-corroded table and reminded with dissatisfaction in the cold voice of the royal sister. Wait, it seems to be coming. Holy light magic Yasakani no Megatama. An indifferent voice sounded in the sky, and countless golden lights shot down from Zorn's hands. Boom boom, all the buildings of the Dark Sky Guild collapsed, and all the members were killed and injured instantly. Ah, damn, bastard, who are you? Oh, you blocked my attack, not weak. Zorn said sarcastically to the survivors below while standing in the air. So strong, just one move to get rid of most of the enemies. Captain Zachary of the Council House, who was protected by the Holy Shield magic in the distance, sighed. Wind magic Mad Dragon Tornado. Corrosion magic Bone Erosion Poison. Combination magic Bone Erosion Tornado. A nearly 10-meter black tornado swept Zorn's figure into it. This move can turn steel into powder, not to mention the addition of corrosion magic, no one will be able to come out alive. Did they kill him? The first and third seats used the combined magic together. No, it's still a little far away, said Zorn, who was at a higher position, looking at the group of people who were still confirming on the ground. Holy light magic, glorious stars, a ball of golden energy formed in Zorn's hand. Justice is a concept that will not change with time. Even if it is sometimes covered and blinded by darkness, the justice of light will always break the wind and dispel the darkness, and I am the light that breaks the darkness in advance. People always have to atone for their sins, so please go to hell and repent for everything you have done, rubbish. As Zorn's words spread around, the magic power contained in the energy in Zorn's hand became more and more terrifying. From the ground, it was a ball of light like the sun hanging in the sky. Seeing this, the people of the Dark Sky Guild immediately released all their defensive magic, and the Dark Sky President used all his magic power for defense, and a black hood rose. What is that? The second sun. The members of the council looked at the second sun that appeared in the sky in disbelief in the light shield, and were deeply shocked by Zorn's terrifying magic. As Zorn threw it, the light ball fell into the location of the Dark Sky Guild. The light and smoke exploded like a nuclear bomb, the mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the earth began to shake, and a shock wave instantly hit, destroying everything around it. Fortunately, the members of the council were protected by the holy shield magic and were far away. The smoke dissipated, the mountain next to the valley disappeared, and a bottomless pit appeared at the location of the Dark Sky Guild. Zorn stood beside the pit, looked at the pit and took a deep breath, and the injustice in his heart finally came out. Post-War Council Branch. The record has been uploaded. This will be recorded as an S-level mission. The bonus will be deposited into your special account. Take care, Lord Zorn. Secretary General Soya said to Zorn. Okay, that's it. I'm going back to the guild. Goodbye. Zorn nodded, his body suspended in the air, and headed straight for the Fairy Tale Guild. One day later, the council headquarters. That's what happened. Fairy Tale has another incredible wizard. Yes, I heard from Makarov that when Guildarts comes back, he will take the S-level test, and Fairy Tale will have another S-level wizard. You can consider the Holy 10 test in a few years. His strength is enough, and his character can stand the test after this incident. Wait until he passes the S-level test and becomes an adult, and then gets enough merits. It's not enough to just destroy a dark guild. You can't say that. He also saved many civilians in the side. This is also a fact, so let's wait and see what we do in the future. Agree. Agree. On a giant blue magic circle, several people were standing and discussing Zorn's situation. Fairy Tale Guild. Kana, I'm still thinking about Zorn, don't worry, the president said it's okay, then it must be okay. Arisa patted Kana, who was sitting on the chair and staring at the door, and consoled her. That's right, he's so strong, he'll be fine. Myra Jane also consoled Kana. Natsu and Gray were still wrestling head to head, neither of them giving in, wearing weighted clothes and arguing about when Zorn would come back. If Urza hadn't been busy consoled Kana, she would have punched him. To be continued. Chapter 11. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meeting. Everyone, I'm back. Zahn pulled a two-person high gift cart with one hand and pushed the guild door open with the other hand to enter the guild. Hehe, I brought gifts for all of you, are you happy? Zahn looked at the guild in front of him, which was noisy before, and suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads and looked at him quietly without saying a word. Hey, Zahn, did you really destroy a dark guild by yourself? One of the guild members suddenly asked with a bit of uncertainty, making the silent space a little less quiet. Well, it's true. I got a little angry, haha. Zahn was a little embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. Awesome, Zahn, you're that strong now. Brother Zahn, you're the best. Oh, great. Natsu cheered for the last time, and the guild fell into a lively and joyful scene again. Zon handed each gift to everyone. Laxus got a plush black coat, which Zon found to be exactly the same as the one in the anime, Urza's short sword, and Myra's was a very fashionable jacket. Although Zon had just considered a cherry red skirt, he gave up the idea and chose a jacket when he thought that Myra was still a hot little girl. Ritasuo got the latest magic painting tools, and Natsu and Gray both got a piece of clothing with gravity magic effect that suited their personality characteristics, which was a good replacement for weight-bearing equipment. Zon also selected the most suitable gifts for others according to their personality characteristics. Listen, Elfman, these are for you. One is a very cute skirt, and the other is a very masculine suit. See if you like them. Zorn smiled and squatted down, handing the two clothes to Lysina and Elfman respectively. Thank you, brother Zorn, Lysina likes them very much, hehe. Lysina was very happy, holding the clothes and comparing them to her body, and even turning around in front of Myra Jane, her eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Thank you, brother Zorn, I like them too. Elfman thanked them shyly and introvertedly, and also hugged the new clothes tightly, his eyes sparkling, very happy. Kana, this is for you, I found a magic card, which contains my holy shield defense magic, and I leave it for you to defend yourself. Zorn took out a white and gold card from his arms. There was a golden shield logo on the front of the card, and many complex patterns of golden magic lines were engraved on the back. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of effort on it. Thank you, I like it very much. Kana took the card and looked down at the exquisite magic card in her hand. The feeling of being valued made her feel warm and intoxicated. I'm glad you like it. I'm sorry that you didn't get to take action in this mission. Let's team up next time. Zon scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Zon knew that Kana's current combat power was already very strong compared to the original book, but he was still a little worried about her own defense, so he specially asked someone to make this card. Yeah, okay. Kana nodded with a little joy in her heart. That. Zon, come here. The president suddenly shouted. The president called me, I went over first, sorry, Kana, let's talk again when we have time. Zon heard the president's voice, smiled embarrassedly at Kana, and turned to the counter. Kana. A white arm suddenly hugged Kana, who was looking at Zorn's back, causing Kana to withdraw her gaze and look at the owner of the arm. What's wrong? Don't look at me like a nagging woman. Do you like Zorn? Myra looked at Kana's nagging eyes and gossiped with a mean smile. I. Kana listened to Myra saying the word like, and her cheeks flushed in an instant, and she was at a loss. Oh, you like Zorn? A steady female voice suddenly came from behind the two people. Eavesdropper. What did you say, gossip girl? Kana watched the two quarreling again, exhaled a long breath, touched her heart with her hand, turned her head to look at Zorn, who bowed his head in front of the president, and thought uncertainly in her heart, is this love? Zorn on the president's side. I'm sorry, President, I was impulsive this time. Zorn bowed his head and sincerely admitted his mistake. Well, it's good to know that I was impulsive, but in that situation. It is true that you are like this according to your personality. Don't do this next time. Always pay attention to your own safety. I don't want to lose a family member, you know, Zorn. The president looked at the solemn Zorn in front of him and said worriedly. But your strength is really strong, Zorn, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The president suddenly changed his tone, praising and recognizing Zorn's strength. Okay, President, I made you worry. Zorn raised his head, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands, and said with emotion. Haha, you are my child, of course, but the hat you gave is really beautiful. President Makarov touched the woolen hat on his head with his hand and laughed happily. Zorn is very satisfied now. In this world, he has experienced friendship, family affection, and love. There is no sign of love yet, but it doesn't matter. Looking at the noisy and laughing scene of the guild in front of him, Zorn is satisfied and determined to do everything to protect it. The president looked at Zorn standing in front of him. He felt Zorn's determination to cherish and love his guild family, and thought silently in his heart, well, what a good boy. Everyone, let's have a party to celebrate Zorn's annihilation of the Dark Guild. The president stood on the bar with a cane and shouted loudly. Oh, oh! The guild was instantly excited, and Natsu started to vent fire again to cheer them up, but he was still punched into the floor by the discipline committee member Urza. Stupid Natsu, Gray whispered proudly on the side. A few days later, Zon woke up from his lazy sleep and walked on the street. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw Natsu and Gray fighting in front of him. They were fighting from the ground to the sky, from the ground to the sky, without stopping for a moment. Zon was used to it. The handshake at the beginning was still ineffective. As soon as he walked into the guild with a yawn, he heard the president sitting cross-legged at the bar, asking where Natsu was. Zon answered casually, fighting outside, I'm still a little sleepy. Really, fighting early in the morning. The president picked up the wine glass and drank the wine and said lightly. Zon looked at it and thought silently in his heart, you are also drinking early in the morning, why are you still educating Natsu? Although thinking so in his heart, he still said to the president, President Grandpa, drinking early in the morning is not good for your health, don't drink, give it to me. He took away the president's wine glass, causing the president to jump and couldn't get the wine glass back. In the afternoon, Natsu and Gray were still arguing and fighting under a tree. Zorn was watching them. Suddenly, a pair of hands separated the two and said to Zorn, you don't care, just watch. After Urza stopped the two, she turned to complain to Zorn. I'm back. Urza is really strict. It doesn't matter. They can also treat this as training. Zorn shrugged and said. Mind your own business, Urza, why don't you fight with me for him? Gray and Natsu said in unison, waving their fists and rushing towards Urza. Bang bang bang. Don't fight boring fights next time. Go to training well. Zorn. You should also pay more attention. After Urza finished the fight, she put her hands on her hips and walked away dissatisfied. Zon squatted down, tapped the bumps on the two people's heads, and heard Natsu keep saying, damn it, Urza, I will definitely win next time. He picked up the two and brought them back to the guild, which caused the people in the guild to tease Natsu Gray, making Natsu's anger even stronger. One day later, in the East Forest. Bang bang bang. One day I will defeat Urza Gray, and then challenge Zon and others. Wait, Natsu hammered the photo tied to the tree with an unwilling look. Bang! An egg fell from the sky, knocking Natsu to the ground. Natsu looked up and saw an egg with many patterns in front of him, which made Natsu instantly happy. He picked up the egg and ran to the guild. Chapter 12. The old man was very happy. It's an egg. I found an egg. Natsu ran into the guild with the egg in his hand, and everyone in the guild exclaimed that the egg was really big, because the egg was half the size of Natsu, and it looked a bit strange when Natsu held it. Zon looked at this scene and suddenly remembered that this was the birth of the harpy. He quickly put down the cup, walked to Natsu, and carefully looked at the blue-patterned egg that was already in Natsu's arms. He thought to himself, but it's no wonder that Natsu thought it was a dragon egg. It does look a bit like it. Come on, Natsu, put the egg on this blanket. Zorn took the blanket from the chair and spread it on the floor. Natsu carefully placed the egg in the middle of the blanket, still staring at the egg with a happy face. Hey, Zorn, can you recognize what animal's egg this is? Kana bent down and looked at the egg in front of her curiously. Seeing that Zorn was also very happy, she asked Zorn. Well. Before Zorn finished speaking, Natsu said confidently, it's a dragon egg, it must be a dragon egg. The blue pattern on the egg looks like a dragon claw, so it must be a dragon egg. After Natsu finished speaking, he looked at the president on the bar with excitement. Ji-chan, Grandpa, please hatch the dragon egg quickly. What are you talking about, you idiot? Upon hearing this, the president immediately reprimanded Natsu and others seriously, and then continued with a respectful and solemn face, there is no magic in the world that can blaspheme life like this. Life can only be born under the influence of love. Love is better than all magic. What are you talking about, Ji-chan? I don't understand it at all. Natsu looked at the president with a confused face, and the president sighed helplessly. Natsu, what the president means is that this matter needs you to use the power of love to complete it, that is, you have to hatch it yourself. Zorn further explained to Natsu, so go for it. That's right, Natsu, you can also learn how life is born, Urza also added. Yeah, I see, Natsu nodded as if he understood, and looked at the egg in front of him with a longing for life. Hey, Urza, you're back, let's continue, the last duel is not over yet, eavesdropper, Myra Jane suddenly heard Urza's voice and said arrogantly. That's right, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that we haven't decided the winner yet, gossip girl, Urza fought back, not to be outdone. Hey, are we going to fight again? Lysina and Elfman sighed helplessly at the table next to them. Eavesdropping, gossip, last time. Zorn was confused and whispered in a low voice, not noticing that Kana next to him had blushed and lowered her head, at a loss. Hey, Zorn, let's have a match. Let me see how much you have improved during this period. Laxus wore a coat given by Zorn, a short-sleeved shirt inside, and headphones on his head. He was excited and stretched out one hand to challenge Zorn. No, Zorn refused briefly without hesitation. He turned his head and looked at Kana, who was still shy, and asked, Kana, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? He was very concerned about Kana's physical condition. No, no. Kana denied helplessly at this time. Zorn knew that it was not Kana's physical problem, and he was relieved. He also noticed that Laxus next to him seemed to be about to go berserk, because Laxus was already surging with sparks all over his body. Zorn hurriedly comforted this bad boy again. Laxus, the last mission consumed too much magic power. I need to recuperate. When I recover, I will have a fair duel with you. How about that? Zorn put his arm around Laxus and found an excuse to evade him. Fortunately, Laxus did not take it seriously and agreed with this reason. After breaking free with dissatisfaction, he walked to a chair with his arms around him and sat down and said, I'll wait. Watch me. With Natsu's shout, a flame suddenly burned towards the egg, allowing Zorn to immediately snatch the egg from Natsu's hand. Lysina also taught Natsu not to do that. Receive magic animal reception, brother Zorn, give me the egg. Lysina turned into a swan, took the egg back from Zorn, and used her body to warm the egg, which made Natsu, Gray, and others understand that it was heated like this. Really, if you don't pay attention, such a thing will happen. It's really worthy of being Natsu-zan also. Elfman, who was sitting on the chair, sighed at Natsu's ability to make trouble, and looked at Natsu and Lysina running out of the guild with some envy. I don't know where to hatch this egg. A few days later, Zorn came to the guild as usual. Before he entered the door, he saw Natsu and Lysina rushing to the guild in a panic, banging and shouting, Ah, the egg is gone, who stole it? And then ran to Laxus leaning against the wall to ask if he stole it, and then ran to the task board to ask Urza if she ate it, and then ran to Zorn to ask if he saw the egg. Although Zorn probably knew that it should be Elfman who took the care, Zorn still didn't tell Natsu. After all, if Elfman hadn't been following and taking care of it at the end, it might really take a long time for the happy to be hatched. He really wanted Natsu to remember it. Natsu, I think you ate it, Myra Jane asked with a look of doubt. Damn, what did you say? Natsu rushed to Myra Jane with an angry face and fought with Myra Jane. Other guild members such as Wakaba lamented that they were really a bunch of brats and what the guild would look like in the future. Where did my egg go? Natsu lowered his head with red eyes, tears hanging in his eyelids, about to fall, and Myra Jane was still teasing Natsu, "You are so cute, Natsu." Zon ignored Myra Jane and Urza arguing about Natsu's dragon egg again, but seeing Lysina with tears in her eyes, he told everyone that the dragon egg was with Elfman. Then Elfman came in with the egg and told the whole story. Everyone was still discussing how long it would take for the egg to hatch. Crack, crack, the sound of the eggshell breaking suddenly sounded, and everyone in the guild suddenly looked at the egg in the middle, whose eggshell was breaking more obviously as it shook violently. "It's hatched, it's coming out." The cracking sound stopped, and a ball of blue light rushed into the air. Everyone looked up. Ha! A blue cat with a pair of wings appeared in front of everyone. "Cat!" Makeo and Wakaba exclaimed, and everyone was also amazed. Zon looked at the cat lying down in front of him, swaying and flying to Natsu's head, and was also amazed. "This is the main funny person in the later period, haha. I saw the harpy folded its wings and stretched out its short claws, love." Kawi immediately captured the important task led by Lysina and Kana. Natsu held the harpy on his head in his arms, and everyone surrounded him, looking at the harpy with loving eyes. "Give it a name." Natsu. Zon touched the harpy's head with his fingers and said to Natsu, "What's a good name? What suggestions does Brother Zorn have?" Natsu looked down at the harpy in his arms tenderly, and he couldn't make up his mind for a while, so he asked Zorn, "Look around, are you guys cheering for a new life?" Zorn asked Natsu to look at the people around him who were cheering and happy. "Then call it Harpy, Dragon's Son Harpy." After making up his mind, Natsu hugged Harpy and turned around and cheered. Ritasude took the new magic painting tools given by Zorn, looked at the scene in front of him, recorded it, and whispered while painting, "Since it is the dragon's son, let's draw Harpy as a dragon, and draw Natsu on the dragon's back." This moment was also preserved forever as Ritasude stopped writing. Zorn, who was next to Laxus, also laughed heartily, but Laxus's expression was a little awkward and he didn't want to stand with Zorn, but there was no way to change it, and it was also recorded at the same time. Chapter 13. The two missions were accompanied by an S-level Dark Guild Crusade mission. Since the last mission, although part of the bonus from the two missions was used to buy gifts for guild partners, the remaining money allowed Zon to rest in the guild for a full 3 months. During this time, Happy also grew up healthily and was able to fly with Natsu and others for a short time, but most of the time he was still lying on Natsu's head. One morning, Zorn was begging Natsu and Gray for help, so he agreed to take them out to perform tasks. They had been doing small tasks in the town, and at most drove some animals from the mountains for the nearby villages. This time, Kana and Zorn were going to perform a difficult task, which made them feel itchy. They took advantage of Zorn's 3-month stay in the guild and walked 3 times a day on time. Zorn agreed because they had been training hard for 3 months, and their strength had greatly improved. Their armed color domineering could be attached to their fists and feet. It was a good opportunity to practice. "President, Kana and I want to take Natsu, Gray and others to do this task together." Zorn handed the task list in his hand to the president who was sitting at the bar and continuing to drink. "Hehe, yes, Ji Zhang. Old man, me too. Hey." Natsu and Gray looked like good students next to Zorn, showing their 2 rows of white teeth and echoing together. Even Happy sat on Natsu's head and stretched out his hand to express his agreement and shouted, "This mission is a B-level mission. Isn't this mission very simple for you, Zorn?" The president was also very confused when looking at the mission list. According to Zorn's current strength, the A-level mission is just a drop in the bucket for him. No, Grandpa President, you are exaggerating. I am still far from it." Zorn was also embarrassed and touched his head modestly. He changed the subject and emphasized to the president, "This time, Kana is the leader and Natsu and Gray are assisting." I won't take action. Oh, in your eyes, Kana's strength is already enough to do B-level missions, not bad, not bad, ha ha ha. After hearing this news, the president also laughed heartily. No parent would be unhappy to hear that their child has excellent grades. And there is also your care, okay. The president agreed happily, registered the mission list, and handed it back to Zorn. Oh, Kana can already do B-rank missions? She has been training with you for nearly a year. I don't believe it. Zon, how about letting me test your level? Suddenly, a questioning and somewhat provocative voice came from behind Zon and the others. Laxus, you. What's wrong, old man? You can only know your strength after trying it. Laxus said mercilessly, and turned to look at Kana and others with a disdainful expression. The other members of the guild, Myra Jane and Urza, also frowned and looked at Laxus worriedly after hearing this. I agree. Since Laxus is worried about Kana and the others, let Kana and Laxus fight with physical skills. This way, Laxus can feel more at ease, right, Laxus? Zon raised his hand first to agree, and also pointed out Laxus's true intention with a smirk. Who said that? I just don't like your carelessness. Laxus heard that Zorn suddenly pointed out his inner thoughts that he didn't even realize. He jumped up and stammered to explain. Ha ha ha, is that so? Well, let's go to the East Forest to the east of the guild. It was the first time that the president saw that the grown-up Laxus had this side. After all, since his son was kicked out of the guild by him, Laxus and him have been getting further and further apart. Urusai, whatever you think, see you in the East Forest in a day. Laxus was even more awkward when he saw the old man laughing so happily, and turned around and left. Puff ha ha. Laxus's unhappy series of reactions also made everyone laugh, and they also realized that Laxus actually still cared about the guild members in his heart. This is also the effect that Zorn wants to see. Since his father was kicked out of the guild by his grandfather, Laxus has always wanted the guild to become stronger. He has been forcing himself to work hard to become stronger. Gradually, he closed his true thoughts, did not open his heart to everyone, and did not tell his grandfather what was in his heart. As a result, his personality became more and more paranoid, and eventually led to a civil war in the guild. Zorn wants to change all this, and this is also the first step for him to take this opportunity to point out his inner thoughts. At night, after the completion. After the training, on the way back to the dormitory. Zon, Kana was a little worried and wanted to tell Zon that she was worried about tomorrow's duel, but she didn't know how to start. Zon looked at Kana, who was holding her hands together helplessly, and knew what she was worried about now. Because Kana was a little absent-minded all afternoon, so he asked Kana, have you been lazy in your training so far? Have you trained to the point of collapse? Have you been determined to give everything to become stronger? And have you ever wanted to prove to someone that you are excellent? Zon asked Kana several questions in a row without stopping. No, I have always wanted to become stronger, I have always insisted, and never given up, of course I have. Kana followed Zon's questions, and Kana also answered Zon's questions immediately. Her voice became more and more firm, her eyes changed from confusion to clarity, and then to firmness, and finally shouted out loud. Very good, then when you take the last step firmly, all your previous efforts and sweat will not let you down, they are all the cornerstones for your success, let them see tomorrow that Kana is also very strong. Zon looked at Kana's current firm eyes and knew that tomorrow's duel would be no problem, because he knew Kana's current true level, but in terms of physical skills, she was already strong enough, and what she lacked was firm belief. He was also looking forward to everyone's expressions tomorrow. Okay, I believe you can do it, take a rest early, see you tomorrow, Kana. Zon covered his mouth with his hand, yawned, and waved goodbye to Kana. Kana saw Zon's back and suddenly wanted to explain to Zon about guild arts, but she didn't know where to start. This was also the first person who made her want to open her heart, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Well, let's talk about it later, Kana thought about it and said to herself softly. Is it true? I am a little suspicious about why Natsu and Gray didn't make trouble. At the end of the training this afternoon, Urza dragged them away one by one, finding an excuse to need help. Urza looked at Kana, who seemed to be hesitant and absent-minded, and she thought of something wrong. She quickly dragged Natsu and Gray away, wanting to leave a world for Zon and Kana. To be continued. Chapter 14. The next day, there was an empty space in the East Forest to the east of the guild. All the guild members who were not on a mission gathered together, watching the fight. Kana, come at me with all your strength, let me see your current level. Laxus said to Kana, standing opposite with a serious expression, and as soon as he said that, all his muscles were mobilized, and he looked full of power. After hearing this, Kana turned her head to look at Zon standing next to the president, and saw that Zon nodded to her. She turned back and saw that Laxus was ready, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened her eyes again. There was only determination in her eyes, and the momentum on her body burst out from this moment. The surrounding guild members and the president were also amazed. Oh, good eyes, come on. Laxus saw this and initially affirmed Kana's determination. Shuashave Kana disappeared instantly, leaving only dust on the spot, and a punch hit Laxus' face from the right very quickly. Bang! A huge sound came out when Laxus blocked it with his right palm. The strength and speed have been greatly improved, but so far, it has not reached my standard. Is Zorn's teaching level so poor? Laxus felt that Kana's strength had indeed improved greatly, but it was still far from being able to do B-level tasks. But before he finished speaking, Laxus suddenly crossed his hands subconsciously, and a huge force directly made Laxus fly backwards, flip several somersaults, supported the ground with one hand, and dragged for a distance. Then he looked up in surprise and saw that Kana was retracting her right foot with a dark luster armament color domineering wrapped around it. Oh, the same ability as Zorn at that time, and angry. Although this color and attack power have not reached Zorn's level at that time, Laxus recalled the scene when he fought with Zorn at that time, and he felt as if he had hit a certain anger point of Kana. Laxus was not the only one who was surprised. Even the guild members beside him were amazed at Kana's current strength. Natsu and Gray shouted excitedly to Kana. Urza and Myra Jane were also a little surprised for a while, but then they smiled at each other. 6 styles, iron block. Kana didn't say much, and directly stretched out a layer of iron skin from both hands to appear on both fists, and at the same time, the armed color domineering was wrapped around it, and the attack power was even higher. Seeing Kana ready, Laxus rushed out quickly, with lightning on his body, not slower than Kana at that time, or even faster, and punched out. Ah! Kana also punched straight up. The moment the two fists collided, a strong airflow swept from the two fists, and the ground collapsed instantly. The punch was not over yet. After the two jumped away, they collided again instantly. Several times in a row, the speed was so fast that other members of the guild could not see clearly. The other guild members were already staring with wide eyes. Although they could not see clearly, the current situation could already prove Kana's current strength. No matter how accurate the judgment is, it is impossible to continuously judge the direction of my attack. Laxus was also very puzzled when attacking why Kana could accurately meet his fists in advance, and only a small part of them could not dodge in time and were attacked by him, but they were all blocked by the armed color domineering. Just after the two sides punched again, Kana directly moved back and dragged a distance, panting, while Laxus did not move at all, which shows that there is a certain gap in strength between the two sides. It's not over yet, it's not over yet, let me see, the real S-class strength, not just physical skills. I know you and Zorn will definitely participate in the S-class assessment this year. After Kana calmed down, she said to Laxus with a firm look, she wanted to know how far she was from Zorn and that man. Laxus looked at Kana with a firm look in front of him, and asked in a slightly serious tone, "Oh, are you sure?" "I'm sure," Kana replied in a more determined tone. "Okay, as you wish." After Laxus finished speaking, he immediately released all his magic power, and the ground was immediately crushed by the pressure. Kana also faced this terrifying magic power, and it was the first time she saw how terrifying a serious S-class wizard was, but she did not give up at all, and also called all her own magic power to gather and compress it on one point and fist, and the armed color domineering followed and entangled. Lightning Spear Fang Tianji. Laxus gathered a high magic fork-shaped lightning in his hand. The crowd watching the game. Hey, that's a bit exaggerated, President. Urza, who was watching the battle, saw Kana like this, just like she had asked Zorn in the past. Knowing that Kana was carrying something in her heart, she whispered, "Kana. President, Zorn, why don't you call a halt?" Myra Jane saw that the two sides were no longer just physically fighting, but had gathered such powerful magic power, and said directly with concern, "Don't worry, Laxus knows his limits, and Zorn is here too." Although the president was a little worried, he could feel that Laxus was still holding back. Yes, the lightning spear in Laxus's hand looks very strong, but it is also based on Kana's current magic strength, and there are me and the president here, it's okay. Zorn also echoed the president. Under his perception of the color of observation, Laxus was indeed holding back. However, Kana's moves made him feel very familiar and amazing. He also mentioned this to Kana during normal training. There was a powerful female ninja who was very good at physical skills and had strange strength. He only gave a general idea of it, which was to gather the power at one point and then release it instantly to cause powerful destructive power. He didn't expect Kana to be able to do so much with just this one point. Although not as good as her, the destructive power should be quite strong. Kana-zan looked at the figure in the field who was a little exhausted but still refused to give up, and the firm eyes, which made Zan's heart have a different emotion, and whispered in a low voice. After Laxus had gathered his strength, he glanced at Zorn, and when he saw Zorn nod, he threw it out instantly. Thunderous sound flashed and rushed straight to Kana's face. Wherever it went, the ground was instantly torn like paper. Kana saw the right time and punched the lightning spear. After a long stalemate, with Kana's roar, it instantly hit the ground, and smoke rose up instantly. The rumbling sound continued. The smoke dissipated, and the ground had already been torn into pieces and collapsed, leaving a large empty ground, which directly affected the position where Laxus stood, but Laxus had long disappeared. Zorn stood in front of Kana, raised a shield, and blocked the shock wave. After seeing the figure blocking her, Kana finally couldn't hold on and was about to fall down, but was hugged by Zorn in time. "Kana, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Zorn asked nervously and worriedly. "It's okay, I'm just exhausted and a little tired." Kana explained with a blushing face, her heart pounding. "Ahem, the strength is qualified, not bad." Laxus coughed to indicate the current behavior of the two. It was only after Laxus reminded him that Zan realized that he had completely hugged Kana in his arms. He also blushed and slowly helped Kana up before letting go. He touched his head and felt embarrassed. "Is this hacky?" This time I also felt it very intuitively. "It's really a good power." The president walked over here from a distance, sighing at this new power, and also broke the pink atmosphere. "Hacky?" Laxus was a little confused. "How about it, Laxus, do you want to learn it? I feel that you and Observation Hacky will be a good match." Zan suddenly thought of something, his face straightened, and proposed to Laxus. Chapter 15. The old man was very happy. "Kana, where is brother Zan? I didn't see him since I came out of Magnolia Town. Now we are almost at our destination, but I haven't seen him along the way." Natsu was carrying a large luggage bag and looked around, trying to find Zan. Upon hearing this, Gray turned around and looked around, hoping to find Zon. Zon should be watching somewhere. Let's complete the task first and find the client to understand the situation. Kana also looked up slightly and seemed to have noticed something, but she still followed the process of Zon's previous task. That's great, let's try how our training is, Natsu and Gray said confidently. The mission site, a small villa on a farm. The farm owner looked at the young boys in front of him, his eyes twitched, and he asked uncertainly, Are you the wizards who will carry out the mission this time? Did I post the wrong mission? No, I clearly posted it to eliminate the animals that came down the mountain to make trouble and find out the reason. The farm owner also looked down at the task list in his hand to confirm that it was indeed correct. He still recognized the big words on the task list. He looked up at the very confident one girl and two boys standing in front of him, and still doubted their abilities. Kana looked at the farm owner's glaring operation and knew that the person who issued the task still didn't believe them. Without saying a word, she raised her foot to gather strength and stepped quickly. When she raised her foot again, a clear foot-shaped pit appeared on the ground. At this time, Zorn, who was using light magic to refract on the roof of the villa to achieve a hidden effect, also nodded. It seems that Kana has absorbed experience very well after fighting with Laxus, and has improved her control of strength. She is indeed a genius. Seeing this, the farm owner immediately changed his attitude and invited the three people into the house. He also told Kana more detailed information about this mission. You mean, different animals will come down the mountain to eat crops recently, and it has become more frequent recently, and the animals are getting stronger and stronger. After hearing this, Kana pondered for a moment, looked up and said to the farm owner, it should be that a powerful thing appeared in the mountain, forcing the animals to go to the periphery. It should be like this, experienced hunters also said so. This is also why we can't solve it, so we will delegate the task. The farm owner said a little helplessly. Okay, we know, let's go, Natsu, Gray, clothes. Kana nodded and thought that the task should be to solve that thing. She turned around and shouted to Natsu and Gray on the side, but seeing that Gray was only left with his underwear on his waist, she also reminded him helplessly. When? Gray was shocked, he didn't know when the clothes were taken off. After hearing the details of the incident with his observation haki, Zorn looked up at the mountain and said, let's go explore first, so as to avoid the special situation like last time. After saying that, he flew into the air, flashed, and disappeared in the sunlight. In the mountain, Kana and her group really encountered some animals that would never appear around them on the road. At this time, they were surrounded by several magic wolves. The magic wolves roared in a low voice and kept circling around them. Their saliva also left water stains on the ground as they moved. Leave these to us, Natsu said confidently with his fists touching. Of course no problem. Gray also had cold air in his hands and looked eager to try. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu's fists were full of high-temperature flames, and he punched the rushing magic wolves one by one. Gray was unwilling to lag behind, with one hand clenched and the other hand down, and the cold air spread in his hands. Ice Shape, Battle Axe and Ice Axe appeared and was wielded by Gray fiercely. The two of them worked together to clear the way in front, and with the cooperation of the two, the three of them safely reached the inner circle of the mountain. This is... Kana and the other two looked at the giant snake that was already 3 stories high, with its head lying on the ground with its eyes closed, and the skeletons of various animals around it. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Zorn was also hanging in the air at this time, looking at the scene in front of him, looking at the huge cave behind the snake body, and guessed that this snake should have crawled out of this cave, and found that there was abundant food here, so it didn't leave. The giant snake seemed to have noticed it, slowly opened its eyes, and looked at the 3 people in front of it with blood-red vertical pupils, and then roared at the 3 people. Natsu, Gray. Get ready. Kana reminded solemnly, then mobilized her magic power, took out several cards that had been prepared long ago, and activated them. A flash of light passed by, and Kana, Natsu, and Grey were all wearing armor. This was specially prepared by Zorn before he set off, and Kana also had an armor glove on her hand. Disperse! Kana shouted suddenly. Natsu and Grey jumped away immediately after hearing it. Kana also scattered together. When the three landed in the distance, the giant snake's tail had whipped the place where they were standing originally, leaving a trail of whip marks. The three looked at each other and nodded. Grey took the lead. Ice shape, ice spring. Grey knocked on the ground with both hands, and a blue magic circle appeared under the giant snake. Instantly, ice spikes sprayed out from the ground like underground springs. A large number of ice spikes froze. It should not be as strong as in the later period. It only froze the part of the giant snake close to the ground, but it also slightly restricted its movement. Natsu and Kana also rushed out at the moment when Grey released the magic. Fire Dragon's Claw. Natsu wrapped the flames around his feet to increase his explosive power, jumped up and performed a flip kick, and a layer of black material covered it and kicked the giant snake's head. On. The giant snake's skull was sunken, and it rolled violently on the ground, and the snake's body stretched out at this moment. Kana also seized the opportunity, gathered all her strength, and gathered her armed color domineering, iron, and magic power on her fist, and punched the snake's body 7 inches. The giant snake, which was still rolling, paused and was smashed into the ground. Dust flew up, the ground sunken, half of the snake's body had collapsed, and the luster of the original scarlet eyes slowly faded and disappeared. Kana was panting slightly at this time, but the smile on her face could not stop appearing on her face. Natsu and Grey also looked at each other and laughed. Pa pa pa, not bad, not bad. Applause sounded in the air, and Zorn slowly landed from the air. It was really good, with tacit cooperation and decisive action. The only thing that needs to be solved now is the cave behind. Zorn affirmed the strength of the three little ones, and turned to look at the huge cave behind. If this is not solved, who knows what will come out from behind. The three little ones are also quite distressed, and there is no good solution. Zorn looked at the three people who were still thinking in front of him, and said directly, "Let me do it." Sky from Cloud Sword, Zorn gathered light in his hand to form a lightsaber, and after charging, he casually swung a huge crescent-shaped light to rush out, and several consecutive such huge slashes. Boom boom boom. The cave also collapsed with the slash, and the three little ones stood behind Zorn, once again refreshing their views on Zorn's strength, with eyes full of admiration shooting straight at Zorn's back. Zorn turned around and looked at the three fiery and admiring eyes, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to be a bad example. Ahem. Zorn covered his mouth with his hand and coughed a few times to cover up his inner guilt, looking at the three people in front of him and said earnestly, "This is a wrong demonstration, only this time, you must control your strength when performing tasks in the future, don't cause large-scale damage and losses, but first of all, you must ensure your own safety." Well, this mission was done well. The mission bonus will be divided among the three of you. Go back and rest for a few days, and then concentrate on training, understand? Zorn looked at the three people with confused eyes and didn't say anything else. Anyway, there was still a long time to teach. Great! Natsu and Grey jumped up excitedly. The bonus for this mission was quite a lot. Everyone could get a large sum of money. Moreover, they were looking forward to the training later because they could become stronger. After this mission, they found that Zorn's training was really good. Grey, clothes. Kana reminded Grey, who was still happy when she saw the clothes running away. Ah, when? Grey stopped being excited instantly and was full of doubts. Okay, the mission is over, let's go back. Zon walked in front, while Natsu and the other two were discussing what to bring to Happy, what to bring to Listen to express gratitude for taking care of Happy, and how to reward themselves. Zon listened and sighed in his heart that children are so easy to be happy, so good, and after sighing for a while, he thought about how to arrange the subsequent training. Since the last duel, the number of people who want to learn Haki has increased all of a sudden, and they have to arrange according to the characteristics of each person. Zon still hasn't thought it through, and he also has to catch Laxus's observation Haki. After thinking about it, in the battle, Laxus crosses his chest with his hands, and lightning will strike wherever he thinks, and the scene must be spectacular. Well, let's think about it now, it's too far away. Zon shook his head, shook his brain whole, and focused on the arrangement of training. Kana was behind him, looking at Zon's figure in a trance. I don't know what I'm thinking. Chapter 16. The battle was a battle, but the battle was over. Najgra successfully completed his first mission outside, and he showed off as soon as he returned to the guild. After a while, he started arguing over how much effort each of them had put in, and finally started fighting, which led to a new round of fighting in the guild. He didn't notice that Urza's hair was flying because of anger. Bang bang, 2 punches. Urza quickly resolved the battle with an angry look on her face, and the guild members also stopped fighting tacitly, and each of them was busy with their own unfinished business. Urza turned around and asked Kana gently and concernedly if she was injured, which was faster than changing her face, leaving the two of them lying on the floor with their eyes rolled up. Zon simply couldn't bear to watch. Lisana was eating the special snacks brought back by Natsu while covering Happy's eyes with her hands, and said cutely, "Happy, it's too violent, you can't watch it." Hey, Happy raised his right hand to show his agreement. Boring Laxus, wearing a coat, strode into the guild gate, and saw the embarrassing look of Natsu and Grey in front of him, and turned his head away with disdain. Hey, Laxus! Zon saw Laxus and shouted hurriedly, motioning him to come and sit. Training will start in 3 days, do you want to come? It will definitely greatly improve your strength. Zon assured Laxus directly and steadily. Oh, observation Haki, then don't let me surpass you, Zon. Laxus crossed his hands, raised his head, and a confident light surged in his eyes, and said arrogantly. I wish, Laxus, then you admit that I am stronger than you. Zon took the opportunity to tease. Pa, stop bragging, Zorn, you are really good at physical skills, but we haven't decided the winner in other aspects. Laxus clapped his hands on the table and stood up. Although he did recognize Zorn's strength in his heart, he still shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Zorn stood up and laughed at Laxus's excitement. Makarov smiled knowingly while sitting at the bar drinking a little wine and watching this scene. He felt that with Zorn's participation, Laxus's condition gradually improved. 3 days later, at the East Forest training ground, Zorn divided the interior of the East Forest into 3 areas: Physical Training Area, Physical Training Area, and Domineering Learning Area. At this time, he, Laxus, Myra, Urza, and Kana were in the Domineering Learning Area, while others were still training in the Physical Training Area, led by Najgra. Dong dong dong. Zon held a big black wooden stick in his hand, which was obviously attached with armament Haki, and slapped it on his palm, and said with a smirk. This is the training plan I prepared for you, Laxus, don't resist, otherwise it will be ineffective, and you must thank me well, which will help you master observation Haki quickly. This is the method used by Rayleigh to teach Luffy in One Piece. This is a good method that can stimulate the potential of the person being beaten, and then let Laxus quickly master observation Haki. Zon, you, Laxus stuttered when he saw this, and looked at Zon in disbelief as he walked towards him step by step with bad intentions. Bang 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 3 times, Laxus didn't react at all, and was hit by 3 sticks directly: shoulder, arm, thigh. Ahem, I forgot, it will be better to wear an eye mask. Zorn first fought, then pretended to cough with his fist covering his mouth, and took out the eye mask he had prepared in advance from his pocket and handed it to Laxus. This action further stimulated Laxus's anger. Isn't it obvious that he took him for a fool? Damn it! Laxus trembled all over, and was about to gather magic power and prepare to attack, but Zorn's words instantly destroyed his action. This is the fastest training method to achieve results. I heard that there will be an S-level assessment at the end of the year. Don't you want to improve your strength as soon as possible? Zorn also seized Laxus's psychology of becoming stronger and wanting to compete for the strongest in the guild to lobby. I'll trust you once, Laxus said with gritted teeth, loosened his clenched fist, took back the eye mask from Zorn, and put it on his eyes. Suddenly, the eyes fell into darkness, and the ears were more sensitive than usual, and they clearly heard what Zorn said next: "Get ready, start." The sound of bang 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 also echoed in the venue. On the other side, Myra and the other two who saw this scene were also shocked, and they didn't see that Zorn had this side. Urza and Myra also hurriedly asked Kana when she was training the observation haki at that time. This kind? Kana shook her head first, and then suddenly fell into memories. At that time, although Zorn also used the attack method, he never hit her. He just stopped when he was about to get close, letting her feel the wind brought by the attack to train her. However, she quickly mastered the specific feeling. Zorn was also very surprised, sighed at her talent, praised her to the sky, and then told a lot of things about a female ninja, and also talked about some physical skills. On the first day, Laxus returned to the guild with a bruised face, almost causing the guild to go berserk, and also caused the president's grandfather to burst out with terrifying magic power, destroying the bar. In the end, it was Zorn who quickly explained that the president knew that it was the result of training. He calmed down instantly, and looked at the bar like a stone, regretting that he was so impulsive. The result was the same until the 7th day. On the 8th day, Laxus was obviously more resistant to the beating. He wore a black eye patch, bent over and gasped, and his body was still covered with scars. In these 7 days, Zorn could still feel that Laxus had made some progress. He only needed an opportunity to succeed, so he decided to make the next ruthless move. "Pay attention," Zorn reminded him, and Laxus straightened his body and used himself to feel the changes in the outside world. Zorn also disappeared instantly without making a sound. When he reappeared, he was suspended on the right side of Laxus, with the stick in his hand shining with golden light, about to hit Laxus's head. At this moment, the two lines in Laxus' heart that were about to close suddenly closed together. Laxus suddenly had a warning in his mind that there was danger on the right side, and he squatted down instantly to avoid the attack. Zorn did not stop, but released the energy. An arc-shaped energy wave destroyed the things in front of him at a very fast speed. When Laxus took off his blindfold, he saw that the trees within a radius of 5 kilometers with him and Zorn were all cut in half, leaving only rows of tree stumps. "Asshole, did you really want to kill me just now?" Laxus suddenly jumped up, venting all the anger of the past few days, with magic power surging, lightning also wandering around his body, and sprinting towards Zorn at an accelerated speed. Zorn dodged while saying, "Well, how could it be, I think too much." Laxus was even more annoyed when he heard this carelessness, and attacked more quickly. Zorn also began to counterattack while dodging, and his attack was also faster. Punches collided with each other, and the energy and the surrounding tree stumps were destroyed. After a flash, Zorn mobilized his magic power even faster, and his speed suddenly increased as he attacked Laxus. Laxus gradually lost strength due to excessive training, but he still dodged every attack of Zorn. Zorn stopped attacking and looked at Laxus with satisfaction, and then reminded him, "Laxus, don't you realize that you have mastered the observation haki?" Laxus was stunned for a moment, and when he heard the reminder, he instantly remembered that he had dodged Zorn's attack just now, and he also laughed. Zorn suddenly attacked Laxus with a light-speed laser. Laxus suddenly tilted his head, stopped laughing, dodged the attack, and let the laser beam hit the tree behind him, causing an explosion. "How about it, Do you feel it now? Zorn experimented again, allowing Laxus to clearly feel the power of observation haki. Okay, the work is done. We'll talk about strengthening the observation haki later. Please treat me to a meal first. How about that? I taught you a very powerful skill. Zon took advantage of Laxus's lack of reaction and instantly changed the subject. He dodged and put his arm around Laxus's shoulders and asked. You wish? Laxus slapped Zon's hand away, said unhappily, and walked away without looking back. Oh, no way, so heartless, Zon chased after him with an unbelievable look on his face. Then let's have a banquet in the guild. It will be lively and the president will be happy. No talk, it's settled. Boring. Oh, you've replied, so let's do it. To be continued. Chapter 17. After a few months, Laxus mastered the observation haki, and Zorn accompanied him and Kana to train. Some companions of the guild also successfully entered the physical training area to strengthen their training. Everyone is also working hard to become stronger. Kana is indeed a talented person. In the hard training and the release of strange power, she can also be used as a trump card in battle. During this period when everyone is getting better, Zorn can put aside the training and take Kana, Natsu, and Grey to do some simple tasks. Laxus was also asked by the old man to take Myra Jane out to do tasks. The president said that there was something to be announced that day, and the guild members gathered in the guild waiting for the president's announcement. Zorn was also taking a rare break, playing a card game with Lysina, Kana, and Elfman on the guild table. Laxus was still lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, and the guild members were noisy as usual. Tap tap tap. A little old man with his hands behind his back, wearing the hat that Zorn gave him last time, walked into the guild with a calm face amid the cheers of the guild members, and then jumped onto the bar. Everyone, I have carefully observed your efforts this year, so the New Year's S-level wizard assessment is about to begin. Guild Arts will arrive in 3 days, so the S-level assessment will also begin in 3 days. The president said solemnly. Oh, okay, the president will announce the list quickly. Which people will be able to take the assessment this year? Everyone was also cheering. One of the members couldn't wait to know the list, and raised his hand and asked excitedly before the president spoke again. Laxus opened his eyes when he heard this, turned around and sat up, raised his head, his eyes were slightly bright, and he looked at the old man confidently. While listening to the president's words, Zorn was also looking at Kana, who was a little lonely next to him. Zorn knew that Gildarts was a different person to Kana, and was also thinking about how to tell Kana. Gildarts? S-level assessment. Myra Jane was a little confused. Seeing this, Urza pointed to the unclear bulletin board on the second floor and said, S-level wizards, that is, they can enter the second floor to accept some difficult tasks. They are recognized by the guild as one of the strongest candidates. Gildarts. Gildarts is currently the strongest in the guild. He uses super high-level magic, broken magic. He is also the only S-level wizard. Makeo was a little confused about who Gildarts was after hearing the discussion between Urza and Myra Jane. He also put down his glass and said proudly. Ahem, now we will announce the list of candidates for the exam. That is. The president coughed, signaled everyone to be quiet, and paused here, creating a sense of suspense for everyone. Zonace. Laxus Doria. That's all. Some members were disappointed that they were not selected, and some lowered their heads in disappointment, but they cheered up again with the comfort of their companions. Damn, I'm so envious, I also want to be an S-level candidate. When Natsu heard the list, he was also envious, his eyes were shining, and he fantasized that he would also be on the list and fight Gildarts. Yoshi, it seems that I have to work hard too. Grey did not mock Natsu at this time, because he had the same idea and wanted to reach the S-level standard quickly. Hey, Natsu, don't think too much, work hard. Happy was being held in Lysina's arms, trying to persuade Natsu not to dream. "Brother Zon, hee, congratulations." Listener looked happy for Zon, congratulating Zon for passing the S-class test. "Brother Zon, congratulations. Elfman's personality has gradually eased a lot after this training." Everyone was cheering for this S-class test and discussing it enthusiastically. Urza and Myra Jane were also unwilling to admit defeat and discussing who would become an S-class wizard first. No one noticed Kana's absent-minded expression at this time, and Zon was always paying attention to Kana's state at this time. After everyone dispersed and went to work harder and train, Kana also walked out of the guild in a trance. Zon was a little worried and followed her. When Laxus was excited and wanted to find Zon to compete before the test, Zon was no longer in the guild. On a dirt slope behind the guild, a cool breeze blew off the few remaining leaves on the trees. Kana was hugging her legs with her hands and resting her head on her knees. Sitting on the ground, he looked at the happy girl in the town who was lifted above her father's head with envy and loneliness, and the scene of a family laughing. Zon was also behind Kana at this time. Looking at this sad scene, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Thinking of Kana's hard work and training and her determination in the test with Laxus, Zon felt that he might have some different feelings for Kana and that he might not be able to sit idly by. Kana. Zon slowly tried to speak. "Why are you here? Are you going to train? Let's go." Kana was also stunned when she heard Zon's voice. She quickly put on a happy expression, turned around and stood up, smiling and talking to Zon, patting the dust on her body while speaking. "Kana, is there something you didn't tell us?" Zon asked softly and gently, but a little nervously. "Haha, no, how could it be?" Kana paused, still pretending to be happy, and explained. "Whether it's a happy thing or a sad thing, at least to some extent, we share it together. This is the guild. One person's happiness is everyone's happiness, one person's anger is everyone's anger, and one person's tears are everyone's tears. This is the Fairy Tale Guild. Kana, Gildarts is your father, right? I've noticed that when you hear Gildarts' name, your expression is a little lonely. In addition, you said you came to the guild to find someone, and Gildarts' age, all these factors can be confirmed." Zorn tried to speak his words in a calm tone. Kana's mood was completely broken by Zorn's words at this time. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she slowly told her life story. As she spoke, Kana's tears slowly flowed down her face and fell to the ground. Zorn slowly stepped forward and hugged Kana into his arms, patting Kana's back to comfort her. "Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson this time. Although I may not be able to beat him, I will try my best. What do you think?" Kana raised her eyes with tears in her eyes and looked at Zorn. Zorn was immediately touched by Kana and her face turned red. When Kana saw Zorn blushing, she realized the distance between them at this time. Even her sadness was covered by her shyness at this time. Her face turned red, but she did not push Zorn away. She just put her hands together and folded them in front of her chest, at a loss. "Kana, don't worry, when you are ready, you can tell Gildarts at any time. But everyone in our guild is behind you. You are not alone. We are all your family. Of course, I am too. I will always protect you. I think. Zon said firmly, and when he said the last words to express his feelings, he stuttered a little and touched his head embarrassedly. "Yeah, okay." Kana listened to Zon's words, and her mood gradually calmed down. She looked at the Fairy Tale Guild building below. With the roar of the president, Natsu and Gray flew out, turned around and gathered her hair on her face, and replied with a happy smile on her face. To be continued. Chapter 18. The first day of the year X779, 3 days later, the members of the guild basically followed the fairy tale Holy Land Tianlang Island to come here, just in time to complete the camping plan that Zorn had thought of before. Kai Kixiu, too strong. Laxus, who was covered with scars, lay on the ground and panted, with a face full of unwillingness, gnashing his teeth. Ha ha ha, it's still a long way to go, Laxus kid. A wretched uncle with an orange back hair, a little stubble on his chin, and a dark green cloak laughed with his hands on his waist. Laxus was even more unwilling to hear this, and pounded the ground with his right hand, expressing his unwillingness in his heart. Damn, I can't pass this year. Ha ha ha, well, I don't like to let you down either, and you're qualified to fight me like this. Gildarts, sitting next to Laxus, patted Laxus' shoulder with his right hand, indicating his recognition of his strength. Tisk, uncle, one day I will defeat you and become the strongest in the guild. Laxus turned his head unhappily, supported himself with his hands, barely stood up, and limped towards the coast. Ah, you're really a dishonest kid. The cute Laxus is gone. Gildarts did not forget to tease Laxus in the back, making Laxus turn his head to look at Gildarts with an unhappy face, but he twisted his shoulder and cried out in pain. Gildarts behind him forced him to hold him and bring him back to the coast. The camera zoomed out. The battle scene between the two, the ground collapsed directly, and there were large and small pits with smoke everywhere, and the pits in the center of the battlefield that looked like they were hit by a meteorite also reminded how fierce the battle was just now. At this time, on the coast, some guild members were collecting firewood, some were setting up fires for barbecue, some were setting up tents, and some were fishing. It didn't look like they were here to visit the S-level assessment. This was completely a standard camping trip. Zon and Kana, who were cutting side dishes, suddenly looked at each other. With their observation haki, they also felt two powerful auras approaching them from the forest, and knew that Laxus's assessment had officially come to an end. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't worry, I've figured it out. I will make this stinky old dad remember me well during my S-level assessment. Kana looked at Zon, who was a little worried, and patted Zon on the shoulder like a good buddy, saying mischievously, "Hey, they're back." One of the guild members saw the two people walking out of the forest with sharp eyes, and the shouting made the others stop their actions and look at the two people. Success. The president stood on a stone and looked at Laxus in front of him with a confident smile. A big smile also appeared on the president's face. You are the other brat who took the S-class test. Did you teach Laxus the observation haki? That's a pretty good power. Gildarts reached out and wanted to touch Zorn's head, but Zorn held his hand. Hello, Uncle Gildarts, I am Zorn. Please give me your guidance for the next test. Zorn looked at Gildarts, who was laughing in front of him seriously. Oh, Gildarts retracted his laughing expression and looked at Zorn seriously. The atmosphere was a little subtle, but it was serious for only 3 seconds. He quickly touched Zorn's head and rubbed it a few times. What a good look, good luck in tomorrow's test. He resumed the weird uncle's laughing look, with a willful character that you don't let me touch, but I will touch. For a moment, Zorn was helpless. He turned his head and looked at Gildarts, who was walking away and jumping, praising Kana for growing up, and running to the fire to pick up the barbecue and eat it. Hey, Laxus, have you passed the assessment? Zorn asked Laxus, who came over and sat down to rest, but he didn't have any work to do. Well, I passed. Don't slack off tomorrow. That man is very strong, a little too strong. Laxus paused for a moment and frowned to remind him. Well, I know. When did you hesitate so much? It's not like you at all, Laxus. Zorn put down the kitchen knife in his hand and looked at Laxus with a teasing look on his face. No way to compete. Zorn, have you cut the side dishes for Kana? It's time to put them in the pot. A member of the guild, Leah, shouted to the two of them. Come on, help us deliver it. If you want to eat, you have to help, and the injured are no exception. Zorn put a large bowl of side dishes directly into the hands of Laxus, who was still awkward, and directly pulled up. Come, push him towards the member Leah, urging Laxus to go over quickly, indicating that there are still people waiting in the pot. Puff Kana laughed at Laxus, who limped away but turned back to look at them in disbelief. Zon also laughed. At night, the bonfire in Tenro Island was lit, and everyone was arguing together. Natsu and Gray were also playing with Gildarts on the side. Even if they were killed in one move, they continued to stand up and attack Gildarts. Zon and Kana also held a bowl of soup together and looked quietly at Urza and Myra Jane, who were fighting for the last bowl of soup. The president stood beside Laxus, watching this scene, and a strong sense of happiness surged in his heart. This is fairy tale, happiness is happiness for everyone. Laxus looked at the scene in front of him, and then looked at his grandfather with a happy face. He seemed to understand what his grandfather was guarding. Ji-chan, I will protect you together. Laxus suddenly said to his grandfather. Really? Then keep working hard. To be continued. Chapter 19. The next day, everyone had breakfast together. Gildarts and Zorn walked towards the opposite coast of Tianlang Island, while the guild members continued camping with the president. Along the way, the uncle was looking for topics to chat, and Zorn responded to every sentence. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, but Zorn thought it was quite harmonious, but Gildarts felt a little weird, as if Zorn was upset. Okay, let's do it here. Laxus also took the test here. Gildarts and Zorn had already walked to the opposite coast of the camping coast. Gildarts stood with one hand on his waist and smiled at Zorn. The two people didn't care about the messy environment around them at all, because the current environment might be worse later. The test begins. Gildarts' tone was straight, and his expression immediately became serious. After he finished speaking, a powerful white magic power surged out of his body, rising directly into the sky, and the ground broke and collapsed. As the magic power increased, the cracks became larger and gradually spread to Zorn's feet. The terrifying magic pressure directly brought a huge wind and hit Zorn directly in front of him. Except for his clothes and hair being affected and blown up, Zorn also looked at it calmly, not affected at all. Zorn was also very excited when he saw such a terrifying magic power. Zorn's current strength has reached 90%. Now he really wants to know what level his strength is in the fairy tale world. Now he has a good sparring partner in front of him. Zorn also released all his magic power immediately afterwards, and the golden magic power that was not inferior to Gildarts also soared into the sky. The two powerful magic powers collided directly with each other, and neither gave in. Gildarts took the lead in retracting his magic power, and Zorn followed closely to retract his magic power. At the same time, the golden magic power slowly condensed into a lightsaber in his hand. Sky Cloud Sword. Uncle Gildarts, please teach me. What a scary boy, you are not even as old as Laxus, but you have such magic power at such a young age. You are undoubtedly S level. Let me see how far you have reached now. After hearing this, Zorn placed the lightsaber in his hand horizontally in front of his chest to accumulate power, and swung it hard. A huge golden moon-shaped slash was about to hit Gildarts. Gildarts narrowed his eyes slightly, and stretched out his right hand with white magic power. The golden slash immediately hit the barrier condensed by white magic. It lasted for a moment before Gildarts pinched it with his hand, and it was crushed into light particles by the barrier and dissipated into the air. At this time, Zorn's figure also appeared on the right. Zorn knew that this move could not do anything to Gildarts, so after slashing it out, it immediately turned into a flash, disappeared in place, and appeared on the right side of Gildarts. The lightsaber was attached with armed color domineering, and the purple gold light was chopped down by Zorn. When Gildarts was surprised at Zorn's speed and combat awareness. While he couldn't free his right hand, Gildarts had rich combat experience. He pushed hard with his feet and his right hand at the same time, avoiding Zorn's second attack and crushing Zorn's first attack. The slash directly split the coast in half, and the sea surface also split in half to fly into the sky after more than 10 meters. The sea water also poured into the coast and gradually filled the deep gully. The boy is really a little bit short, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Gildarts looked at the spectacular scene in front of him, a little pity, but he was very impressed by Zorn's strength. Tisk, Zorn slashed softly. If it weren't for the lightsaber in his hand that gradually turned into light particles, he would still be very happy to hear Gildart's words. Uncle, you are just like what Laxus said, you are so strong. You can do this in such a short time. It turned out that at the moment of dodging, Gildarts's left hand also hit the lightsaber with crushing magic. It's not over yet, Uncle. Zorn flew into the air, put his hands together, and slowly pulled them apart. A ball of golden light appeared in his palms. As the distance between his palms increased, the light became brighter and brighter. Holy light magic Yashiki no Megatama, countless laser beams, like raindrops, rushed down directly, covering the area where Gildarts was. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions continued. The ground that had been destroyed was directly destroyed again. One by one, larger holes covered the original holes. The huge explosion sounded to the guild camping area, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look in the direction of the assessment. Kana also stood there and looked there worriedly. Although it was an assessment, nothing would happen. What happened? But she was still worried about 2 people getting hurt. The smoke dissipated, and from the sky, such a dense attack had caused the ground to sink directly. Only the ground around Gildarts was relatively intact, with a circular white magic barrier blocking most of the attack. It's really a troublesome magic. This doesn't work, then let's just fight with physical skills. After Zorn finished speaking, the armed color domineering directly covered him, and the magic power was fully gathered in his whole body. He was covered with a purple gold armor, and he stepped into the air, causing an air explosion, and turned into a flash and rushed straight to Gildarts. Ha ha ha, I'm also excited, kid. Gildarts laughed. He was very happy to see that there were many young people with strength in the guild now, and he wanted to test how strong Zorn was. Zorn raised his right fist and swung it with all his strength, punching against the shattering magic Destroy Evil and Reveal Righteousness, one day that exuded a terrifying aura. The 2 energies entangled and shattered each other, and the energy wave hit the center of the 2 people, pressing the ground to break instantly, and the gravel went along the shock wave, destroying everything around. In the end, both sides were knocked away by the huge force. Zorn rolled a few times in the air and stopped in the air. Gildarts was also dragging on the ground. He used one foot to push hard and stopped his dragging figure and stood still. Both of them looked at each other excitedly, and then rushed and fought each other, punching each other with both fists. Zorn jumped up and split his legs, but was blocked by Gildarts with both hands. His legs sank and unloaded the force on the ground. At the same time, he used the reaction force to push Zorn away. Both sides used their proud physical skills to fight. If the guild members were here again and saw this scene, they would feel that they could eat a few more bowls of rice. What a wonderful duel! After an unknown amount of time, the 2 sides stopped the physical confrontation. The purple gold armor on Zorn's body was also torn here and there. It could no longer be called armor. Zorn panted and looked at Gildarts, who only had torn clothes and some bruises on his body, but no other scars. Uncle, you can try this, the last blow. Zorn dispersed the magic power of his armor, slowly rose into the air, raised one hand above his head, and the golden light in his hand gathered at one point and gradually grew larger. From the ground, it looked like a second sun, full of oppression. Looking closer at the light ball containing huge magic power, some magic power overflowed and surrounded the surface of the light ball. The people on the coast also looked up at the second sun, marveling at Zorn's power. Zganajgra exclaimed, looking at the figure in the sky with sparkling eyes, not expecting what would happen if this magic was released. These 2 idiots! Makarov was also full of black lines, and rushed towards the assessment site at an accelerated speed. Gildarts looked at Zorn standing in the air, illuminated by the light, and his eyes also showed a slightly solemn look, but the smile on the corner of his mouth revealed that he was really happy now. Very good boy, then I will also show all my strength. Destroy evil and show justice, Tuition. Holy light magic glorious stars. Zorn threw the light ball in his hand with force, and instantly hit Gildarts's strongest crushing magic. A dazzling white light instantly burst out from the center, and was just seen by the president, who rushed over, and took the opportunity to launch the defensive magic 3 pillars to resist the impact of the energy collision. After the light disappeared, this coast also disappeared, leaving only Gildarts. The place where the president stood was still there, and the other places completely disappeared, and the sea water poured back. Zorn also slowly descended at this time, landing on the side of Gildarts and panting, feeling a lot of consumption. Gildarts didn't look very good at this time. The cloak completely disappeared, the clothes on the front were also seriously damaged, and his hair became an afro. But he's still laughing. He kept patting Zorn's back with his right hand to express his admiration. Seeing this, the president turned into a giant and punched the two into the ground with 2 fists. Stop it, both of you. Zorn, you must not use this magic without my permission in the future without life-threatening situations. If Gildarts hadn't crushed most of it with magic, the consequences would be serious. The president looked at Zorn, who had climbed out of the pit, with a serious face. Yes, Grandpa President, Zorn nodded guiltily. The guild members also rushed to the scene at this time. Looking at the destroyed coast in front of them, they were deeply shocked. Laxus clenched his hands and was determined to train hard at this time to catch up with Zorn. Urza and Myra Jane were also restless for a long time. Then the guild members came forward to care about the injuries of the two, and then helped them back to the camping coast. The president held a banquet to celebrate the fact that both Zorn and Laxus had become S-class wizards. To celebrate, everyone in the guild cheered and got busy. Zorn was also thinking about learning other magic to broaden his future path in magic. Chapter 20. The two of them were very happy. Laxus and Zorn became S-class wizards together, and the second floor of the guild was officially opened to them. On the day when everyone returned to the Fairy Tale Guild, the president was called to a meeting by the council. Gildarts took Laxus and Zorn up the stairs to the second floor and visited the second floor. The layout was very simple, with 2 task bulletin boards, and a few sofas and tables. The tasks on the bulletin board on the second floor are all high-risk tasks that can kill a wizard if he makes a mistake for a moment. You must be rigorous in the execution process. Although you have been approved to accept these tasks, you still have to be careful. Gildarts explained the tasks on the bulletin board to the two of them responsibly and solemnly. Zon was also looking at the tasks on the bulletin board, trying to find the Beast King task that accidentally caused Lysana's death. He scanned the whole thing but didn't find the task. He couldn't help but think, it seems that the task has not been handed over to the Fairy Tale Guild yet. I remember it was in X782. I should be able to avoid such a thing by solving it myself. Laxus suddenly pointed to a smaller bulletin board next to the bulletin board and said, "What is the task here?" Gildarts also saw this and his face changed. He said in a more serious tone than before, "This is a 10-year task, a 100-year task, which no S-class wizard can complete in 10 years, or 100 years. It is more dangerous than an S-class task. For you who have just become S-class wizards, it's still early. Take it step by step." Gildarts saw that Zon was absent-minded and stared at the bulletin board for a long time. He thought he had taken a fancy to some task, so he also came closer to see what task Zon was staring at. Oh, the mission to subdue the Asian dragon in the Lazy Mountains. The mission reward is not low. Very interested. Gildarts looked at the mission for a while and then turned to look at Zorn, who was still staring, and asked, "Ah, what, uncle, what are you doing?" Zorn came back to his senses and realized that someone was talking to him. He turned his head and his eyes met the face of the uncle with untidy beard and orange back hair, and he immediately took a few steps back. Asia Dragon. Laxus also heard this word and immediately became energetic, looking at Gildarts with a puzzled face. Asia Dragon has dragon blood in its body, but it is a little thin, but don't underestimate it, its strength is not something that ordinary wizards can contend with. You two can do it together and get familiar with S-level missions. Gildarts recommended after explaining to the two. Okay, I have no problem. Zorn was the first to agree. Even if this reward was divided equally with Laxus, plus the remaining money before, it was enough to look for a house in the town, and it was time to move out. That's fine with me, Laxus said, and then he stepped forward and tore off the task list, and went downstairs to report to the president about the task. Then I'll choose this one, the task money is very good, and I feel relieved to have you in the guild. Gildarts tore off a task list for the 10-year task, and looking at the strange laughter in the task list, Zorn couldn't help but look at the uncle with a strange and puzzled look. This weird uncle wouldn't. Bang, what are you thinking about? You are a little kid, you will know when you grow up. Gildarts punched Zorn on the head, and went downstairs in a better mood to register for the task. Zorn covered his head with one hand, and went downstairs helplessly. As soon as he went down the stairs, he saw Natsu and Laxus confronting each other. I want to go too. No, it's dangerous. I'm strong, Laxus. No, you're still too weak. Damn it, let me show you the results of my training. Natsu saw that Laxus was unmoved, flames appeared around his body, and his hands gathered with armed color domineering, fire dragon's straight fist. He jumped up and rushed towards Laxus, punching him. Paw was directly blocked by Laxus's palm with lightning, the flames disappeared, and he didn't even move. Natsu's face was stunned, unbelievable, and then turned to unwillingness, and wanted to attack further. His fist was directly held by Laxus and thrown out with force. Gildarts grabbed his collar and hung in the air, his body drooping and standing on the floor. He turned his head to look at Gildarts and Zorn, who came down from the second floor, especially when he saw Zorn behind him, his eyes immediately lit up. Dragon! Zorn looked at Natsu, who was so excited, and thought that this was the only reason why Natsu was like this. Because S-level missions are not like ordinary missions. As long as the person accepting the mission disagrees with other members' participation, generally no one will insist, but there is a little regret. Even Urza Grey and others are just regretful, but they are also busy choosing missions. Only Natsu insists because of special reasons. Maybe they also thought of this reason, and no one stepped forward to stop Natsu. No, Natsu, I can't take you on this mission. Zorn also disagreed. Seeing the light in Natsu's eyes disappear, Happy also flew to Natsu's head and lay down, giving silent comfort. However, I will help you ask and find clues. This mission is too dangerous. Wait until I come back. Zorn touched Natsu's head and comforted him. Zorn certainly knew where the Flame Dragon King was. The Flame Dragon King had always been with Natsu, in his body, and he couldn't tell him directly now. I know. You just think I'm too weak. Damn it. I want to become an S-class wizard. I won't admit defeat. I'll train. Natsu was spitting fire and took Happy to the East Forest to intensify training. I'll go see this kid. Gildarts was still a little worried about Natsu. After saying this to the two of them, he waved his hand and walked out of the guild to find Natsu in the East Forest. Zon looked at the direction where the two left for a while, then turned to look at Kana, who was playing card games with Lysina without being affected. It seems that Kana has really let it go. It's different to have hope. Zon remembered what Kana said to him during the camping, and he was also worried for Gildarts. Zon, I've registered. See you at the port in 3 days. I still have to go to train. Laxus, wearing a coat, reached out and patted Zon on the shoulder. Without waiting for Zon to reply, he also hurriedly left the guild and walked away in a very chic manner. Oh, okay. Zorn stopped imagining the scene and came back to his senses. He found that except for Kana and Lysina, who were looking at Zorn in confusion, all the members had run away. They were training, and those who were on their missions were doing their missions. It can be seen how much shock and pressure Zorn's display of strength caused them. Haha, I was a little distracted. Let's go to the library and learn. Zorn pulled Lysina up and explained to Kana awkwardly. Let's go to the guild library and look for magic books to see what magic can be found, or what inspiration it will give him. Chapter 21. The mission was a great success, and the mission was a great success. 3 days later, it was a sunny day in Harukian Harbor. A yellow-haired young man with lightning scars on his face, Laxus, and Zorn, who was carrying a backpack, boarded a sailboat bound for the town of Rust next to the Lazy Mountains. The task client also received the news that the commission had been accepted and waited for the executor to arrive. Thank you. Laxus was about to vomit when he was about to faint, so he quickly covered his mouth. Zorn also used healing magic to relieve the symptoms of dizziness on him at this time. Haha, Laxus, do the guild members know that an S-class wizard fainted in transportation? Zorn retracted his hand, folded his arms, and teased Laxus, who was still a little uncomfortable but much better. He had learned this magic in the library 3 days ago to prevent this situation, but he still hadn't thought of learning any other magic, so he only looked for the relevant thunder data of this mission, the geographical environment of the mission, and the relevant healing magic. However, when looking for information about the Lazy Mountains, he suddenly learned that the geographical environment there is always thunderstorm weather, and the relevant information about thunder magic, which suddenly reminded him of the thunder release Kirin in the previous Naruto. This ninjutsu belongs to S level. If it is changed to magic, with the observation Haki and Laxus's magic, it should be twice as strong as the original technique. It's just right to let Laxus learn with this geographical environment. As for the target of this mission, Zorn doesn't have to worry at all. He comes with him and knows the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, and the environment is full of thunder and lightning, which is not false at all. Wulasai, don't say. Laxus doesn't want to talk anymore. Although the symptoms have eased a little, he still feels a little uncomfortable. He closes his eyes and doesn't want to talk. I don't want to say it, but this can be kept as a souvenir. Click, click. Zorn held a magic camera in his hand, jumping left and right continuously to find a suitable angle, and took continuous photos of Laxus's current state. Zorn, you, damn it, don't run. Laxus barely stood up, staggering, chasing Zorn, grabbing the photo in Zorn's hand that was still tempting him to shake. Alas, I can't grab it, ha 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 ha. Strike, click. Strike, click. No wonder this kind of task will gradually be upgraded to an S-level task. There is a lightning strike every few steps. Ordinary wizards really can't do anything. Zorn and Laxus have been struck by lightning since they entered the mountains from a canyon. Zorn also looked at Laxus, who was walking in front and was not afraid of lightning, with envy on his face. Zorn was wearing a defensive magic holy shield. No matter how the lightning struck, it was blocked, and Zorn was not affected at all. You're really angry? No, you're a tsundere. Zorn was helpless. Since the photo was unsuccessful, he hadn't said a word to Zorn. Even communicating with the task issuer was Zorn's responsibility. Laxus stood next to him with a stinky face, which scared the task issuer so much that he almost ran away when he saw the two of them. Boom! Laxus suddenly had lightning magic all over his body, which activated all the lightning elements around him and surrounded Laxus' body. As the lightning struck, Laxus looked at Zorn like Thor. Zorn. My fault, my fault. Zorn raised his hands to surrender. After all, he was in the wrong, and it was normal for Laxus to have a bit of temper. Roar! A huge roar came from the right front of the two, and a shocking momentum came with the strong wind. It seems that we have been discovered. The two looked at each other and didn't care about this matter. They turned into lightning and flashes and rushed directly to the place where the sound came from. Wow, it's so big, but it looks hard to describe. Zorn stood in the air, looking at the dragon who was looking at him indifferently. He looked at the dragon's body and appearance. It was simply unbearable to look at. It seemed to be underdeveloped, with only a few dragon features. "Hello, can you talk?" Zorn asked tentatively, and waited for a while, but there was no response from the dragon. Thunder pressure rage. As Laxus released magic, a thunder magic circle suddenly appeared on the dragon's head. A huge thunder struck from the sky and hit the dragon's body, almost affecting Zorn who was beside him. Zorn flashed to Laxus' side. Fortunately, Zorn dodged quickly. "Laxus, you are really a bit stingy," Zorn said helplessly to Laxus, who was in a better mood and had a smirk on his face. Ang roar. The roar of the dragon's thunder. A beam of light suddenly emerged from the smoke, breaking through the smoke, blowing away the smoke, and rushing straight in front of the two. "Holy light magic, holy shield!" Zorn stretched out his hand and opened a huge light shield in front of him, resisting the roar, and slowly absorbed the roar into a lightning ball. As Zorn's palm retracted, the light shield also deformed and retracted. Zorn pushed his palm hard, and the light shield instantly turned into a beam of light with lightning roar, counterattacking at a faster speed. Boom! It's a close call, it's really worthy of being an S-level mission. If you are distracted for a moment, your life is really in danger. Zorn also sighed calmly, and there was no fear on his face. Roar. A slightly painful roar continued to come out, and a huge figure slowly struggled to stand up. The dragon was covered with wounds and blood splattered, but it was only an external injury, which shocked the two. It was worthy of being a dragon. It only had a little dragon blood, and its defense was really terrifying. It couldn't even resist such an attack. "It seems that we need to be a little more serious," Zorn said slowly and seriously, and Laxus' eyes also became serious. He gathered his magic power with full momentum and prepared to launch an attack. A flock of crows passed by. Laxus waited for a while and found that Zorn had not moved yet. He turned his head and did not see Zorn's figure. He looked up and saw that his mood, which had just calmed down, became unhappy again. Zorn was holding a bag of snacks and eating with relish in the sky. It seemed that he wanted Laxus to handle it alone and let him be serious alone. Bang bang! Asian dragon was completely crazy, and the two giant claws slapped everywhere. When they hit the ground, a depression formed on the ground. "Cut, catch it." Laxus didn't care about Zorn anymore. He said unhappily. He also believed in his own ability and threw the fluffy cloak on his body to Zorn in the air. Zorn reached out to catch it, and looked at the clothes he gave to Laxus in his hand, and smiled knowingly. "This is my home ground." Laxus felt the activeness and resonance of the lightning elements around him, and his aura surged. Laxus's body surged with a stronger lightning force that was different from the ordinary lightning system. He suddenly sucked in the lightning entrances scattered around him, and his chest swelled up. The roar of the thunder dragon, a lightning beam that was more powerful than the dragon, roared out of Laxus' mouth. To be continued. Chapter 22. The roar of Laxus's thunder dragon was like a tornado surging and crashing into the dragon, instantly causing a violent lightning explosion. The power of lightning scattered around, crackling, and the dragon was in the middle of it, flipping violently, and gradually stopped moving and making no sound. Seeing this, Laxus did not show the feeling of successfully defeating the dragon, but brewed magic power again on the spot and released new magic. Zon was also holding his clothes in the air and watching the battle scene quietly. In their perception of the domineering color of observation, the dragon is not dead now. Although it is seriously injured now, it is pretending to be dead so that they can be careless and launch a fierce attack when they look forward. The violent thunder dragon power in Laxus' right hand quickly gathered, and the surrounding ultra-high lightning power was called up. The temperature in the air rose, and a dangerous momentum was transmitted from Laxus's hand to Yelong, who was pretending to be dead, and a giant thunder dragon square halberd was formed. Roar! Long felt such a dangerous attack, and knew that he could not pretend any more. He dragged his charred body to stand up, roared and howled at the two people, looked at them with hatred, and planned to make a final desperate attack. In Long's open mouth, a ball of energy light that was more powerful than the roar just now slowly gathered, competing with Laxus for the surrounding lightning to strengthen himself. Laxus clenched his hands, sank his legs, turned his waist and quickly straightened it, and threw the Thunder Dragon square halberd with his right hand, galloping in the air. The sharp blade of lightning cut through the air, and the air was cut, and the hissing sound with the sound of thunder and lightning was like a ghost howling. It rushed towards the dragon, bringing up powerful vortexes of airflow, and the dragon's roar was released at the same time. At the moment when the two magics collided, a powerful impact force quickly spread, and the surrounding air became hot and manic, as if it was going to swallow everything around. The two energies collided, intertwined, and tore each other apart. Zon slowly descended and stood beside him, and at the same time opened a defensive magic in front of him and Laxus to resist the impact of secondary damage. Laxus slowly turned his head and looked at Zon, then crossed his arms and looked at the magic colliding in the air. After a stalemate, Laxus's Fang Tianji flew out from the roar, rushed straight to the dragon, penetrated through, and hit the opposite mountain. The mountain was instantly shattered and collapsed by the high temperature and powerful energy. The dragon let out a final roar and fell to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that was still slowly emitting black smoke. This time he was dead and couldn't die anymore. Laxus, awesome! Zon grinned and praised beside him. It's time to go back to Fairy Tale. This mission is really boring, Laxus said with an unhappy face. He thought the Dragon Club was so strong, but the battle ended with just a few moves. Not yet. The environment here is very good. It is very suitable for training and developing a powerful lightning magic. We need to stay here for a while. Zorn raised his index finger, pointed to the surrounding lightning environment, and explained to Laxus why he couldn't go back to the guild. Powerful lightning magic. Laxus looked at Zorn with a puzzled face, waiting for the next words. Dividing line. In the Fairy Tale Guild a few days later. The guild members talked about the new things in their respective missions, and a few people were playing together. It was a mess as usual. In this atmosphere, a surprised voice suddenly came from the bar. What? Laxus and Zorn will not come back for the time being after the mission is over. They want to train and develop magic. Natsu shouted in shock when he heard the news from the president. Kilyalu, ha, it's delicious. Yes, that's what Zon said in the letter, Kilyalu. The president sat at the bar, picked up the wine glass, gulped down a few big mouthfuls, sipped comfortably, and drank a few more big mouthfuls after confirming Natsu's disbelief. President, did he say the specific time? Kana asked worriedly. No, but there is also a copy of your training plan and a letter for you. Makarov took out a densely packed paper and an envelope from his arms, handed them to Kana, and then said, It is said that you are asked to train with Natsu and Gray, teach them the observation haki, and keep an eye on the other training of the guild members, and this envelope. Makarov was also shocked by Zon's intentions when he saw this training plan for the first time. The whole plan was very detailed, taking into account all aspects, how to improve the strength of haki, and the various trainings for each person in the future. Arranged, to put it more exaggeratedly, even a pig can successfully improve its own strength and escape its own fate by following this training plan. Zon has done everything his president can do, even considering the places he has not considered yet. What a good boy! Makarov was also very happy in his heart, so he drank a little wine so leisurely. After Kana handed the training plan to Urza, Myra, Najgra and others next to him, she circulated it, and then took the letter to her alone. At this time, she was a little shy. She had already begun to imagine what words would be in the letter, and her face was slightly red. Kana, Zon seems to be different from you. When did you get together with Zon? And this is not a love letter, right? Myra saw this and put one hand on Kana's shoulder, teasing Kana with a naughty expression. In an instant, Kana's slightly red face turned red, and she was even more at a loss. Urza and the guild members also pricked up their ears, pretending not to care and preparing to listen to Kana's next words. Only Najgra and a few little ones looked at the reactions of the crowd with some confusion. Kana looked at the reactions of the people around her and stuttered. It was, that day when the S-level assessment list was announced. We didn't have anything. That's it. After Kana explained, she took the letter and ran out of the guild. She was embarrassed to stay in the guild, so she decided to read the letter herself. Oh, it turned out to be that day. The guild members looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding, and then began to discuss. Kana was on the back mountain. After reading the letter written to her by Zorn, she looked in the direction of the city in the distance, with a sweet smile on her face. Her bright eyes were like stars, revealing a deep tranquility and happiness, as if she had found the quiet harbor in her heart. To be continued. Chapter 23. The two of them were beaten. Turn your sight back to the Lazy Mountains. Come on, attack. Zorn waved at Laxus, who was panting after finishing physical training. Alaxis roared, waved at Zorn, and the two began physical training. Zorn seemed to be at ease, continuously resisting Laxus's attacks and feeding him moves. The sound of the two people's fists hitting flesh also echoed in the valley, and it happened that no one in the valley could come here to disturb the two. Until Laxus could not move and his physical strength was exhausted, let him rest for a while, and then meditate on his mental power, feel the surrounding environment and lightning elements, and deepen his control over lightning elements. This training method lasted for 3 months. During these 3 months, Laxus's physical skills gradually caught up with Zorn's attack, and his armament haki and observation haki had made great progress. His observation haki could already sense the situation around the entire valley. Zorn also made a huge breakthrough in his own strength during this time, and studied a lot of magic suitable for him. Laxus's talent really amazed Zorn, and the time originally planned was shortened a lot. Zorn, who was fighting with Laxus, gradually slowed down his attack. When Laxus attacked, he crossed his hands, took advantage of the force, moved back a few steps, and raised his hand to signal to stop. Boom, boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning streaked across the sky, like a silver dragon shuttling between the clouds. We can proceed to the next step. Zorn looked at the sky and said to Laxus with confidence. Next. Laxus retracted his attacking posture, followed Zorn's sight and saw the lightning rolling in the sky, with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, release your observation haki, gather it, extend it upwards, feel the power of lightning in the clouds, and then extend your lightning along the observation haki, let the two lightning merge, change their forms as you guide them, and then release them to the ground in one fell swoop. Zorn explained the general theory on the side. If this magic is successfully released, its power cannot be underestimated. Borrowing the power of nature, Laxus muttered as he thought about this possibility, but after that, if you want to use this magic again, you need to meet a specific condition to succeed. Laxus pointed out the limiting conditions of this magic in one sentence, and looked at Zorn with a fixed look. He believed that since Zorn proposed this plan, there must be a solution to this problem. But it is true, but we can create lightning clouds ourselves to further perform this magic. The principle is. Zon combined the principle of lightning clouds in the previous life with the principle of lightning magic in Fairy Tale, and it was easy to achieve this condition, so this magic does not require special reasons and conditions to perform. Oh, so, it's a very interesting idea. Laxus clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling, and he looked eager to try. His excitement and anticipation of completing this magic were completely mobilized. Not bad. Haha. Zon also praised himself for being able to come up with this method. Ahem, let's start step by step. First go and sense the power of lightning above. Zahn put away his slightly exaggerated expression and let Laxus experiment by himself first. Laxus nodded, closed his eyes tightly on the spot, released his observation haki, gathered them at his side, and slowly extended his observation haki into the air, slowly feeling the moisture in the air and the excitement brought by the lightning. Under the effect of observation haki, all these feelings were amplified, making him clearly feel that the world has opened up to him. Just as the observation haki touched the lightning cloud, Laxus' body trembled instantly, and he suddenly opened his eyes, ha ha ha, and laughed out loud. This kind of lightning is too powerful, it's really too powerful. The moment he felt the strength of natural lightning, he could already feel that the moment this magic succeeded, it would be an incomparable magic close to the super magic level, and it would also be a range magic with strong attack power. Then let's start by trying to make the lightning cloud change its shape with your guidance, with a more restrictive lightning power, so that you can control it. Seeing that Laxus could sense the power of lightning with his observation haki, Zahn further explained and made the next attempt. However, in this trial stage, it is more time-consuming. In the first week, the lightning will be uncontrolled and strike directly. Fortunately, Laxus and Zorn are not afraid of this lightning, otherwise this magic development will not be able to proceed. A month later, the final attempt. Laxus and Zorn are already standing on the top of the mountain. At this time, Laxus has gathered all the lightning in the thundercloud above this valley, and his whole body of magic power goes straight up to the sky. At this time, the sky is covered by dark clouds, the earth is also covered by a dull atmosphere, and the sun is also swallowed by dark clouds. Only occasional lightning breaks through the sky, revealing the unusual and terrifying lightning in the sky. The residents of Rust Town nearby also discovered the unusual dark clouds in the sky above the distant mountains. They stopped what they were doing and looked in that direction with confusion or curiosity. "Mom, look, there's a dragon." A little child suddenly pulled the woman who was washing clothes and not paying attention to the situation. Seeing this, the woman stopped and looked at the giant blue dragon head that covered the sky and emerged from the clouds. She quickly held the child in her arms and looked at the sky with fear on her face. The child looked at it with surprise, without any fear. Above the top of the mountain where Laxus and Zahn were, Zahn was also somewhat shocked by the momentum of the dragon head that appeared above his head. The creature was completely composed of lightning, and the dragon claws slowly stretched out, each like a giant anchor. The dragon's mouth was slightly open, and the surging lightning scattered from its mouth, showing the might of the sky. Refreshing, ha ha ha. Laxus was also too excited by this scene. "Hurry up and lead it to the valley. If it takes any longer, you won't be able to control it." Zorn stopped the still excited Laxus and launched the defensive magic Holy Light Magic 5-fold Holy Shield. S-level magic Thunder Dragon's strike. Laxus waved his hand and instantly knocked down the dragon in the sky, blasting it into the valley below. In an instant, a giant lightning column rose from the sky, and the sound of thunder was endless. The scattered lightning power rushed to all directions like a snake with the impact. In the face of this impact, Zorn's holy shield was broken after a stalemate for a moment. Fortunately, it was resisted in the fourth side. Zorn also maintained it with all his strength and did not dare to relax. As the light disappeared, the original valley had long disappeared, and the surrounding mountains were flattened. The ground was like being hit by a meteorite, and the landform was completely changed. The dark clouds in the sky that had been lingering for a long time also disappeared completely with this blow, and the sun was able to fall on the ground again. The moment the thunder dragon emerged from the sky and the moment it blasted down were all photographed by people in the town. The next day, the news spread everywhere with the caravan, and the soldiers stationed there also recorded it with magic crystals. It was sent to the council headquarters. Of course, the major guilds also received the news as soon as possible, and Fairy Tale was no exception. The council also held a meeting based on this matter. Laxus and Zorn, who were on their way back, were still unaware of all this, and what exactly was waiting for them when they returned. To be continued. Chapter 24. The two of them were very happy. Everyone, we are back. Zorn and Laxus pushed open the door of the guild, and a group of noisy members suddenly quieted down, looked at the two people who were exhausted, and then burst into deafening cheers. Zorn and Laxus were also infected by the cheers and joined in the conversation. Laxus, come and fight me. When Natsu saw Laxus coming back, he wanted to avenge his previous shame. He has been following the training plan and strictly implementing it for nearly half a year. Even the president has recognized his strength. Oh, not bad, kid. Laxus sensed that Natsu's strength had indeed improved in the past 5 months. It seemed that he had been training honestly in the past 5 months. Well, he agreed to him and saw Natsu's level. Natsu, don't do it. Haven't you heard that Laxus has learned a very strong magic? Happy was trembling in the air and persuading the impulsive Natsu. He didn't want Natsu to be electrocuted. No, I must let Laxus recognize my strength. Natsu touched his fists, and looked at Laxus with a fierce and aggressive look. Yoshi, then follow me to the guild outside. Laxus turned his head and motioned Natsu to follow. Some members of the guild also wanted to see the excitement, so they followed him out noisily to watch the scene of the two people's duel. Happy was also held by Listener and went out with everyone. Natsu is such a passionate young man. Who said he wasn't? Ha ha ha. Wakaba and Makeo didn't follow him out to see. They were still drinking in the guild, sighing about Natsu. Zon turned his head and looked around, but didn't find the president and Kana and others. He turned his head to look at Urza, who was still selecting tasks in the task bar. He found that since he and Laxus came back, Urza had been by the task bar, stroking her chin and carefully selecting tasks. Urza, where is the master? Why didn't I see him? Zon walked to the task bar and asked. I went to the council to attend a meeting for you and Laxus. Oh, by the way, there is also this. The president asked me to give it to you. Take a look first. Urza took out a piece of paper from her waist and handed it to Zon expressionlessly, then turned her head and looked at the task commission column seriously. What is that? Let me see, this. Zorn looked at the things recorded on the paper in his hand, and was instantly petrified. He fell straight to the ground, and his soul came out of his mouth. Hey, Zorn, are you okay? What did you see? Makeo and Wakaba looked at the paper floating on the ground together, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a densely packed bill record. Looking at the total amount with many zeros behind it, it was no wonder that Zorn was like this. So this is the training bill for the past 6 months, and the compensation bill. Zorn was sitting on a chair at this time, supporting his head with one hand, not daring to face this reality, and confirmed with Urza beside him. Yes, so Myra and Gray and some members of the guild are now out on missions. Now that you are back, I have to go out and fight too. Urza clenched her hands, her eyes full of fighting spirit, took the task list to the bar to register, and then ran out to perform the task in a hurry. Haha, it's really exciting. But Natsu was still killed in one move, ha ha ha. Laxus is really strong. After watching the excitement, the guild members entered the guild one after another and started discussing the exciting scenes in the duel between Laxus and Natsu. Laxus also carried the unconscious Natsu into the guild and threw Natsu on the ground. Seeing Zorn with a look of despair, he was also surprised. Hey, is Natsu okay? Happy nodded Natsu's head and asked curiously. Listener also looked at Natsu with a worried look on her face, poking Natsu with her hand from time to time like Happy. Yo, what's wrong? This is... Laxus crossed the chair and sat next to him. He looked at the paper that obviously caused Zorn to be abnormal, and his face was also full of shock. With such an amount of money, the money they got from this mission, minus the money spent on training, was only about half left, which was far from enough to pay the bill. You can't give up. Hurry up and do a few more S-level tasks to earn back the money. Zon stood up, took the bill from Laxus, ran up to the second floor, checked the amount, looked at the task bar, selected a few tasks, and quickly registered. Then he pulled Laxus to carry out the task. Let's go, Laxus. Laxus, time waits for no one, let's go. Hey, don't you want to take a rest? Makeo ran out of the guild and chased the two and asked. Uncle no, help me tell the president who came back, Laxus and I will definitely be back soon. Zorn's words echoed in the air. The two had already disappeared in the air in lightning and flash. They didn't plan to take a boat or any other means of transportation. They just finished as quickly as possible and settled the bill early before the end of the year. This kid, Yoshi, I can't admit defeat either. Wakaba, it's almost time to rest, we're going to perform the mission too, we can't lose to the young people. Makeo turned around and entered the guild, and teamed up with Uncle Wakaba to perform the mission. Over at the council, the meeting was in progress. Pa. Makarov, we have received so many complaints about the damage caused by the mission in your guild, you can take a good look. A counselor threw a stack of complaint letters in front of Makarov and said indignantly. Well, if these were caused by the wizards of our guild, we have already chosen to compensate. Makarov looked at the stack, plus the previous statistics of the guild, and his heart tightened, but he still pretended to be calm and drank tea expressionlessly and replied. Yes, and their guild did a good job in the latest S-level mission, solving the long-standing thunderstorm weather in the Lazy Mountains, which can be regarded as offsetting the merits and demerits. One of the wizards who had a good relationship with Makarov also pleaded. And this meeting is also to discuss the agenda of the Holy Ten selection. Another neutral counselor also reminded. Humph, I know this naturally. Their mission also destroyed a surrounding mountain range. They can only offset this. The previous complaint is still not valid. Counselor Og, who threw the list to Makarov, also emphasized the offset issue. You Og. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now and discuss the selection of the Holy Ten first. The speaker knocked on the table directly, stopped this meaningless quarrel, and brought the meeting agenda back to the original topic. The meeting continued to discuss. Okay, then it's settled. Notify the presidents, Makarov, this matter is left to you. Adjourn the meeting. After the speaker finalized it, the meeting was dissolved, and Makarov and Yajima walked out of the meeting headquarters together. That's it, Makarov, I'll withdraw first. Yajima said, nodded to Makarov, and lifted the thought body magic. Makarov, a roar came from the council hall. Makarov turned his head and looked at Hug, who was angry. He didn't say anything and smiled and lifted the thought body magic. Damn. To be continued. Chapter 25. The weather was very good, but the weather was very good. December X779, sunny. In the Fairy Tale Guild. Haha, Yoshi, let's have a party together. Oh yeah. Makarov stood at the bar and laughed and raised his glass to the members below the stage who were also shining with joy. The guild was lively again. Master, the bill is finally cleared. Urza was also smiling at the lively scene of the guild, and her eyes were also looking around. Before the president could reply, a quarrel between the two was heard. I have done more tasks. The total amount of the tasks I have done is higher. Damn it, let's have a showdown. Pa, the sound of a water cup being placed on the table. Yoshi, that's what I meant, roar of the fire dragon. Ice style, ice cannon. As the two of them were arguing, Gray also put the water cup on the table with excitement, and was about to gather magic to use magic, and Natsu also took a deep breath. Natsu, don't do it, look over there. Happy sat on Natsu's side and patted Natsu's head to persuade him, because he saw Urza, whose hair was floating with magic, walking towards here with murderous intent, and then he was scared and flew to the side of Lysina on the table. Lysina was about to get up to remind the two, but was pulled down by Myra Jane, who was grinning, and didn't let her remind them. Listen ahead to pick up Happy with a worried face. Myra Jane also wanted to see how Najgra was embarrassed when he was taught a lesson. Elfman was directly held under Marajana's arm with one hand and covered with his mouth, leaving him looking at the two with a worried face. Bang bang! Just when the two were about to release magic, Urza punched them to the ground with 2 consecutive and rapid punches, instantly interrupting the release of magic. She put her arms in front of her chest, with smoke coming out of her fists, and gnashed her teeth angrily and speechlessly. "You two, stop it!" "Hi," the two replied weakly while lying on the floor. Ha 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 ha! Everyone in the guild laughed when they saw this scene, and the atmosphere became even more exciting. Ha ha, these two! Zorn looked at this situation and shook his head with a helpless smile. "What a naive 2 brats!" Laxus said speechlessly with his arms folded. "Well, this is more lively, Ger." Makeo, who was drunk, said with a look of relief, and burped, which made Wakaba next to him feel disgusted, and the two quarreled because of this. The guild banquet lasted until the end of the afternoon. On the way back to the dormitory, Zahn was thinking about the election of the Holy Ten that the president had told him and Laxus. Laxus looked disgusted and didn't want to pay attention to it at all. Zahn had some ideas. He wanted to become the Holy Ten, participate in some resolutions on matters, and try to make some changes to the council. "Zahn, what are you thinking about? Did you hear what I just said?" Kana on the side was also a little angry and pouted at Zahn, who was distracted. Haha, that's enough, sorry, I was thinking about what the president said." Zahn scratched his head with his hand, and while he was embarrassed to apologize, he signaled Kana to say what he didn't hear just now. "I mean, I'm not quite ready to live with you. I'm still too young, and it's hard to say about Urza and Myra Jane," Kana said as she lowered her head shyly and pointed her index fingers at the little things. "Ha ha ha, Kana, what are you thinking about? I just asked you to move in and live in 2 rooms. I won't do that kind of thing. I was wondering why you would sneak a peek at me during the party. So you were thinking about this. Sorry, you have a bad mind, haha." Zahn laughed when he heard this, and for a moment he was also amused by Kana's thoughts and laughed out loud. It was also his fault that he didn't explain it clearly. Zahn also explained to Kana with a smile on his face, and Kana's face flushed and smoke came out of her head. Her right hand used magic and armed color domineering to punch Zahn in the stomach, who was still teasing her. Zahn immediately flew into the sky, turned into a point of light, and disappeared. "Baga, idiot, Kana yelled shyly at the sky where Zorn disappeared, venting her anger. At this time, the president was watching the interaction between the two at the entrance of the guild, and he also smiled and sighed, "It's good to be young." The next day, with a little injury, Zahn and Kana, who was still a little angry, took their belongings to the newly bought and renovated house. For the house, Zahn chose a small single-family house with a garden. Looking at his future home with Kana, he felt deeply satisfied and smiled innocently. Puff Kana looked at Zahn, who was smiling so innocently beside her, and the last bit of shyness in her heart disappeared without a trace. She laughed and put her arm around Zahn's arm, and looked at the house in front of them happily. Zahn was also subconsciously startled. Seeing Kana leaning on him without any other movements, he also put his arm around Kana and let her lean on him. The two of them quietly enjoyed the moment together. Fairy Tale Guild. Nanny, living together. The guild members looked at the two in shock and exclaimed at the same time. "No, we live in the same house, not cohabitation." Zahn didn't know how to explain this. According to the 2 men and women living together, it is indeed cohabitation, but they are not like that now. The men and women in the guild were divided into 2 groups, surrounding the two, curiously asking what was going on. This made the 2 of them at a loss and answer the questions in a panic. The president was still sitting at the bar and drinking a little wine, but his eyes would drift to Laxus, who was standing aside and looking meaningfully from time to time. This persistent look made Laxus not stand or sit, but just turned his head and said, "Hi," to express his emotions. Zon and Kana also escaped from the siege and questioning. They said that they would hold a banquet in the new house and invite everyone to eat together, and then rushed out of the guild to prepare ingredients and drinks. Only everyone was left thinking about what gifts they should give. Chapter 26. The first day of the year X780. Time passed quickly like water, and in the blink of an eye it was already a new year. Everyone was very happy at the banquet that day, and everyone presented items that they thought could be used. Macau also brought his family to the banquet. His son Romeo's curious eyes looked around everywhere, which was very cute. Everyone liked him and they all wanted to hug him. A new year and a new day. In the East Forest, Zon was adapting to all his abilities. On the first day of this year, when he woke up in the morning, he found that he officially had all the strength of a general, and his affinity for light elements had reached 100%, so he came to the training ground with Kana to practice. Zorn was suspended in the air, his eyes closed tightly, and he used his heart to feel the light elements that filled the surroundings. They were like a warm and powerful force, filling his body. At this time, his body also emitted this peaceful and warm light, the grass on the ground became greener, the flowers bloomed more beautifully, and the entire training ground was full of life and vitality. Kana was also shocked by this scene, covering her mouth and looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She had never seen any magic that could bring such vitality to life. The light around Zorn slowly converged into his body, and his body was surrounded by sunlight, as if it had merged into the light. Then, he turned into a ray of light, instantly crossed the space, and appeared in another position, appearing instantly in a patch of mottled shadows of trees, and his body returned to its original state. After several consecutive experiments, Zorn discovered that his perception of sight and hearing had been expanded by light. Now the entire town was under his perception, and he should be able to expand further. In any place that could be perceived, he could move instantly with the help of light. Zorn tried to call on magic, and with a wave of his hand, a ray of strong light gradually gathered and turned into a lightsaber, which was distributed around Zorn, and filled with this strong energy. Zorn waved his finger lightly, and one of the lightsabers flew out instantly. The energy contained in the sword body burst out with a strong impact in the air, and the airflow spread outward along the trajectory of the sword body. Just when it was about to hit a tree, Zorn waved again, and all the lightsabers disappeared instantly. But the energy impact brought by the lightsaber that shot out did not disappear, forming an energy vortex. The surrounding trees disappeared, the ground was blown up, smoke was filled, and it was a mess. Zorn looked at the tentative operation in front of him, and it had caused such damage. Think about it just now, the surrounding lightsabers directly covered with fire power, that power, not to mention Zorn's current light magic. Zorn also sighed in his heart, is this a qualitative change? While he was still in a daze, Kana had already rushed into Zorn's arms, cheering for Zorn. Now that I have some initial strength, I should study and do some S-level tasks. If I don't have any extra money in my pocket, I should replenish it. Zorn held Kana with a firm look in his eyes and thought. The two whispered a few words. Zorn took Kana's hand and walked towards the guild together. Just as Zorn and Kana walked into the guild gate, everyone was surprised to find that they could no longer sense Zorn's magic power. They were very confused. Zorn usually had a strong and warm magic power in their perception, but now he only gave people a warm feeling, but the magic power was gone, that's all. Laxus and the president also noticed something was wrong. They looked at Zorn carefully and suddenly found that there was a faint halo around Zorn's body. They felt relieved. In order to verify his idea, Laxus took action directly and suddenly launched an attack. A large amount of lightning gathered in his hand, and one hand instantly penetrated Zorn's body. Tisk, it's true, getting stronger again. Laxus said excitedly in a low voice, while putting his hands back into his pockets, and the hole on Zorn's chest was slowly repaired by the light element. Ha ha ha, of course, Zorn replied with a little confidence. At this moment, everyone in the guild was stunned and couldn't understand this phenomenon, but they knew that Zorn's current strength was very strong, which was beyond their current understanding. But it didn't stop them from being happy. Everyone immediately cheered for Zorn. Zorn also went to the second floor in this exciting environment to check the S-level tasks. Kana was also pulled over by Urza and Myra Jane to understand Zorn's current situation, because there would be an S-level assessment at the end of this year, and they had to be prepared and understand it in advance. The examiner was understandable. Natsu and Gray were on a mission at this time. If they were in the guild, they would inevitably challenge Zorn again. Laxus followed Zorn up to the second floor. Makarov drank more happily, feeling that there were so many new people. He was really happy for Zorn. He also wanted to take the opportunity to teach the guild's super magic to the two of them, so that he could consider retirement. What kind of mission do you plan to do? Laxus asked casually while leaning on the railing on the second floor. Pick some S-level missions that are not difficult. I plan to take Kana with me. Zorn replied without looking back and continued to pick and choose. This one is good, the destination has a view. This one is also good, there is a food city next to it. And this one, it must be fun. Zorn was choosing while referring to whether there were fun things, delicious food, and beautiful scenery in the local area. It was simply unbearable to look at. This was not a mission, it was simply a trip. Laxus was so angry that he laughed. Seeing Zorn like this, he was helpless. He shook his head and leaned on the railing with one hand to support his head and looked at the lively atmosphere in the guild below. The smile in his eyes became more and more intense. Yoshi, that's all. Let's go, Laxus. Zorn held a few task lists in his hand and waved to Laxus to say goodbye. Master, that's all. I will definitely be back before the end of the year. Zorn handed a few task lists to the president with a smile, and suddenly remembered something, and quickly added, I want to take Kana with me this time. Oh. The president said in doubt, looked down at the list in his hand, and found that it was indeed a drop in the bucket for Zorn's current strength, but it would take nearly a year, which was a bit exaggerated. He looked up at Zorn, who was blushing a little because of his puzzled look, and understood everything, and laughed secretly in his heart. Okay, happy travel, cough cough, mission successful. President Makarov coughed twice, quickly changed his words, and rounded the topic back. Haha, let's go, Kana. Zorn took back the task list, ran to the group of 3 girls who were still happily talking, pulled Kana out, and quickly ran out of the guild, ignoring the 2 people who were still teasing behind him. I have to work harder too. I must pass this assessment. Urza looked back at the second floor. She also wanted to perform the S-level mission, so she cheered herself up. I'll pass first, Night Girl. Devil Girl, forget it. Urza drew out the night sword and attached the armament haki to the taskbar with her back. Myra Jane also received a pair of demon arms. The two stood opposite each other, and the battle was about to break out. Myra Jane rushed forward first, launched a feint, grabbed a few difficult tasks with a quick step, and ran out of the guild. Haha, you've been fooled, red-haired girl. Myra Jane left only a mocking remark in the air, stepped on the air, and used the moon step to fly away. Urza also changed her clothes when she saw this, spread her wings directly, and flew out to chase. The two fought in the distance, flying farther and farther, and the guild members were also laughing at such a plot. Chapter 27. The battle was won, and the battle was won. In the southwestern part of the kingdom of Fiori, in the Kachia Mountains, this was Zorn's last S-level mission. The previous missions were all easily solved under Zorn's leadership. For Kana, being able to see different types of S-level missions at this age, and being able to assist in completing them, this experience is an extremely precious experience for a wizard. Kana has also greatly improved her own strength in the real battle scene. Of course, the days with Zorn are also precious memories for both of them. The mountains in the distance are dyed with the colors of late autumn, like a quiet Chinese painting. Those yellow, brown, and red colors are intertwined, and their colors and shapes depict the beauty of late autumn. Zorn and Kana walked leisurely on the mountain trail, enjoying the beautiful scenery around them with great interest. Tap tap tap, Kana suddenly ran forward, and it turned out that she had reached a naturally formed mountain platform. Haha, Zorn, come on, look, it's so beautiful. Kana smiled and asked Zorn to walk faster, but she was deeply immersed in the beautiful scene and never turned her head. The overlapping peaks are like a beautiful painting, and the clouds are like silk floating between the peaks. As the peaks sway gently, they emit a radiant light under the sunlight, as if they are as dazzling as treasures in the fairyland. The peaks also appear more steep and majestic against the backdrop of the clouds. When Zorn stood on the platform and overlooked the beautiful scenery of the sea of clouds and the peaks, he couldn't help but sigh at the magic and magnificence of nature. This beautiful scenery made Zorn and Kana feel an incomparable sense of tranquility. While admiring the scene, Zorn quickly took out his magic camera to record this moment, jumping left and right to record Kana and the beautiful scenery, and also took many photos with Kana as a souvenir. Zorn took out the photos he had just taken and put them in an album with great care. There were many beautiful memories in it, including the group photo of the guild, the picture of the harpy attacking, the ugly photo of Laxus, the photo of Urza and Myra Jane playing around, the photo of Natsu and Grey training painfully but insisting, the photo of Elfman shyly facing the camera and Lysina smiling sweetly, some interesting photos of the guild members, and the group photos with Kana since the trip. These memories were all collected by Zorn. Zorn also planned to show these new travel photos to the guild members when he returned, so that they would be envious. Zorn smiled and closed the album, slowly put it into his backpack, and pulled Kana to continue the unfinished task. Zorn, I heard that many wizards failed to find the ruins they investigated this time, and it was finally upgraded to an S-level mission. Kana thought about the task list: investigate the lost magic ruins she saw before, and the descriptions of other wizards about this task. There will always be wizards who are carrying out tasks who will disappear, and then there will be other people who will search every inch of this mountain range without finding any traces. Then one day, the missing person will lose all magic power and appear in a random place in the mountains. Then he will be a little confused and will not remember what happened at all. At one time, people thought that this relic did not exist, but an old man in the village in the mountains said that this relic really exists, saying that it has been passed down from generation to generation, and he must let his children and grandchildren find this relic. I don't know the specific reason. Has the magic power disappeared? It is indeed a bit weird, but don't worry, I am here. Zorn promised, not worried at all. At most, he can take Kana out directly if there is any situation. Now his range of observation is very wide. Let's go, the village should be in that direction. Zorn sensed a little and found that there were some life reactions on their east side, but he found something unusual in his perception. What's wrong, did you find anything? Kana saw that Zorn was frowning during the perception process, and it was obvious that there was something wrong. Well, go over and take a look, and you will know, there are just some small problems. Zorn slightly closed his two fingers, sincerely expressing that it was a small problem. This sincere answer made Kana really get it accurately, this should really be a small problem. After a while, the two arrived within the scope of the village, and a middle-aged man dressed as a villager greeted them with a smile. Two wizards, you must be tired on the way, come on. The food has been prepared. After eating, take a good rest and go on the mission tomorrow. Oh, really? That's great. It's really tiring on this journey. Zorn raised his eyebrows, slightly curved his mouth, and replied happily. He turned his head and said to Kana, it seems that this mission is good. Let's go in quickly." After saying that, he impatiently pulled Kana to follow the uncle, but after holding Kana's hand, he drew a mark on Kana's hand, and at the same time secretly conveyed the meaning of paying attention to the situation. Kana also understood what Zon meant instantly, hugged Zon's arm with both hands, and followed the middle-aged uncle into the village with an expectant expression. The villagers in the village were doing their own things, and there were also children playing on the side, looking at the two curiously, and each household was preparing for lunch. Zon carefully observed the living habits of each villager. On the surface, it was really a harmonious and beautiful village, and people could not detect anything wrong. "Haha, we are almost there, just in front. My father is the village chief here. After dinner, I can learn more about the mission from him." The middle-aged man saw that Zorn was very interested in watching the living conditions of the villagers around him, so he quickly spoke to divert Zorn's attention and pointed to the front. An old house and courtyard with smoke billowing out of the chimney also appeared in front of the two. There was a big table in the courtyard, which was filled with chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and some seasonal vegetables. It was very rich and appetizing. A woman brought out the last dish from the kitchen. Seeing that her husband brought the guests back, she was also very enthusiastic. "Hey, are these two wizards who came to perform the mission? They are really young and promising. Come on, the two young lovers, take a seat first. The head of the family, accompany the guests first, and I will help my father-in-law out." The woman first praised the two of them, then quickly invited them to sit down, and then went into the inner hall to help out an old man who looked old and walked unsteadily. Since entering the village, Zoen has been covering the entire village with his observation haki, and there has really been no problem so far. When he initially surveyed the village, he did find that there was something wrong with this village. At the beginning, there were only a few people in the village, and then at a certain moment, the number of people grew wildly, as if they suddenly grew out of the ground. This also made Zoen alert. When he was about to reach the village, this middle-aged man seemed to know that someone was coming today, and he came to greet him early, so he had to pay more attention. Zon also silently thought in his heart that the noodles were still delicious, and looked at the table of delicious food in front of him with a happy face. To be continued. Chapter 28. The food was delicious. "Ah, it's really delicious." Zon touched his round belly and sighed with satisfaction while leaning on the chair. "Kana, are you full?" Zon asked, looking at Kana, who nodded silently. Zon also straightened up and sat upright. With a serious face, he asked the old man sitting opposite, who was still eating, "Old man, is your son not at home?" As soon as he said this, the middle-aged man who was drinking wine next to him and the woman who was still picking food for her father-in-law also paused. The old man's face also changed. Just as he was about to speak, the son next to him had already spoken. "Haha, Master Wizard, what are you talking about? I am his son, and she is my wife." The middle-aged man also hurriedly interrupted, pointing at the woman next to him, and hurriedly proved something. "Shut up, I didn't ask you, old man, tell me, don't be afraid." Zorn's face was gloomy, and he directly interrupted the middle-aged man with a scolding, and then asked the old man with a gentle smile, indicating that the old man had them for everything. No, they are not, my son is, help, help," the old man replied word by word, trembling, and it seemed very difficult, as if he had been sealed for a long time before breaking through. "Pa," the woman next to him let go of her hand directly, and the bowl and chopsticks fell to the ground and broke, and the middle-aged man next to him stopped talking, his face changed from panic to calm, and he drank the last bit of wine in his hand slowly. "It's really troublesome. Why not just kill him? It's almost successful anyway. Why act?" The woman didn't pretend anymore. She tore off her apron and wiped her hair. Magic power surged in her body. She turned around and changed her appearance. The virtuous and peaceful wife she had originally looked like immediately became charming, and her eyes became fierce. Yoshi, old man, I'll take your commission. Zorn and Kana also stood up, rubbing their hands, looking at the two with contempt. Their eyes were like frost in the cold winter, cold and sharp. Boy, don't be so arrogant. The woman seemed to be unable to bear such contempt. A trace of anger flashed across her face. She rushed forward and launched the sound wave magic, which was a way of attacking with sound as the medium, like a ghostly scream spreading and echoing in the air, setting off a strong sound wave. Can you please stop yelling? There are old people here. Zorn's unheard voice came from the old man's side. Zorn covered Kana's ears with both hands, and Kana covered the old man's ears. Zorn's ears were protected by a small shield. There was also a circle of light defense shield around, protecting the surroundings. When the woman's pupil shrank, stopped the sound wave attack, turned her head and looked at Zorn and Kana, who were still smiling. The middle-aged man's face was also serious at this time, and he also took it seriously. He also looked at Zorn and the other two who were still very relaxed with a serious face. Kana, you help the old man into the house first, and leave this to me. Zorn said to Kana calmly with a smile on his face. Okay, then Zorn, be careful. Kana carefully helped the old man up and helped him into the house step by step. Don't worry, it's a small matter, it will be solved soon. Zorn looked like a small matter. You don't take us seriously. The woman sorted out her emotions and found that her strength might not pose a threat to Zorn. Then she turned to look at the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man looked at Zorn, who was still not taking it seriously, with a serious face. He didn't feel any magic fluctuations at that moment. This shows that the boy in front of him has reached the extreme in mastering magic power, or that his magic power level is one level higher than his. No matter which situation, it is not good for them at all. It seems that they really have to fight hard this time. A strong desire to fight surged in their hearts. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a black knife was held in his hand with a turn of his wrist. His body was tense, ready to fight, and his eyes were fixed on Zorn. Zorn looked at the two people in front of him who looked nervous, and he was also a little serious. Magic power surged in his body, and a powerful aura instantly hit the two people. Can you tell me where these villagers are under your control? Zorn stared at the two people, and the terrifying golden magic burst out, further pressuring them again. This kind of magic, how is it possible? The body is completely unable to move. The woman's face suddenly showed fear, her legs trembled, and she was a little unable to stand. She wanted to fall but couldn't, and froze in place. The middle-aged man was slightly better, holding the knife tightly in his hand, and a strong magic power burst out from his body, forcibly breaking through the pressure that Zorn put on them. Zorn also took back his magic power, and the woman collapsed to the ground, instantly losing her fighting power. The middle-aged man gathered a strong magic power on the blade, and swung it out, with a blue-green slash directly in front of Zorn. Zorn was not in a hurry, his hand opened and shrank, and a sword gathered from light, and with a casual swing, the same slash directly hit the blue-green slash, and the wind pressure burst out instantly, rolling up all the surrounding dust and stones, and the stalemate lasted for a moment, and then they offset each other and disappeared. Tell me where the villagers are. This will save us trouble. What do you think, uncle? No, we are almost there. We can't give up like this. Oh, really? Zorn let go of the lightsaber in his hand, and the lightsaber slowly floated in the air. As Zorn spread his hands, countless lightsabers were split and surrounded him. Seeing this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and became more determined. He held the black sword in his hand tightly and moved horizontally in front of the girl who was still standing there in a daze. Hey, uncle, you make me look like a villain. It's hard for me to deal with it. Don't die, uncle. Although Zorn said this, he still fired the lightsaber in his hand, showing no mercy, and countless lightsabers shot away. Bang, 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 countless dust rose and flew in an instant, and sometimes lightsabers were hit out and dissipated by Zorn's wave of his hand. After the lightsaber attack was over, Zorn stretched out his hand, and a larger lightsaber was formed, facing the man and woman in the dust at an angle. Great, Uncle, you can protect your companions under such an attack. Your strength should be the strongest in your guild. Ahem, wow, the middle-aged man supported the sword with one hand and covered his chest with the other hand. After a mouthful of blood spurted out, he looked at the huge lightsaber facing them with a serious face. He really couldn't stand it. This kid was really a monster. Just a casual attack made him run out of magic power at the moment, and there was no way to make other choices. We didn't hurt those villagers. We just wanted to open the ruins. Those wizards just extracted magic power to open the ruins. The uncle stammered out their purpose and waited quietly for Zorn's next reaction. He had no other way now. Uncle, do you think if you really hurt the villagers, we would really have dinner and chat with you until now? Zorn said in a cold tone. Such words also made the middle-aged man speechless for a moment, and he stopped talking. Now you have only one choice, release the villagers and go back to the council with us to accept punishment. Zorn, this time the ruins. Kana suddenly spoke, sounding behind Zorn. Don't worry, it has been solved while we are eating. Zorn said to Kana easily. What? The middle-aged man was stunned. The ruins. So strong. You are. A thin boy, one arm drooping weakly at this moment, looked at the man in front of him with a shocked face. To be continued. Chapter 29. The old man was very happy, but he was not happy. Well, okay, the problem is solved. Zorn stretched lazily, and we went to see the ruins over there to see what was going on. As for them. Zorn turned his head and touched his chin with his hand, looking at the two people who were bound by magic. The middle-aged man and the woman were both looking down at the moment, tightly bound by 3 light circles. Their magic was completely sealed, and they looked like they had admitted defeat. The people who were created here have also disappeared. Kana said to Zorn with a smile on her face as she told him what she had noticed. Yeah, it seems that the ruins have also been solved. Zorn nodded and looked towards the east, then turned to the old man and Kana and said, then let's get ready to go there now. There are still people waiting there. It's better for them to lose consciousness for the time being. He stretched out his hand and instantly hit the back of the two people's necks with magic power. The two people also lost consciousness instantly and fell to the ground. Zorn was worried, and he also raised several defensive shields around to protect the surroundings to prevent external attacks and to prevent the two people from waking up and trying to escape. According to his current strength, there are only a few people who can break these shields, but they are not here now, so you can rest assured. Let's go, they are probably waiting anxiously over there. Zorn stretched out his hand, and a giant golden magic circle appeared under the feet of the 3 people. Kana also whispered to comfort the old man who was a little surprised and worried. As Zorn launched the magic, a ray of light flashed around the 3 people. After the light was strong, the 3 people disappeared on the spot. Only a man and a woman were left lying in the shield magic. Over at the ruins. Humph, you don't deserve to know who I am. The young man with a lightning mark on his face, his cape fluttering in the wind, crossed his arms and looked proudly at the thin man in front of him who was still in shock with his arm covered. Just now, the thin man was preparing to rush to open the ruins. He first cooperated with the middle-aged man and the woman to obtain blood from various people in the village to copy the same people to confuse Zorn and Kana, and then rushed here to obtain the power in the ruins. Damn, just a little bit. The thin man stared at the young man with a sinister look, his hands flashed, and he took out a few bottles of bright red blood from his waist. With a force in his hands, the glass shattered, and the blood was suspended in front of his chest under his control. Blood copy magic, appear, my servants. A blood-colored magic surged, and the blood changed immediately, gradually forming a wizard who could perform various magics, and also looked at Laxus with gloomy eyes. "Tisk, you bastard who plays with blood, these alone won't do." Laxus clenched his fists as he looked at the thin man in front of him who seemed to be confident of winning because of the increase in the number of people, and surrounded him with lightning magic. "Go to hell." The thin man looked at Laxus, who was still arrogant and indifferent as always, and directly commanded the puppet wizards to surround Laxus and launch various attack magic. Laxus dodged left and right and easily avoided the attack. Those attacks directly attacked the surroundings, without attacking Laxus at all. Seeing this, the thin man's magic power surged more, his eyes were shrouded in blood, and the puppet wizard's magic power was also strengthened, and the attack power became stronger. Laxus's dodging speed also became faster. He raised his feet several times and kicked several puppet wizards one by one and smashed them in front of the thin man. "Too weak, bastard, you can't even warm up, I won't play with you anymore." Laxus was still looking at the thin man with sarcasm. "Lightning magic, lightning bullet." Laxus stretched out one hand, and as the magic power was mobilized, several electric balls surrounded by lightning flashing with dangerous aura appeared around Laxus. He waved his hand and attacked the thin man at the speed of lightning. The man also hurriedly summoned the puppet wizard to his front to block the attack for him. Boom, boom, smoke rose, and painful sounds came out. After the smoke faded, a twitching man lay on the ground and lost consciousness. Laxus looked at the fallen man in front of him and glanced at him with disdain. Sensing something, he turned around and looked at a golden magic circle behind him. Zon, Kana, and the old man appeared in front of him. "Yo, did you miss me, Laxus?" Zon stretched out one hand, smiled and waved to say hello. "Tisk, don't be narcissistic, I'm living a comfortable life without you." Laxus denied it directly, but Zon rushed over and put his arm around Laxus's shoulders. A look of good brothers. "Laxus, Guild, everyone, how are you doing recently?" Kana helped the old man to the side, and asked Laxus about the situation of the guild gently and happily. "Well, everyone is fine." Laxus, who was pulling his arm with Zorn and was about to successfully pull Zorn off his body, also replied to Kana's question with a confident smile. At this moment, he lost control of Zorn and was pulled by Zorn's shoulders. Zorn also laughed. "Ha ha ha, I still won. Pucci, Zorn, let's finish the mission quickly." Kana was amused by Zorn's childish appearance, but still quickly reminded Zorn that the mission was not over yet. "Ahem, yes." Zorn also let go of his hand, closed his eyes, felt the surroundings, and after confirming for a moment, he gathered a lightsaber in his hand and swung it easily from high to low towards the southeast of the ruins. In the empty sky, as the lightsaber slashed down, a golden crack appeared in the sky, gradually breaking around, and the original villagers also appeared. A group of people leaned on each other, comforted each other, and sat on the ground, with hopeless faces. After the invisible wall was broken, they looked at the Zorns and the village chief who appeared in front of them, and their eyes lit up instantly. One of the middle-aged men and a woman also rushed to the old man excitedly, and they hugged each other. The old man looked at his son, daughter-in-law, and the villagers with tears in his eyes. "Yoshi, next, it's the magic circle of this ruins." After Zorn spoke, he turned his head and looked around, the giant platform engraved with runes, each rune showed an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. "Master Wizard, please help us open this relic, because the secret of this treasure has been leaked, and waves of wizards have flocked here, issuing commissions in our name, and our originally peaceful life has been broken. We just want to live a peaceful life. We don't want this treasure anymore. Just treat it as the amount of this mission, okay?" The old man, supported by his son and daughter-in-law, trembled and expressed his simple thoughts on behalf of the villagers. Zorn nodded and stretched out his hand to raise a huge magic shield to protect the villagers and Kana. He supported the ground with both hands again, conveying his own magic power, and the magic circle began to light up. The light flowed in the runes, and the magic power gathered from the surrounding air to form a powerful energy vortex. Laxus's cloak also swayed with the strong wind, and he watched the changes around him calmly. Suddenly, a huge book appeared in the center of the magic circle. The book looked ancient and solemn. There was no text on the cover, but it exuded a strong sense of wisdom. The edge of the book shone with starlight, making it impossible to look directly at its brilliance. As the light disappeared, the huge book also shrank and floated in front of Zorn. Zorn reached out to catch it and looked at the book in front of him curiously. It seems to be a lost magic, or a forbidden magic. Zorn thought in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 30. The book was in the air, but it was still in the air. The moment the book touched Zorn, it turned into a stream of light and entered Zorn's body. A golden magic circle appeared in Zorn's left eye, and a blue magic circle appeared in his right eye. His body was also lifted up by the light and hung in the air. Damn, Zorn! Laxus was covered in lightning and stood in front of Kana and a group of villagers with a serious look. He looked at Zorn with a frown, clenched his hands, and gathered magic power in his fists, ready to attack at any time. After getting ready, he shouted to Zorn, hoping to confirm Zorn's current state. Zon! Kana wanted to rush to Zon, but Laxus blocked her with his hand. Don't go over yet. It's okay, I'm fine. An ethereal voice came from Zon's direction. After Zon finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the villagers behind Laxus with fearful expressions. This is the last protection given to you by your ancient ancestors. Zon put his hands together, called up all the magic power on his body, and activated the magic circle again. Half of the gold and half of the blue magic power rushed into the sky. Behind Zon, a woman with a crown, a gorgeous dress, and flowing blue hair appeared, looking at the villagers lovingly. Is that story true? The old village chief was the first to react and was shocked. He knelt down first. Seeing that the village chief was so respectful, the villagers also knelt down in the same way. Zon looked up, chanting some incomprehensible ancient language, and spread his hands. A ball of golden blue energy appeared in his palms. A huge golden blue magic circle appeared in the sky, directly covering part of the sky, forming a beautiful starry sky, echoing the magic circle on the ground. So beautiful, Kana murmured inadvertently. Kana and Laxus also watched this magical scene together. This magic directly covered part of the sky, and used their own magic to directly reflect the starry sky. The stars shone in the sky, and the light slowly fell. Super magic blessing of starlight. The magic light source in Zon's hand slowly floated away from his palm, and the magic circle in the sky caught the starlight, transformed it into a beam of light and directly merged it into the golden blue light ball. After that, the light ball fell and directly merged into the bodies of Laxus, Kana, and a group of villagers. Kana looked around and looked down at her glowing body. Laxus also clenched and loosened his hands to feel the difference in himself, and the villagers also looked at their bodies to find any changes. As the magic was completed, the noble figure behind Zorn slowly dissipated, and finally, as if fulfilling his wish, he closed his eyes and disappeared in the air, and Zorn also slowly fell. Zorn had just stood on the ground, his legs and feet softened, and he was about to fall. Kana and Laxus immediately flashed and rushed to Zorn to catch him who was about to fall. Are you okay? Kana put Zorn's head on her legs and looked at the weak Zorn with a worried look on her face. Laxus also looked at Zorn, who was pale and almost exhausted, with a little worry. Since he met Zorn, he had never seen Zorn so embarrassed and weak. It seemed that this magic consumed a lot of Zorn. It's okay, it's just that the magic consumption is a bit large, haha, miscalculated. Zorn spoke intermittently, his voice was weak and hoarse, as if a gust of wind could blow it away, and Zorn still struggled to speak to show that he was fine. Really? You're still trying to be brave now? Seeing this, Kana complained by pointing her finger at Zahn's head. This magic is to carry out the wishes in your heart with your own strong will and prayer, combined with magic and starlight to realize it. You need to have very strong magic and a pure wish of love to have a chance to realize it. Fortunately, this magic circle has absorbed the magic of many wizards in the past, and with my magic, it can barely be successfully realized. I don't know if the wishes of me and the Queen can be successfully realized now. Zahn slowed down his own state, and with the current sunshine, his body recovered a little, sat up, and talked to everyone. Wish. Yes, wish. The Queen wishes her people to avoid disasters forever, and mine is, I hope you can be happy forever. How about it, do you feel it? After Zahn introduced it, he looked at Laxus and Kana closely, hoping to see any difference. As for me, I am very happy now. Kana smiled gently, her eyes were like bright stars, full of love, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing incomparable sweetness. Seeing this, Zahn was also in a state of panic, and fell into it directly. The two ignored the crowd and Laxus, and were about to hug each other. A cough brought the two back to reality. Zahn and Kana turned around and saw Laxus, who was a little uncomfortable, and the villagers who were happily watching the intimacy of the couple. They were also a little uncomfortable. Zahn simply smiled dryly. After the mission was over, the three of them walked on the way back to the town. Laxus, how did you know that Zahn and I were doing a mission here? Kana looked at Laxus a little confused. You know, this order of doing the mission, but she and Zahn decided on the way, and no one would know it. Coincidentally, I came here to perform a mission, and Zahn was sensed by his observation color. Laxus was just telling the truth. He really came here to perform a mission. Yes, Laxus and I are very tacitly connected. Zahn also echoed beside him, and raised his thumb to gesture to Laxus. Tisk Laxus turned his head without even looking. Kana seemed to sense something and turned her head to check. Zorn quickly retracted his finger without letting Kana notice. She only saw Laxus turn his head disdainfully and laughed dryly with Zorn. The two people's strange behavior made Kana very suspicious, but because there was no evidence, she hid her suspicion in her heart. Then these three people. Kana looked at the three people tied up floating in the air and asked Zorn. Hand them over to the council, this is their best choice, right, three of you? Zorn looked at the three people in front of him who still had hope with a smile on his face, and said their final outcome in the most gentle words. The three arrested people could only nod their heads to express their agreement. Even their mouths were sealed, so they could only express it this way. After handing the three people over to the council of the nearest town, Kana, Zorn, and Laxus boarded the train directly to the town of Maloria. Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone, we're back. Zorn pushed open the guild door, and the noisy guild suddenly became quiet. When they saw that it was Zorn and Kana who came back, they instantly surged and burst into even louder cheers. Urza and Myra Jane directly pulled Kana aside and asked if they had any interesting things during their journey. Kana also took out the photo album from Zorn's backpack and explained them one by one. When they turned to the page of Laxus's ugly photo, several people were stunned for a moment, and a lightning hand instantly pulled out the photo and smashed it. Puff! Urza and Myra Jane were stunned for a few seconds, and they also laughed, as if they had seen something magical. It was also the first time they saw this side of Laxus. Zorn, didn't you promise me that you would destroy it? Laxus was covered in lightning and looked at Zorn with anger on his face. Natsu, Gray, and others who were originally surrounding Zorn instantly moved aside, leaving a large open space for Laxus and Zorn. Listen to my explanation. No, there is a reason. Zorn was also speechless and stuttered. He planned to take out this photo this time and put it away separately. He did destroy it before and did not lie to Laxus. He did not expect that one of the last photos would be exposed here. You should take my punch first, and then talk about other things. Laxus pinched his left and right hands together, and walked towards Zorn step by step viciously. Zorn saw that the situation was not good, and he dodged and wanted to run, but was hugged by Natsu and Grey. "Sorry, Zorn," Laxus gave too much. Damn it, Zorn was directly restricted to the spot, helpless and furious. The guild members burst into laughter upon seeing this. Makarov also looked at the scene with a happy face, without any intention of stopping it. He would occasionally secretly look at another ugly photo of Laxus in his inner pocket. To be continued. Chapter 31. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. At the end of X780. The fairy tale S-level examination begins. It is time for the guild to hold the S-level examination again. The guild members who can return have gathered in the guild, and they are happily chatting in groups of 3 or 2. Hazan sighed while lying on the table, and looked up to see Kana, who was chatting happily with Urza, Myra Jane, Rebecca and other girls in the distance, with a look of loneliness and grievance in her eyes. Kana seemed to sense something, and turned around to see the aggrieved Zorn. Then she found that when Zorn saw her looking over, his eyes were full of hope and happiness, and the slightest bit of unhappiness in his heart disappeared, but he still didn't want to pay attention to Zorn. He turned his head again, ignored Zorn, and continued to talk. The hope in Zorn's eyes disappeared as Kana turned his head, and he continued to lie on the table, tapping the table with his hands to vent his emotions. "Hey, Kana, did Zorn do anything wrong?" Myra Jane asked quietly beside Kana's ear. She also noticed the awkwardness between the two, and seeing Zorn's aggrieved eyes, she also went siped. Levi and Urza also stopped talking instantly, and pricked up their ears to hear what Kana said. The interaction between Kana and Zorn just now could not escape their ears. Zorn's love vows to Kana under the cherry tree some time ago, and the star diamond ring he gave her, can move many people. It turned out that the reason why Laxus appeared near the ruins in the mission that day was that Zorn wrote a letter in advance to ask Laxus to send him the unfinished mission bonus from the previous mission, and then buy the most shining diamond ring made of meteorites from outer space in the most famous place near this last ruins mission. In the end, it was still discovered by Kana. It turned out that Zorn had been taking the task of clearing out dark guilds issued by the council without telling her when he was free from normal S-level missions. During this period, many dark guilds were cleared, which made Kana very worried about Zorn's danger, because with such a strong mission, even Zorn would inevitably fail at that moment. "Oh, it turns out that Zorn is so hardworking and treats you so well, Kana, you are really lucky, if I also have such a boyfriend." After hearing the original story, Myra Jane hugged Kana, her tone full of envy for Kana, which also resonated with the female compatriots around her, and they all nodded in unison, and looked at the diamond ring in Kana's hand with envy. "Well, yes, Zorn usually takes good care of me, but I still have to tell him that he can't do dangerous tasks without telling me." Kana lowered her head slightly, her face still flushed, and she whispered softly, "Ahem, everyone, be quiet," and then announced the list of this year's S-level assessment. Makarov was standing on the high platform at this time, solemnly wearing a wool coat with the Holy Cross logo, and coughed twice, focusing all the attention of the guild members on him. This year, according to the relevant regulations of the guild, after a year of inspection, the list of S-level assessment qualifications is as follows. Mirage Strauss. Iluza Shokolato. The above 2 people. After Urza and Myra Jane heard that they could finally participate in the S-level assessment this year, both sides looked at each other with fighting spirit, thinking that they must pass this assessment. "Damn, I'm not here this year? Ah, I'm burning, I have to keep working hard." Natsu was as regretful as ever and finally persevered, cheering himself up with a fighting spirit. The examiners are Laxus and Zorn, the examination rules are designated by the 2 of them, and the examination location is still in the guild's holy land, Tenro Island. Zorn and Laxus also flashed with lightning and light at this time, standing behind Makarov on the left and right. "Oh, it's just as the president announced. Laxus and I are the examiners of this assessment. The pass condition is very simple, that is, your strength is recognized by both of us. It would be best if you can defeat us. That's right, strength is the gold standard for S-level assessment. You can use any means. When you land on the island, there will be 2 roads. Zon and I will wait for you at the end of the road. Zon and Laxus talked about the contents of the assessment discussed before. In his and Laxus's opinion, strength is the main thing, and the various factors and conditions are up to the participants to collect and prepare. As long as the strength is recognized, the assessment will be passed. S-level assessment. It is still hellish difficulty. Yet, we don't know how strong they are now. We still need to work harder. Yoshi, train hard after this year. After hearing the content of the test, the guild members began to whisper underground, discussing and lamenting the difficulty of this test. I haven't finished yet, everyone be quiet. After Zorn stopped the discussion of the guild members loudly, he nodded to Makarov to indicate the last speech, and then looked at everyone with a calm expression again. The test time is 1 week later. Myra Jane, Urza, get ready, and that's it, disbanded. After Makarov finally announced the exam time, he put on an old man's expression again, jumped onto the bar, and clamored for a drink. The guild members immediately returned to the previous lively scene, congratulating Myra Jane and Urza, and then accepting tasks, drinking competitions, and quarreling. Natsu and Gray were in the quarreling and fighting team, and it seemed that they were fighting because of the competition between the two to become an S-class wizard first. Urza had no intention of caring about the exam, but Lysina and Happy were on the side to mediate and make peace. When Urza and Myra Jane went to prepare the things they would use for the exam, only Kana was left at the bar drinking. Zon also quietly walked behind Kana, one hand was tentatively put down, sometimes raised, moving back and forth on Kana's shoulder. His eyes were still carefully observing Kana's expression from time to time. After confirming that she was no longer angry, he put down his hand and put his arm around Kana's shoulder. After making a promise in a gentle voice, he was determined not to perform the task excessively. Laxus was lying on the railing on the 2nd floor, looking at the people below. Especially seeing that Zon had changed a lot since he became a henpecked man, he simply turned a blind eye and lay on the sofa on the 2nd floor with his eyes closed to rest. Hey, Zon, how will you and Laxus assess each other? Are there any traps on the way to find you? Kana and Zorn chatted on their way home, trying to get something out of him. Although Urza and Myra Jane didn't have such thoughts, as their best friend, she still wanted to secretly use her interpersonal relationships to do something for her best friend. Well, there's no trap. There are just some animals on the island. There's nothing else. The most important thing is Laxus and I, don't worry, they'll be fine. Zorn rubbed Kana's head with his hand to comfort Kana, who was still worried. Kana was relieved after hearing this, but she felt that Zorn was teasing her height again, so she jumped up and punched Zorn playfully to vent her embarrassment. Zorn also hurriedly held Kana's hand, caring whether Kana's hand hurt, and held Kana in his arms with a gentle face, whispering to her. Kana also looked at Zorn with surprise, and Zorn also raised his index finger to his mouth, indicating that it was a secret. The two laughed together, held hands and went home. To be continued. Chapter 32. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two sides were in a state of panic. A week later, Tenro Island. Laxus and Zorn were waiting for Urza and Myra Jane to arrive at the designated location of Tenro Island. The fairy tale ship, which was coming here at this time, was sailing on the sea. The ship was also full of guild members, and there were camping tools and various supplies used in the last assessment next to it. Natsu, dumb tape, are you okay? Happy stood aside and looked at Natsu with a worried look on his face. Natsu was lying on the ground with a pale face, trying hard to resist the feeling of fainting. He tried desperately to resist the urge to vomit. His mouth was bulging and he covered his mouth with his hands. As a big wave hit, the hull shook even more. Natsu could not bear it anymore and ran to the railing to vomit. Gray laughed and mocked Natsu. He also wanted to take a picture with his camera, but was discovered by Natsu. He resisted the discomfort and ran and played in the boat again. Urza and Myra Jane stood directly at the bow, looking at the direction of the distant Sirius Island with a solemn look. I don't know what they were thinking. President Makarov sat on a wooden barrel and drank a little wine, very leisurely. Everyone, look, we have arrived at Sirius Island. Wakaba shouted directly after seeing Sirius Island appear in front of him, and everyone's eyes were completely focused there. Yoshi, increase the horsepower, go ahead. The sailor was immediately excited and drove the boat with all his strength. The speed immediately rose to a new level and moved forward rapidly. Natsu, who was still running and chasing, stopped his movements, covered his mouth with both hands, and ran to the railing to vomit. Gray also took the opportunity to take a few photos immediately, laughed, and admired Natsu's ugly photos. The boat slowly stopped. Makarov stood on the barrel, stretched out one hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and held a whistle in the other hand. Everyone also listened attentively to the president's announcement. Myra Jane and Urza stood at the bow of the ship on the left and right, staring at the two roads on the island. Ready, now, the assessment begins. After Makarov announced that it was completed, he blew the whistle directly. The sound sounded, and Urza and Myra Jane directly kicked hard and stepped into the air and flew away quickly. Myra Jane went directly to the left, and Urza flew directly to the right. Zorn and Laxus also sensed who was coming towards them with their powerful observation haki, and they were ready. Zorn directly condensed a lightsaber in his hand, and Laxus was also covered with lightning. Both of them looked at the end of the road in front of them seriously. Master, then we. Kana walked to the side of the president to remind Makarov, who was still looking at the depths of the island. Makarov came back to his senses, raised his hand directly, and said excitedly to the guild members. Yoshi, let's hold the party as planned. Oh, all the guild members cheered, and happily moved the supplies and other items to the coast one by one, picking up firewood, setting up pots, setting up tents, and cutting ingredients. Everyone was busy and happy. Kana, get out of the way. I'm just watching from the side of the assessment site. I'm not doing anything. Natsu jumped up and down and asked Kana, who was blocking him, to get out of the way. He had originally planned to sneak into the battle scene to watch it while the people around him were busy. As a result, he was almost able to run directly into the forest when he was stopped by Kana. No, Zahn specifically told me that he was worried that you would sneak out and asked me to watch you. Sure enough. Kana put one hand on her waist and spread the other helplessly, with a helpless and firm expression. Then challenge you first, and then find it. After Natsu stood still, flames came out of his right hand, and he looked at Kana with the same firmness and excitement. It was just right, he wanted to see what level Kana had reached in the past 1 or 2 years with Zahn. Dragon Slayer magic, Iron Fist of Fire Dragon. Natsu touched his hands, and a magic circle flashed. The flames slowly gathered in his right hand, and the high temperature brought by it burned the air together. Obviously, this blow was very strong, and Kana was still looking at Natsu with interest at this time, without any worry, and stretched out her hand to stop the guild members who wanted to come forward. Natsu stepped hard with his right foot, exerted force instantly, and rushed away. A big pit formed on the ground in an instant, and his right hand attacked Kana with flames. Kana also admired that Natsu was indeed much stronger at this time. She calmly stepped forward with her right foot that gathered terrifying magic power, and a huge force attacked the ground. The magic power was under Kana's control. The ground was split instantly, and a huge, heavy, magical stone slab stood in front of Kana. Just as Natsu's fist hit the stone slab, the two of them were deadlocked for a moment, but under Natsu's attack, cracks covered the entire stone slab, crack, crack, with this sound. The stone slab broke directly. Natsu still kept punching forward and faced Kana, while Kana raised her right hand and held the flaming fist directly. She turned around and threw Natsu into the air. What? So strong? Natsu was still surprised in the air why Kana solved the battle so easily, and didn't notice that the direction he was flying was exactly where the president was drinking. Makarov sensed something and looked up directly. Just when Natsu was about to hit him, he instantly became huge and caught Natsu in his palm. After Kana threw Natsu away, she stepped to the left with her left foot, and a crack in the ground instantly rushed straight into the depths of the forest. Trees also collapsed one after another, shaking up thick smoke and dust. And you, Gray, you can't go forward anymore. Come back with me. Kana turned around and gently persuaded Gray, who was now keeping a cautious forward posture and was already dumbfounded. Hi, okay, I know. After hearing this, Gray still maintained his sluggish movements, mechanically turned around, and walked towards the camping site step by step with stiff limbs. Ah! Kana sighed helplessly when she saw this situation, patted the dust on her body, and pulled the equally shocked female guild members back to the camping site together. She didn't want to use violence, but this seemed to be the only effective way to stop Natsu and Gray. Urza and Myra Jane also stopped attacking the monsters at this time, and turned their heads with doubts to look in the direction of the fighting sound behind them. After seeing Natsu being thrown into the sky, they roughly understood the whole story and stopped paying attention to it. They concentrated on opening the way to the examiner. Looking down from the sky, the two people's forward speed was exactly the same. They punched and slashed the monsters one by one. The monsters also had swollen heads and fainted directly. Obviously, neither of them killed them. This level of test was easy for the two of them. To be continued. Chapter 33. The two of them were walking on the same path. It took about 5 minutes. Urza and Myra Jane each broke through the location of the monsters, and they were both facing the same long road ahead that they could not see. Myra Jane also released her receiving magic, and Urza also released her changing magic. They walked step by step, and both of them were adjusting their states and taking the time to restore their magic. Zon and Laxus were also waiting quietly at this time, with magic floating around their bodies, waiting for Urza and Myra Jane to arrive. Oh, it's you, Zorn. I didn't expect to fight you again. I've been training hard and doing missions for the past 2 years. Now I'll let you see my ultimate strength. After Urza stood in front of Zorn and finished speaking, her magic power was released, her ordinary armor was removed, and a golden magic power rushed up to the sky, covering her body with light. When the light disappeared, change magic fairy armor. The pink-based armor has been worn on her body. Urza's ears have pink decorations. She holds a winged sword in both hands, and looks at Zorn with a determined expression on her face. This armor, named after the guild, is my strongest armor at present. It is an integrated offense and defense armor with the best overall strength. Urza further explained. Oh, not bad, not bad, this is your strongest magic at present, Yoshi, then the assessment officially begins now. Zorn nodded, which was considered a preliminary recognition of Urza's determination and strength, but further assessment is still needed. Zorn raised the lightsaber in his hand and swung it vigorously. A huge golden flying slash slashed horizontally towards Urza. Urza's pupil shrank, and she quickly crossed her swords, gathered magic power, and also slashed across. The two attacks collided with each other, and the originally peaceful venue was instantly destroyed by a violent force. Dust flew, debris flew, and the surrounding trees and even rocks were instantly torn and shattered by the powerful force of the shock wave. After the two attacks stalemated, they squeezed together and flew into the sky, splitting the sky together. The two also disappeared instantly. Both sides used swordsmanship to compete directly. Zorn directly attacked with great force, while Urza used her small body and flexible swordsmanship to resist and counterattack. The surrounding environment was also shattered with the attacks of the two. A golden figure and a pink figure jumped back and forth and collided in this range. On the side of Myra Jane and Laxus, the two stood still for a long time. Laxus still looked at Myra Jane calmly, and did not show mercy just because she was a woman. All the magic power in his body burst out directly, and the sky here also changed the weather with this magic power, and thunder rumbled throughout the entire Tenro Island. Marajana's face changed drastically, her breathing became a little heavy, and she looked at Laxus, who was currently bathed in thunder and lightning, with a serious look. She also hurriedly called on magic power, spread her hands, and a dark magic circle appeared above her head. As the magic circle fell from her head, the reception of magic was also completed. The devil's wings opened directly from the back, the hair stood up completely, the eyes and mouth turned black, the eyes were sharp, the body was also covered with a crimson open-collared outfit, and the arms were replaced by devil claws. Full body reception. Satan's soul. Marajana's personality changed drastically, becoming more arrogant, and looking at Laxus with excitement. The test begins. Laxus announced in a low voice, and lightning surged all over his body. After activating all the cells in his body, he flashed and rushed to Myra Jane, swung his right fist with the thunder fist. Myra Jane was not to be outdone. Dark spark gathered dark magic with one hand, and the two fists collided directly, and the ground collapsed instantly. The two also separated with the force. Then they rushed together again, and their fists and feet collided back and forth. The dissipated magic also destroyed the surrounding environment in an instant. The two did not care at all, and greeted each other with the strongest moves. With the start of the test of both sides and the release of the magic of the four people, all people and animals in the entire Tianlang Island could feel the powerful magic of the four. Animals fled from the two places where they were fighting. Of course, the guild members who were camping on the coast were also shocked by this terrifying magic. Some people were so frightened that they dropped the objects in their hands. Everyone looked towards the depths of Tianlang Island, and the sky, which was originally clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. One side of the sky seemed to be split open, and the other side was filled with lightning and thunder. "It's okay. Don't worry, I'm here, and Zorn and Laxus will be careful." President Makarov also stopped drinking, stood up from a stone and made a loud promise to the members, then put his hands together, and a huge magic circle unfolded around the camp, forming a protective shield, and then disappeared. The terrifying magic power felt by everyone was directly isolated by the president's magic, and then it returned to a lively scene. Makarov also felt relieved and drank beer again. It seems that after this exam, the guild will have 2 more S-class wizards. The sight shifted to Zorn and Urza again on top of the battle. Iluza added armament haki to both swords, and Zorn also added armament haki to his lightsaber. Urza was panting at this time, looking at the sword in her hand with a dull look, while Zorn was the same as before the battle except for some wrinkles and dust on his clothes. Such a gap made Urza feel a little discouraged at this time, and she felt that she could not catch up with Zorn. Zorn also felt Urza's emotions at this time, and asked, "Iluza, what is the purpose of your power? Just to catch up with me? Just to pass the test? Just to become an S-class wizard? If so, you will never become a real strong man." Zorn's questioning words pierced Urza directly, trying to point out Urza's confused heart at this time. "Yes, my power exists for my partners and family, and I become stronger to protect them, not just for my own selfishness. I have never relaxed at all on this point. I will continue to pursue it as always, not just to catch up with your footsteps, but to pursue the heart of protecting and cherishing my family. I am not a lonely person." After Urza heard Zorn's question, the confusion in her heart disappeared. She recognized her own heart, and her fighting spirit was even higher. As the words in her mouth murmured, her magic power was strengthened again. The armor and the 2 swords were shrouded by a golden-green magic power. The air also solidified at this moment, and the ground was directly shattered by this terrifying magic power. As the magic power was strengthened again, the cracks also expanded. This will be my strongest blow at present. Get ready, Zorn. Iluza looked at Zon with a piercing gaze and shouted loudly. The magic power that was still surging outside was gathered by Urza on the single sword demon sword, and the armor was also converted into magic power and gathered together. Urza was now wrapped in a circle of bandages and wearing shorts. Zon was also shocked by Urza's momentum and terrifying magic power at this time, and nodded in his heart. Urza has reached the standard of an S-class wizard, and has far exceeded it. The magic power in his hand was also gathered strongly, and the originally shining lightsaber became more terrifying, and 3 defensive holy shield magics rose in front of him. Come on, let me see your strongest attack. Zorn smiled, fully prepared, and stretched out his hand to signal Urza to attack. Ah! Urza held the sword with both hands, shouted, and disappeared in a flash. When she appeared again, she was already behind Zorn, half crouching and slashing. After a moment, the sword disappeared and her figure fell down. Zorn stood in place. At the moment Urza fell, the 3 defensive holy shields in front of him were directly shattered. Zorn's lightsaber with armed color domineering was directly shattered, and his figure was directly cut in half, and then turned into light particles and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already next to Urza, with a broken hole on the chest of his clothes. Zorn bent down and helped Urza, whose magic power had been exhausted, up. Failed. Iluza looked at her strongest attack and only cut a hole in Zorn's clothes. She felt a little disappointed, thinking that she had failed the test and she still needed to work hard. Haha, it's successful. Congratulations. You passed the test and now you are an S-class wizard. Zorn looked at the somewhat disappointed Urza and laughed and congratulated her. Besides, your attack is very strong, but I am stronger. Haha, look at how much damage you have caused. Zorn said as he turned Urza's body to the side, and then he saw the scene behind Zorn. The trees behind him disappeared in unison, leaving only the bare ground. The ground was also cut down by a layer. Another island near Tianlang Island had a huge crack that split a small half of the island. Let's go. Everyone in the guild must be waiting anxiously. Zorn supported him, closed his eyes and sensed the camping location, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the camping site, the golden magic circle appeared for a moment, and 2 figures also appeared directly, 1. Seeing this, Kana ran over here. Zon thought she was coming to greet him, so he smiled and reached out to hug Kana, but Kana dodged and ran to Urza to check her injuries. This action made Zon very sad. To be continued. Chapter 34. The 2 of them were very surprised. Just when Zon was still sad about Kana's attitude, a strong wave of magic suddenly hit the protective shield, causing Zon and Guild President Makarov to notice something unusual. The 2 of them frowned and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. A large dark cloud slowly formed, and the sound of thunder and lightning was endless. The guild members also noticed something unusual at this time, stopped their actions, and looked at the unusual sky curiously. This move is... Is there any need for Laxus to be so serious? Zon thought helplessly in his heart, but with Laxus's personality, he would really make such a decision. In just a moment, a dragon claw made entirely of lightning poked out of the dark clouds. After it was pushed away, a huge dragon head with a terrifying look poked out and roared with its mouth of lightning, and the power of lightning surged even more. Zorn, this is... Makarov also came to Zorn at this time, looking at Zorn with a serious face. Well, this is the magic I developed when I first performed an S-level mission with Laxus last time. Zorn nodded and confirmed his thoughts to Makarov. Damn, is this going to destroy Tianlang Island? Go stop Laxus immediately, only you can catch up. Makarov jumped up and down. This magic can be felt to be very dangerous from such a long distance. This is still isolated by his defensive magic. If the guild members are to face this kind of magic directly, they will definitely not be able to withstand this high-pressure magic. Okay, see the president later. Zorn's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, teleporting to the place where Laxus was tested. A few minutes earlier, Laxus and Kana were fighting. Soul Exterminator Myra Jane gathered a lot of dark magic power in her hands, forming a huge black vortex between her hands, and a super powerful dark shock wave rushed out. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus took his time, took a deep breath, gathered the power of thunder and lightning in his lungs, opened his mouth, and a powerful thunder roar directly hit the dark shock. A powerful explosion burst out from the middle, and smoke and dust rose. Oh, a good attack, but it's still far from my S-level standard. If it's just like this assessment will fail. As Laxus spoke, the smoke slowly disappeared, and between the two people, the ground, which was already a little damaged, now directly formed a huge pit like a missile bombardment. On the left side of the giant pit, a violent gasp came from Mirajana's body, which was rising and falling. On the right side, Laxus also had some scratches on his body, but he still had that expressionless expression and calmly announced the results of Mirajana's assessment. Myra Jane panted and recalled in her mind the encouragement from Lysina and Elfman before the assessment, as well as the love she felt from everyone in the guild. Her heart was not affected by Laxus' words at all, but she was more determined in her thoughts. It's not over yet. How can it end like this? I still need to gain more powerful power to protect everyone, so I will definitely pass the assessment this time. Myra Jane waved her hand to cancel the reception of Satan's soul, closed her eyes, and carefully felt another more powerful magic that she had never dared to touch. Full body reception. Demon God Hafiz. A blue-black magic circle rose from Mirajana's feet, and white light flashed. Myra Jane, who was in the form of the demon god Hafiz with blue horns on her head, blue wings, and a blue tail swinging back and forth, was looking at Laxus with a playful look on her face. Just the swinging of her tail had formed holes on the ground, and it was obvious that her power was stronger than that of the Satan soul. Laxus felt that Myra Jane on the opposite side was completely different from the Satan soul. Her magic power was now terrifying. The expression on her face was now full of admiration, expressing her affirmation of Myra Jane. It's different, Yoshi, this is how you can fight against S-level. Just one strike and you'll pass the test if you can take my move. After Laxus finished speaking, he kicked his feet and flew rapidly into the sky. The magic power of his whole body burst out, and as his palm stretched out, it all poured into the dark clouds in the sky. Under Laxus' control, lightning gradually took shape, and the dragon claws and dragon head gradually poked out of the clouds, roaring towards the ground. A terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on Myra Jane. Mirajana's feet trembled, the ground collapsed instantly, her pupils shrank, and her face was filled with. Shocked, he looked at Laxus bathed in thunder and lightning in the sky. From this moment on, he felt the terror of an S-class wizard, no, the terror of Laxus's strength. Damn it, I can't admit defeat, Myra Jane summoned all her magic power, stretched out her hands, and pointed to the sky. A magic circle unfolded, and a light ball with terrifying magic formed on the magic circle. With the roar, the magic factors around also gathered together. Just as both sides released magic, Zorn appeared beside Laxus and put his hand on Laxus' shoulder. Oh, did you hold back? Zorn also felt the magic in the sky, but it was only half-formed, and the power was far less powerful than the last time, but this was not something that an ordinary S-class wizard could resist. He looked down at the attack gathered by Myra Jane below, which was also very strong, so he silently gathered magic power in his hands, just in case, and ignored the final duel between the two. Laxus ignored Zorn's words and swung his arm down, lightning and thunder rushed down, and Myra Jane also released her own attack. The two attacks met in the air in an instant, and a super strong energy wave burst out from the center. A light column burst out instantly, forming a mushroom cloud rising from the sky. Ah, it was close. Zorn patted his chest and looked at the spectacular scene in front of him. Myra Jane had already released her demon form and collapsed on the ground. Laxus was indeed admiring the rare scene like Zorn. At this time, the three of them had returned to the vicinity of the campsite. The guild members ignored the three people who suddenly appeared, and they were also shocked to see the mushroom cloud rising into the sky due to the attack. "Can you two explain it to me?" The shadow of a giant enveloped the three people, and the voice of extremely suppressed anger also came from behind the three people. Laxus and Zorn instantly tensed up and turned stiffly, and saw a huge fist coming towards them. Bang bang, the two figures flew backwards in an instant and disappeared in the air. "You two, hurry up and repair the island site for me, or you are not allowed to come back." This roar also reached the ears of Zorn and Laxus, who flew away, which shows how loud the sound was. "Ah, what two idiots!" Makarov recovered his body, stood in place, and sighed helplessly. To be continued. Chapter 35. The guild was celebrating, but the party was not over. When the guild members were celebrating together, Zorn and Laxus were called back by the president to join them, saying that they would continue the repair work after the meeting. The S-level assessment was over, and according to the results announced by Zorn and Laxus, 2 more S-level wizards were added to the guild. Mila Jane Strauss. Iluza Chocolatto. The day after the banquet, the president took the guild members back to the guild, leaving only Zorn and Laxus on the island. "Hey, I finally got more than half of it done. Fortunately, I learned earth magic before." Zorn raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead, his mouth slightly curled up, and looked at the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. The damaged ground in front of him was completely leveled by Zorn with magic. The height difference was too big, so it was changed into slopes, which looked much better than the broken one. "Yo, Laxus, you've done it too." Zorn floated in the air and flew over to Laxus. He saw Laxus holding a stone as big as a truck and filling it into the hole. Bang! The ground shook with the stone dropped by Laxus. Laxus looked up at Zorn, and then looked at the hole on the ground that was almost repaired, and clearly signaled Zorn to come down and deal with it. Hi. Papa. Okay, it's all done, then we should go there too, the president is waiting anxiously. Zorn patted the dust on his hands, looked at the direction of the president in the distance, put his hand on Laxus's shoulder, and a golden magic circle appeared. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Fairy Tale, Tomb of the First President, Mavis Viviamil. Now that you are here, come to the front and pay your respects. Makarov looked at the tombstone in front of him with a slightly heavy look, and said to Zorn and Laxus in a solemn voice. Zorn and Laxus's expressions also became solemn. They took a few steps forward and closed their eyes. After expressing their deep respect in their hearts, they opened their eyes and looked at the president, who had something to say in front of them. "I'm leaving you two here because I have a magic to teach you. Remember what I told you before? Magic is formed by combining the power of nature with the airflow of the body, and then infusing the whole soul. Although magic is not a miracle power, love can create miracles. There are many kinds of love, such as friendship, love, and family. The guild is a big family. You are all my irreplaceable children. I love you deeply. As long as I am here, I swear with my life that I will not let you get hurt. This is what a parent should do. But I'm old, and the new generation of trees has grown up. In the future, the guild and this family will eventually be left to you to support. This magic will allow you to protect your family well. The road ahead will be very difficult, but with your family, I believe you will definitely move towards a bright future. Zhejiang, Grandpa, you." Laxus' heart was obviously hit by an unknown emotion when he heard these words. He felt numb and tingling, but his eyes turned red uncontrollably, and he looked at Makarov with admiration on his face. "Haha, Laxus, I haven't seen you with this expression for a long time." Makarov laughed heartily, and his heart was full of joy. "Humph, you are so long-winded, old man. After hearing this, Laxus put away his expression, blushed, and turned his head away to make a scene. Puff Zorn saw Laxus at this moment and also chuckled with his hands covering his mouth. The original atmosphere disappeared, but the words of the president were deeply rooted in the hearts of Zorn and Laxus. This magic is one of the 3 fairy magics. It is a super magic created by the first president Mavis. The law of the fairy is to use the sacred light to fight against darkness and only eliminate the enemies identified by the caster. And the law of the fairy can only be learned by the members of fairy tale. Super magic? The 3 fairy magics? Laxus looked at the president with a puzzled look. And Zorn knew in his heart that the other 2 super magics were Fairy Glory, offensive magic, collects and concentrates the light of the sun, moon, and stars to form a halo to give the enemy the final punishment. Fairy Ball, defensive magic, gathers powerful magic and the thoughts of all the guild members to form a powerful and invincible defense ball. Zorn thought in his heart. Although he knew it, he couldn't show it here. He could only look at Makarov with Laxus in confusion. This is the legendary super magic, which has absolute power. I don't know the other 2 magics. Maybe only the first generation president knows them. The president explained the 2 people's questions, and finally expressed with regret that he didn't know the other 2 magics. This is the principle and method of this magic. Next, I will demonstrate it to you. After Makarov finished speaking, he slightly closed his hands up and down. With the call of magic power, a ball of golden light appeared in his palms. Laxus and Zorn carefully felt the warmth of the magic. Zorn seemed to understand something about the warmth. Combining the principles described by the president and his own affinity for the light element, he has mastered this super magic. President, I seem to have learned it. Zorn suddenly shouted embarrassedly. The president and Laxus were stunned for a moment, looking at Zorn with puzzled eyes as if they hadn't heard him. Zorn, like the president, closed his hands slightly, and the light gathered in his hands. Zorn was completely immersed in this magic, and the light elements around him seemed to be induced and rushed into Zorn's hands crazily. The president and Laxus stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths open. Such a rich light element, this child. I'll leave it to you. At this time, the sleeping first-generation president, Mavis, was also affected by the rich light elements outside, and slowly opened his eyes, and through this connection, he briefly entered Zorn's mind. This is. Zorn opened his eyes suddenly, and the magic in his hand was slowly released because of excitement and shock, and he carefully felt the other 2 super magics that the first-generation president had just given him. This kid is really a genius. The president thought in his heart with a face full of relief, but the words he said were still encouraging. Is it a failure to launch? You still need to continue learning and have a deeper understanding, but you have also touched the threshold. Keep working hard. Yeah, okay, President. In the next few days, the 3 of them were all studying super magic on the island, and Zorn did not mention the first generation to the president. It was the first generation who told him that she had only awakened briefly, so Zorn did not need to say anything, and Zorn could only do it. Over at the Fairy Tale Guild. The guild was still noisy and lively. Makarov was dozing off at the bar, bubbles coming out of his nose, and he was sleeping deeply. It turned out that the one who stayed in the holy land of Tianlang Island was the president's thought body. Tap tap tap, the sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground came into the guild, and everyone turned around and saw that it turned out that a civil servant from the Council of Judges appeared in the guild with a team. Is Zorn here? There are documents to be conveyed. The civil servant pushed his glasses and said calmly, and took out the scroll hanging from his waist. To be continued. Chapter 36. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Zon. Makarov, startled by the strange voice, had a bubble on his nose burst, and looked at the people in the council at the door with hazy eyes. He murmured with a questioning tone. The leading civil servant was named Aileen George, who was good at text magic and some ancient text magic research. Because of his magical characteristics, he served as a secretary, responsible for the writing of manuscripts and action guidelines, as well as conveying the opinions, instructions, and requirements of superiors and subordinates, and other administrative work. After hearing Makarov's voice, a lion tilted his head to see Makarov, one of the 10 saints, from behind a guild member. His attitude immediately changed from indifferent to respectful. He took a few steps forward and walked to the bar. He raised his right hand and placed it on his chest, bending his body slightly. "Master Makarov, I greet you here. I'm very sorry that I didn't notice you just now. I'm here to convey the Council's decision on Zorn's selection for the Holy 10. Please also notify Zorn to come to the headquarters for the final assessment in 10 days. This is the notice." When expressing his purpose of coming here, Aaron kept bending over. Under this action, his voice remained steady. After speaking, he presented the notice with both hands. "Okay, I know. Thank you for your hard work. You can go." Makarov picked up the scroll, put it on the bar, and waved his hand, indicating that Aaron could leave. "It should be, Master Makarov, then I'll take my leave first." After Aaron stood up, he saluted again and led the team out of the guild. From the time Aaron entered the guild to the time he left, the guild had been relatively quiet. It was the first time that everyone saw the people of the council being so respectful, and for the first time they felt that the title of President Saint 10 was still a bit important. When the people of the council usually perform their duties, the more normal ones have a very calm attitude just now, and some people are even more arrogant. Not to mention that their guild has received penalty notices and some complaint letters because of the damage caused every time they perform tasks. "Ha ha ha, what do you think? I am still very important as the president." Makarov looked at everyone looking at him in surprise, and was very proud. He stood up and put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly, without any sign of dozing off just now. "President, NB. Awesome." The guild took this opportunity to become more lively, and President Makarov even raised the wine glass that was bigger than his body and drank it with big gulps. "Master, drink less, and don't you need to ask Zorn to come back early?" Arisa stood aside and frowned slightly and asked Makarov a little worriedly. After all, coming back from Tianlang Island, getting the scroll and going to the council headquarters, the time is still a bit tight. "Well, I'll be back soon, don't worry, it's okay if it's late." Makarov didn't regard the selection of the Holy 10 as a big deal at all, although the title of the Holy 10 is a recognition and honor of strength to some extent. But it doesn't mean that those who don't get the title are not strong, nor does it mean that they have no contribution to the entire continent, nor does it mean that a person has problems with his quality. Recognize yourself and believe in yourself, it's better than anything else. "Ah, it's really delicious, another glass." Makarov raised his glass, showed his big white teeth to the bartender, and happily asked for another glass. "Master, you can't drink any more. Your health is more important. Give me the wine glass." Arisa saw that the president was drinking recklessly and didn't care about his own health. She took the huge wine glass and put it away with magic. "Just a little bit, drink a little bit more, okay." When Makarov saw the wine glass disappear from his hand, his happy expression immediately became depressed. He gestured with his index finger and thumb, emphasizing that he only wanted to drink a little more, and looked at Urza with a flattering expression. "Is there a little doubt? As the president, the biggest person in the guild, why was he controlled by Urza?" and asked carefully. "Is there any need to ask? Of course it's love. Makarov is very happy that his daughter cares about his old father. His daughter is the caring little cotton-padded jacket of his old father. If it was Laxus, Zorn or other boys, they would have been punched away by now, and finally they would have said, 'You little brat, it's 100 years too early to control me.' Okay, just a little bit." Urza looked at the president's pitiful expression and softened her heart. Magic flashed, and a small wine glass was taken in her hand. She asked the waiter to pour half of it and handed it to the president. Pour a little more. No, that's all. Urza refused to give in. Okay underscore. Ha 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 ha, the president is still controlled by Urza. You are so long-winded, you little bastards, hurry up and get to work for me. Separator. In the Magic Council, on a huge conference table, the speaker and a group of members were holding a meeting to vote. At this meeting, we hope to determine the personnel to be assessed. The information of the assessed personnel has been placed in front of you. Do you have any recommendations? Or do you recommend yourself? After the speaker finished speaking, he looked around and waited to see if anyone would speak. And the members and some of the Holy Ten lowered their heads, picked up the information and looked through it. Fairy tale, Zorn. Crack, crack. As the sound rang out, the information in the hands of a certain Saint Ten began to deform. What's wrong, Joseph? You have an idea, and you should collect your magic power. The speaker looked up at Joseph, whose anger value soared and whose expression was distorted. A large amount of black aura surged from Joseph, making the people around him look disgusted, but they were completely unaware. I recommend myself to serve as an examiner, and also test the level of those who take the test. After hearing the speaker's reminder, Joseph collected his own magic power, and his expression returned to normal. He recommended himself calmly, but his eyes were not calm, with a hint of ruthlessness. Everyone, raise your hands and vote. When the speaker heard someone recommend himself, he hurriedly asked everyone to vote and stopped asking people to recommend. Otherwise, it would be unknown when this meeting would be held. Anyway, the level of the Saint Ten was enough for the assessment. Agree? Okay. Okay, then it's settled. Adjourn the meeting. Aaron, notify everyone. That's it. The speaker made the decision right away, and with his magic cane, he left the meeting room in a big stride. Yamaji, I didn't expect that you also agreed to Joseph as the examiner. Don't you know that Joseph and Makarov lost to Makarov in a fight when they were drunk last time, and he has been holding a grudge? This time, he rushed to give Joseph a punching bag. Why don't you stop him? Stop? If you stop, then you won't see a good show. Yamaji looked at a congressman with confusion. He knew Zoen's strength very well. Even Makarov praised those guys and admitted that Zoen's current strength was not clear to him. Let alone Joseph. Oh, from what you said, among the examinees, Zorn is very strong. Then I'll have to take a good look this time. From this, it can be seen that Joseph is not very popular among the crowd. At this time, Joseph was thinking hard in his heart how to play tricks on Zorn, but he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he would encounter. To be continued. Chapter 37. The two of them were very happy. Everyone, Laxus and I are back. Did you miss us? Zon and Laxus strode into the guild and announced to everyone excitedly that they were back, but there was no movement from the people around them. They were all doing their own things and not paying attention to Zon and Laxus. Kana rushed into Zon's arms from the side and looked up at Zon with joy. Welcome back, dear. Well, I'm back. Zon lowered his head and kissed Kana's face, saying to Kana affectionately. Tisk Laxus didn't have the face to look at it, turned his head and snorted, with an emotion that he didn't know whether it was envy or jealousy, and went directly to the second floor of the guild to avoid the dog food of the two. Swoosh! An object that looked like a scroll fell from the counter directly at Zorn. Zorn raised his hand to catch it, and looked at the object in his hand with a puzzled look. He saw the ERA, Magic Council, logo printed on the scroll. Magic Council? Holy Ten Selection. Zorn looked at the president who was walking towards him with a little confusion. Yes, Holy Ten Selection, the notice has come down, let's go now. Makarov walked past him and walked towards the door, looking like he was going to the morning market. What's the matter? Let's go. Oh, by the way, Laxus, you will be in charge of the guild. Urza and Myra Jane are all on a mission. Makarov turned his head and looked at Zorn, who hadn't moved yet, and hurriedly urged him, and then, as if he suddenly thought of it, he shouted loudly to Laxus on the second floor. Got it, old man. Go ahead, the president is waiting impatiently. Kana pushed Zorn, signaling him to hurry up. Zorn ran a few steps and caught up with the president in front of him. He turned around and waved to Kana at the door of the guild. He then used all his magic to suspend the president in the air, saving the president from walking slowly. Separator. The Great Magic Fighting Arena, Dome FLA Bird. When Zorn and Makarov arrived at the Magic Council, they learned that everyone in the council was at the Great Magic Fighting Arena. The people who were being assessed were not just Zorn, but also some people whose contributions and achievements had reached certain standards. They set the assessment time before Zorn, so they went ahead and assessed other people at the venue first. Zorn and Makarov were also flying in the air at this time, rushing to the assessment site, and it was a good time to chat about family matters. President, are Najgri and the others also going on a mission? Yes, they are very motivated to hear that you are going to become the 10th saint. They say they want to surpass you. They are all good kids. I hope they can remember what I told them last time. They should be more restrained when doing missions and not destroy the surrounding environment. Well, this is a problem. They should be more restrained. I also specifically told them before they set off. Really? That's good. Well, Guild Arts will be back soon. Last time I heard the news, the 10-year mission has been completed. This time I will go back and celebrate. Hey? What's wrong, Zorn? Zorn heard the president's confirmation and learned that Guild Arts was coming back soon. It should be this time that Guild Arts accepted the extremely difficult 100-year mission, and then encountered the Black Dragon during the mission, was seriously injured, and lost an arm. It seems that he has to rush back as soon as possible to try to stop Guild Arts from accepting this mission. Thinking of this, Zorn and Makarov's flying speed suddenly increased, making Makarov look at Zorn with some doubt. It's okay, haha, I'm just a little greedy. Zorn found a random excuse to evade the matter. He couldn't tell the president about this matter, otherwise he couldn't explain clearly how he knew what had not happened yet. I sensed it. Zorn had been using his observation haki, and suddenly felt that there were many powerful magic groups gathering in one place in the distance, and that place should be the destination. The golden magic circle unfolded in the direction of the front, and Zorn and the president went straight through and disappeared in the air. Yo, it seems that we are here at the right time. President, you go to the viewing seats and wait first, it will be over soon. The golden magic circle appeared in the venue, and the figures of Zorn and the president also appeared. It happened that the last examiner was knocked away by Joseph's dark beam, and was caught by Zorn with magic, and sent to the viewing seats with the president. What a disgusting smell, let's get rid of it as soon as possible. Zorn showed disgust on his face. Looked at Joseph with a look of disdain, and a strong golden magic surged from his body, wanting to end everything as soon as possible and return to the guild. Oh, good magic! The speaker and others who were watching felt Zorn's magic, and nodded in agreement, preliminarily recognizing Zorn. Damn kid, it's as annoying as Makarov. When Joseph heard Zorn despise him so much, the evil magic in his body burst out, his eyes were shrouded in darkness, and the ground he stood on was instantly broken, obviously he was serious. It's so scary, it really scared me, but have you ever been kicked by light? Zorn's careless words sounded behind Joseph, with a full level of taunting, and his right foot with light, hit Joseph's body with one blow. Like a kite with a broken string, Joseph flew backwards quickly, and smashed into the wall of the venue with a bang. The wall collapsed instantly, drowning Joseph. Zorn's attack was not over yet. His right hand lit up, and countless lightsabers appeared behind him. As Zorn waved his hand, they were instantly activated, and each lightsaber really hit Joseph's flooded land. The earth also began to tremble with Zorn's attack, and the people standing in the spectator seats also deployed defensive magic as they shook to defend against the aftermath of Zorn's attack. "This kid is really strong, Makarov, you are really lucky." Everyone in the audience looked at Makarov with envy, which made Makarov instantly proud. He folded his arms and looked at the battle scene with admiration, thinking to himself, "If you knew that I also asked Zorn to prohibit the use of that magic like the sun, you would be jealous. Are you not coming out yet? Senior, how long are you going to hide? I'm in a hurry." Zorn looked at the ruins with one hand on his waist and continued to taunt. He can clearly sense that Joseph should have only been slightly injured at present. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a wizard with the title of Saint 10. Thinking back to the mission in the ruins, this blow directly took down the wizard. Bang! Rocks in the ruins exploded, and Joseph pushed a stone slab away with one hand. He was shrouded in a dark magic power, which also soared into the sky, directly causing the celestial phenomena. He stared at Zoen with his eyes fixed, and opened his palms. As Joseph mobilized the magic power, the surrounding air and the earth trembled with this terrifying magic power, becoming oppressive, and the clouds in the sky also spun. "Tisk, you think you are the only one with strong magic power, don't think that changing the celestial phenomena is very powerful." Zon also directly released his own magic power, and the golden magic power instantly soared into the sky. The light and dark magic powers were clearly separated, competing and squeezing each other, and the storm generated directly sucked down the clouds in the sky. A rare dragon absorption phenomenon was formed. Hey, this is a bit exaggerated. At such a young age, he actually possesses such terrifying magic power. The crowd in the audience looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They didn't expect that Zorn's magic power was so terrifying. It was not inferior to Saint 10 at all, and it was still faintly suppressing Joseph. To be continued. Chapter 38. The more you do, the more you will be. To be honest, everything about you disgusts me now, and you have committed an unforgivable sin. Zon stood in the range of his magic fluctuations, his clothes were blown by the magic, his eyes were full of disgust, he frowned, condensed a lightsaber in his right hand, and looked at Joseph in front of him coldly. Zon thought about Joseph's actions to hurt his guild partners in the anime in his previous life, as well as those disgusting words. The lightsaber in his right hand slowly attached the armed color domineering, and the black and gold light was strong, filling the entire venue. The walls and the ground of the entire venue were instantly filled with cracks, and even the clothes of the people in the audience were instantly cut, and the shocked people hurriedly increased the magic transmission of the defensive magic. "Oh, what kind of power is this, Makarov, do you know?" The speaker looked at the sword in Zorn's hand that flashed with unusual light, and asked Makarov a little puzzled. He obviously did not feel the fluctuation of magic power in the black substance, but he could already feel the dangerous aura. No comment. Makarov crossed his arms and ignored the speaker's inquiry. This was the power brought by Zorn. Even if he was the president, he had no right to disclose any information about this power. "Speaker, don't you need to stop it? The strength shown by Lord Zorn now is enough to be the title of the Holy 10. One of the members hurriedly stepped forward to suggest to the speaker when he saw this. It was not to excuse Joseph, but mainly because the venue could not hold on any longer. He looked at the ground below that was broken into pieces, one wall was gone, and the surrounding walls were seriously damaged. Now the council will have to pay a lot of money again. Don't stop me. Didn't you see Joseph below, still very excited? After hearing Makarov's reply, the speaker stopped thinking about it. He could understand that he was also curious for a while, so he didn't pay attention to it. He answered the question of the counselor beside him without turning his head, and focused on the battle below. Damn it, what is your fairy tale? My Phantom Guild is the first guild in this kingdom, so you'd better die. Dark magic dark beam. The black magic behind Joseph instantly turned into a series of black beams that rushed straight to Zorn. His eyes were full of unwillingness, anger, and ruthlessness. All the magic was mobilized, and the surrounding dark magic slowly gathered. A powerful black energy was condensed in his hand, and he threw it out instantly, forming a powerful shock wave rushing towards Zorn. Dark magic death storm. No one can block my attack, not even you. It seems that you still don't understand the gap between our strengths. The light emitted by the black and gold lightsaber in Zorn's hand was restrained, ready to go. Squatting slightly, Zorn looked at Joseph coldly. When the dark beam approached Zorn 1 meter in front of him, it was instantly purified and turned into primitive magic power that appeared around Zorn. As Zorn accumulated power, an inexplicable and terrifying omen emerged in Joseph's heart, and he seemed to die. Impossible, impossible, I don't believe it. I am the Holy Ten, you are just a little kid, it is impossible to defeat me. Joseph looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and the death storm in his hand was still increasing its power, impacting the protective shield in front of Zorn. What is fairy tale? If we are second, no one dares to claim first place. I said so. One sword style, holy light judgment, breaking heaven's strike. Zorn swung the lightsaber in his hand with force, and a huge slash instantly split the death storm, rushing towards Joseph with unmatched momentum, and everything turned into dust wherever he passed. Zorn! Suddenly a huge shout came from the audience. After hearing it, Zorn pursed his lips and was a little unhappy, but he still raised the lightsaber in his hand, and the speeding lightsaber instantly changed direction, flying to the upper right, passing by Joseph. When the slash passed through the sky, the whole sky seemed to be split by an invisible line. A dazzling sword light instantly split the sky in half. The power of this blow seemed to be unbearable even for the heaven and earth, and the whole world was shaken. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes, nor could they believe the power they felt. The slash of the lightsaber not only split the sky, but also deeply shocked their hearts. At this moment, the whole world became silent, with only the powerful energy. The volume echoed in the air. Joseph's eyes were dull and his mouth was wide open. He didn't realize that his clothes were gone. His knees softened and he knelt in front of Zorn. Then he fell to the ground, staring blankly at the crack in the sky. Separator. Fairy Tale Guild, S-Class Wizard Zorn, according to the unanimous decision of the Magic Council, you are awarded the title of the Holy 10 Magicians. I hope you will continue to make outstanding contributions to this continent and protect the peace in the magic world. After the speaker stood in the center of the venue and read the decision of the Magic Council, Aaron behind him stepped forward and presented the silver badge representing the Holy 10 Magicians with both hands. Thank you for the recognition of the Magic Council. Zorn reached out and took the president representing the Holy 10, looked at it in the sun, and it seemed no different, so he put it on his chest. Then I'll take my leave first. The speaker left the venue with a group of people, and also carried Joseph away with him. They went to prepare major reports first. They had to publicize it well. The news that a boy under 20 years old became the Holy 10 would definitely set the whole continent on fire. Master Makarov, Master Zorn, the Magic Council has prepared a banquet tomorrow. I hope you two can attend. Aaron greeted the two Holy Tens while maintaining a salute. No, we are in a hurry to go back. Say sorry to the speaker for me. Yes. President, then let's go back as well. The guild members should be waiting anxiously. Zorn suggested to Makarov on the side. After watching the president nod, a magic circle appeared under their feet, and then disappeared on the spot. The news that Zorn defeated the examiner and became the Holy 10 spread throughout the continent that day. The Magic Council took into account Joseph's face and did not announce his identity as an examiner, otherwise this guy might be directly angry to death. All the Dark Guilds and the 12 Holy Shields of the Western Continent Alvarez Empire also received the news. The Dark Guilds also restrained their rampant behavior at this time, but the three major Dark Guilds, 6 demon generals, Heart of the Devil, and Gate of Hades, did not care at all and were still as arrogant as ever. Hades directly crushed the newspaper in his hand with black magic, looking at the sky in the distance with a firm look, not knowing what he was thinking. The 12 holy shields of the western continent Alvarez Empire were the same, not caring at all, and were busy with their own affairs. After all, their Emperor Jalal was still unknown. To be continued. Chapter 39. The two of them were so busy that they finally arrived. We're finally here. Zorn and the guild master entered Magnolia City. Along the way, Zorn used magic to rush on the road, which made the guild master Makarov feel the horror of Zorn's magic power from another perspective. The shape of this town. Guild Arts mode. It seems that Guild Arts is back. The houses are arranged on both sides, leaving a straight road leading to the Fairy Tale Guild in the middle. After a while, when Zorn and Makarov were about to reach the gate of the guild, 2 figures rushed out. "Hey, Najgra, are you here to greet us?" Zorn looked at the 2 people who suddenly jumped out in front of him, posing a fighting posture, and stood in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Zon, we want to challenge you." Natsu and Gray looked at Zon with a serious look, and Zon gave up the idea of joking. "Yoshi, let me see your progress." Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Ice Shape Ice Holy Sword. Both moves are attached with their own armed color domineering. Natsu punched Zon, Gray jumped up and raised his sword to slash at Zon, and both of them attacked Zon at a very fast speed. Zon put his hands on armament haki, raised his right hand, and held his left hand horizontally to receive the magic of the 2 at the same time, but his body was pushed back by the attack force and slid for a distance. Wow! Natsu and Gray have become stronger, and their ordinary attacks are so powerful. Yeah, they can actually move Zon such a long distance. Oh, Saijo! The guild members immediately rushed out from all sides, and they were also surprised to see Natsu and Gray. Then everyone cheered and cheered for Natsu and Gray. "Not bad, great progress, keep working hard." Zon patted his hands on the shoulders of the 2 to show encouragement, and he was really happy for the 2 in his heart. "Yoshi, come on, those who lost, hand over the money in your hand quickly." "Kana, I didn't expect you to think that Zorn would be defeated by 2 people's attacks." "Ha ha ha, of course." Kana laughed heartily on the side. She knew very well how strong Natsu was at the moment. After all, she had fought against Natsu at Tenro Island. Everyone returned to the guild noisily. After entering the door, they saw Guildarts drinking beer and sitting alone on the bar, and Laxus was still lying on the railing on the 2nd floor in a daze. Myra Jane and Urza were still fighting in front of the task board on the 2nd floor, holding their hands together, pushing back and forth, and arguing about who should be assigned to do the task. "Yo, welcome back, Guildarts, how is the task going?" The president jumped onto the bar first, asked the waiter to pour a glass of wine, and then clinked the glass with Guildarts, and then said, "Of course it was completed successfully, haha, I want to challenge something more difficult." Guildarts touched his head with his right hand, laughed, and then tried to mention it to the president. "Well, it's okay, but let's have a party first." Zorn, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking in his heart, "It's really this time, what reason should I come up with to stop it? It's really a headache." "What's wrong, Zorn, is there something bothering you?" Kana keenly noticed that Zorn might be bothered, so she asked. "Oh, it's okay, I'm just a little confused about some magic." Zorn still evaded the question. Everyone, to celebrate Zorn becoming one of the 10 saints and Guildarts successfully completing the 10-year mission, let's have a party together. Oh, great! Banquet, banquet, banquet. Everyone cheered, and the banquet lasted until the night fell, with no intention of stopping at all. Guildarts called several S-class wizards of the guild to the 2nd floor. Everyone sat around the table, waiting for Gildarts to speak. Well, you know, there are 10-year missions and 100-year missions above the S-class missions, and the difficulty of the missions is also doubled. I decided to go on a 100-year mission this time, and I don't know when I will be back, so I will leave the guild to you. Gildarts was a little embarrassed when he said these words. After all, he rarely returned to the guild throughout the year. Since Zorn and Laxus were promoted to S-class, he only came back once this time. This time I have to go on a 100-year mission again. Although I dare not guarantee that the mission, it will definitely be completed, but it is still okay to guarantee your own life, but it is not certain when you can come back. I disagree. The 100-year mission can be put aside. There is no need to rush to complete it. Uncle, are you really so anxious? Zorn looked at Gildarts with a firm look. Do you have any concerns, Zorn? Gildarts looked at Zorn, who was obviously a little abnormal, and asked softly. No, anyway, it's not possible now. If you must go, wait for me for a few days. Zorn stood up directly after speaking, left the meeting, went downstairs and left the guild. Only Laxus Urza and Myra Jane were left, looking at each other, wondering why Zorn reacted so strongly, and this was the first time they had seen Zorn like this. Gildarts bowed his head and pondered. No one else in the guild noticed this scene, but the president sitting at the bar had been observing the movements on the second floor. Seeing Zorn walk out of the guild with a solemn face, and then connecting Zorn's abnormality before and the 100-year mission mentioned by Gildarts, he had some guesses in his heart. After thinking for a few days, Gildarts decided to carry out the 100 years mission. He had been trying to talk to Zorn in the past few days, and so had Laxus and the others, but Zorn had not shown up. He had no choice but to wait in the guild, but there was no news, and everything was normal, and Zorn had not come. Just when Gildarts wanted to take a shortcut to the tavern to drink after training Natsu and others in the East Forest that day, a familiar figure appeared in front of Gildarts. Zorn? You are here after all. Yes, uncle. You seem to know a lot of things, Zorn. Gildarts looked at Zorn with a little scrutiny in his eyes, hoping to get the details from Zorn. Uncle, if you knew that you would almost not be able to come back this time, and even if you came back, your body would be incomplete, would you still go out? Zorn's low voice came out slowly, but Gildarts's reaction was still as Zorn guessed, without any fluctuations. Ha ha ha, the future is not always the same for Zorn, but with your reminder, my chances of coming back are much greater. Gildarts didn't care about the so-called future at all. He only believed that he would come back safely. Really? This is what I prepared for you, uncle, take care of yourself. Zorn's body slowly floated in the air, his body was suspended in the air, and golden and blue lights appeared in his body. As Zorn's left and right hands were slightly gathered in front of his chest, a double magic circle appeared in the sky, directly covering the sky. Zorn murmured in an incomprehensible ancient language, and his expression became a little laborious as he murmured, but he still supported the output of magic with all his strength. The people of Fairy Tale also felt this magic, and they all left the guild to see the huge magic circle in the sky. This is the super magic at that time. Yeah, that's right. Laxus and Kana were the first to recognize this magic. It was the super magic obtained in the Ruins mission at that time. At that time, they also received Zorn's blessing. Master, look, the guild's emblem is glowing. Arisa suddenly noticed that the fairy tale emblem on her left arm was glowing, and she quickly reminded him. The companions around her also looked at the emblems on their bodies, and they were all glowing without exception. Zon, you. Gildarts watched Zon struggling to cast this magic. Halfway through, he thought of interrupting the magic, but was afraid that Zon would be backfired. Super magic blessing of starlight and 12-fold holy shield defense magic. As the magic was completed, a golden holy shield magic appeared around the fairy tale emblem on Gildart's chest. This magic gathered all the magic power in Zon. It was definitely not an ordinary magic, hoping to help Gildarts avoid a blow. Zorn ran out of magic power and fell, but fortunately Gildarts caught him in one step. "You are such a mess, kid." "Well, thank you for your kindness." Gildarts smiled as he looked at Zorn, who had fallen into a deep sleep due to the exhaustion of his magic power. Then he carried Zorn on his back and sent him back to the guild. After staying in the guild for a few days and confirming that Zorn was fine, he set out on the road to carry out the 100-year mission. To be continued. Chapter 40. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. Year X782. Time flies. Since Zorn won the title of Holy 10, the guild has received commissions from all over the country, which has greatly improved the overall reputation of the guild and made it the number one in the entire kingdom. This made the Phantom Guild, President Joseph, even more jealous in his heart, but because the overall strength of the Fairy Tale Guild is much stronger than that of his Phantom Guild, not to mention that Zorn's strength last time made him a little afraid, and there were various regulations and restrictions, so he could only be furious. "Damn it, Fairy Tale, wait for me. One day, I will get back everything I have suffered." Dividing line. Lysina and Elfman, as well as Natsu and Grey, have grown up rapidly in the past 2 years as if they had taken hormones. They have completely changed from children to youthful and handsome. Zorn has also become more mature from a teenager. In the past 2 years, he has visited the entire library of the Kingdom of Fiori and systematically studied the magic knowledge in the fairy tale world, hoping to develop more powerful magic. After all, it lived up to expectations and really made Zorn make a little progress. It also made Zorn feel relieved and returned to Fairy Tale with Kana. After returning for more than a week, Zorn has been waiting for the S-level task, Beast King Crusade in the taskbar on the 2nd floor, but it seems that it has never been delivered as if it is against him. But his nerves are still tense. For fear of negligence, he asked Myra Jane to take the Beast King task and take Lysina and Elfman to carry out the task. As for why he didn't remind Myra Jane to prohibit and remind her not to take the Beast King mission, it was because Mirajana's personality was too hot and she would not admit defeat. If he told her, she might secretly take the mission behind his back. This morning, Zorn was lying on the sofa on the 2nd floor as usual, but Laxus was selecting a suitable S-level mission in the mission column, wanting to take the Thunder Gods to perform it together. That's right, last year, several members of the Thunder Gods joined Fairy Tale one after another. After witnessing Laxus's bravery and strength in a mission, they became Laxus's fanatical fans and followers. He has been following Laxus to perform missions, and this time Laxus also wants to take them to try the S-level mission to broaden their horizons. It's just that Fried's feelings for Laxus made Zorn gossipy, because wherever Laxus is, Fried is behind him, and the fanaticism in his eyes is really not concealed at all. Haha, it's a bit off topic, let's get back to the point. Tap, tap, tap. Ah, I'm so sleepy. With the sound of footsteps, all the guild members suddenly dozed off. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. When a figure wrapped up and carrying several magic wands on his back entered the guild, all the members had fallen asleep. Urza and Myra Jane could hold on for a while, but they just fell down after seeing the figure. "Hey, long time no see, Mr. Gang." The president greeted the man who only missed his eyes. "Long time no see, President. I'll take these tasks." Mr. Gang took a few tasks quickly, showed them to the president, and prepared to leave. "Mr. Gang, your sleep magic is really strong. You should have a place in this year's S-level assessment." Zorn was lying on the railing on the 2nd floor. There was no sleep in his eyes. He greeted Mr. Gang with a happy face. "Hey, long time no see." Laxus also crossed his arms, leaned against the pillar on the 2nd floor, and greeted Mr. Gang. It was just as Zorn said. With such delicate control of magic power, strong physical skills and powerful magic, he was indeed qualified for the S-level assessment. Mr. Gang just turned around, nodded, gestured, and walked out. As his figure disappeared in the distant street, the people in the guild slowly woke up. "Yet, you are as strong as ever." Zorn nodded and praised. "It's just a little bit, but you still can't hold on." "Damn it." Iluza stood up and clenched her fists, staring at the outside of the guild. Zorn couldn't help but think that what Mr. Gang didn't want most was to let Urza see that the magic cast on Urza was also the strongest, so even Myra Jane, who was close to Urza, was affected. "Iluza, this year's S-level assessment, Mr. Gong's examiner, let. How about you take charge? One-on-one." Zon suggested with a smile, but he was thinking wickedly in his heart, hoping that something interesting would happen at that time. "Yoshi, in that case, I have to prepare well." Arisa rushed out of the guild with a fierce momentum and went to the library to find Levi to find out how to deal with sleep magic. "I'm going to carry out the mission too, you can take care of the guild." Laxus took down the selected S-level task list, went downstairs to greet the three thunder gods, and went to perform the task together, leaving Zorn on the second floor staring blankly. "Why didn't you go to find Kana?" Of course, Kana went to perform the task. She said that she wanted to be independent and could no longer rely on Zorn. Zorn of course fully supported her. After checking again, the task was indeed not dangerous. He also prepared several defensive magic cards and teleportation magic cards for Kana, and then he felt relieved. Then Zorn was reluctant to leave, like a little wife, and let Kana comfort her for a while. It was really hard to tell which one was the boss and which one was the little wife. Separator. In the afternoon, the sun passed through the guild gate and shone on Zorn's face, who was sleeping on the bar. A figure blocked Zorn and touched Zorn's cheek with his hand. Zorn opened his slightly hazy eyes and saw who was in front of him. "Listen, you are back. Is the mission going well?" Zorn rubbed his eyes and asked softly. "It went smoothly. With Natsu here, the mission was successfully completed. There is just a little thing, and I need Brother Zon's help." Listen sat aside and said a little embarrassedly. "Oh, what's the matter?" "This is the compensation slip. The bonus for this mission is still a lot short." Listen handed the slip to Zon, her cheeks flushed, and her hands supported the chair, a little embarrassed. "Natsu, where is this kid?" Zon's blood pressure rose, and the compensation slip in his hand was directly shattered. He stood up and sensed the position. He was about to cast magic and teleport to teach Natsu a lesson. "Brother Zon, it's not Natsu's fault. I didn't control the strength well. Kana gave you the strange power. Yeah, it's not difficult." "Ahem, very good, not bad." To be continued. Chapter 41. The two of them were very successful. One Sunday later, Zorn went to the East Forest training ground and watched the training of the Fairy Tale Guild members, especially Urza and Marajana's training plan for them. It was even more ruthless than what he had arranged at that time. Lysina and Elfman's current combat power was beyond his original impression. Urza and Myra Jane were also known as Fairy Queen and Demon among the guild members for their high success rate in completing tasks. With their outstanding performance, their titles spread throughout the kingdom. It seemed that Zorn had been concentrating on studying magic and had not paid attention to the information around him, so he was really surprised to find out now. On a normal night, Zorn returned home from the library, and Kana had just returned for a day. "Ah, what am I worried about?" Zorn lay on the table in the living room, staring at the pattern on the tablecloth with lifeless eyes and muttered. "What's wrong? What are you worrying about again? Come and eat, there are your favorite braised pork ribs." Kana put the dinner on the table, looked at Zorn who was still in a daze, and nodded Zorn's head with her hand, awakening Zorn who was still confused. "It's just that I was a little shocked to see that Lysina could actually hit a boulder with one punch." Zorn reached out and picked up a chopstick of pork ribs and put it in Kana's bowl, then picked up a piece and put it in his own bowl and took a bite, and said a little shocked. "Haha, Listener is indeed a little talented, and she usually works hard to complete the training, but it's still your credit, eat quickly, don't think about it. Kana looked at Zorn, who was still a little bit unacceptable in front of her, and laughed, but it was indeed a little bit surprising that Zorn was so surprised. Originally, Listener was still cute, and the magic she received was from cute animals. Suddenly, she received the claws of some beasts, and with a precise punch, she blasted the boulder far away. This contrast still made Zon a little uncomfortable. Kana, your cooking is really getting better and better. Is that right? I learned this specifically. How is it? Not bad, right? Yeah, delicious, delicious, I'm really happy. Me too. After dinner, Kana went back to pack the luggage she brought back. Zon had just washed the dishes and tidied up his clothes. He walked to the door of Kana's room and knocked on the door. After Kana opened the door, he suddenly took out the prepared gift from behind. I saw a skirt in a store that suits you very well, so I bought it for you. See if you like it. Ah, let me see. It's the one I saw last time. It's very expensive, but it's really beautiful. Thank you, Zorn. Kana heard that Zorn bought you a gift, and hurried over to see it. She found that it was the skirt she liked very much last time, but she was reluctant to buy it. Unexpectedly, Zorn remembered it and brought it back for her. Kana picked up the skirt and ran into the room excitedly. After changing, she walked out of the room a little shyly. Under the light of the house, Kana's clothes set off all the advantages. Coupled with the shy and red cheeks on Kana's face at this moment, she was like a princess. How about it, Zorn, does it look good? So beautiful. Zorn was stunned, his eyes were very hot, and he couldn't help but murmured his thoughts in his mouth. Kana was burned by Zorn's fiery gaze, but she still mustered up the courage to kiss Zorn, then ran into the room shyly, closed the door and said to Zorn, "Thank you, go to bed early, it's getting late." Kana's actions awakened Zorn's consciousness, and Zorn also touched his lips and went into his room blankly. Are you a little confused as to why, after living together for several years, they are still so shy just kissing, when they still adhered to the last bottom line? That thing can only start after marriage. Divider. Yoshi, let's take this task, the subjugation of the Beast King. It feels like it will be very suitable for Elfman. Myra Jane glanced at the task list column on the second floor and liked it at first sight. It should be a task list posted a few days ago, just in time to take Listener and Elfman to see how difficult the S-level task is. Elfman, where's Listener? Let's go on this mission together. We've already registered. Myra Jane walked over to Elfman, who was still exercising, and handed him the mission sheet. It waved in front of Elfman. Ah, S-level mission, is that true, Ni-chan? Elfman said in surprise while holding the mission list. He had been asking his sister to take him to perform S-level missions before, but his sister had never agreed. He didn't expect that this time she would take the initiative to take him. Listener, we should go find Natsu. He seems to be in the park. In the park, Natsu and Happy quarreled again over the issue of fish, and Listener was trying to persuade them. Fighting again. Oh, Listener, you're back. It's all Natsu's fault. He ate all my fish. Happy stood up and accused Natsu of his abominable behavior. Hey, Listener, we should go to the mission. It's an S-level mission. We have to help my sister complete this mission. Elfman and Myra Jane came from a distance and said to Listener happily. Ah, so good, what is the mission? Natsu enviously and excitedly confirmed the content of the mission with the two. It's a monster to defeat the beast. Natsu, do you want to come along? It's also a good experience. Myra Jane sincerely invited Natsu to join, but just when Elfman was about to refute and wanted to protect his family alone, a voice came from behind. Sure, Natsu should go too. It's a good experience. Zon? Why are you here? Didn't you go shopping with Kana? Myra Jane looked at Zon with a puzzled look on her face. Well, don't pay attention to this, let's talk about your mission. Zon was indeed shopping with Kana today, picking up some things, but suddenly felt the magical reaction of Myra Jane and others in the park, which reminded Zon of this scene before carrying out the Beast King mission. So he quickly told Kana that there was an emergency, and teleported here directly. He happened to hear the whole conversation, and also asked Natsu to follow to prevent danger. Now the strength of the guild members has become much stronger. Although he is not worried about the serious consequences of this mission, he still has to be prepared. By the way, listener, this defensive magic card is for you. When you are in danger, it will automatically deploy defense and teleport directly to the nearest safe area. Zorn handed the card he prepared in advance to listener. Thank you, Zorn. Thank you, Zorn, you are more careful than my sister. Let's go now. Myra Jane watched from the side, her eyes full of gratitude. It's okay, then I wish you a safe return from this mission. Great, this is the first time to carry out an S-level mission, haha, this time I will make Gray very envious. When Natsu heard that he could go together, he jumped up directly, and Happy was happy for Natsu. It's just that Elfman was still immersed in what a man should be like, but he was grabbed by Natsu's shoulders and forced to leave the park. Zorn was behind them. After watching the others leave, he also flew silently into the sky, hiding his figure by reflecting the light, and followed the team. He wanted to see what the super subspace magic, Armani, was all about. To be continued. Chapter 42. The fire dragon roared. In a mountain forest. Dragon Slayer magic roar of the fire dragon. The flames burst out of the mouth at an alarming speed, forming a long column of flames, which rolled and twisted in the air, forming huge fireballs, and then violently hit the ground. Accompanied by a violent explosion, everything around was pushed far away. Under the attack of the flames, the earth became charred, and even creatures in the distance could feel the hot breath and strong vibrations. When the flames hit the ground, strong shock waves were generated. These shock waves pushed the surrounding air higher, forming huge fireballs. These fireballs rolled and twisted in the air, forming magnificent waterfalls of fire. The monsters driven by the Beast King suffered heavy casualties in this attack, but many were still surging forward. Listener, go and help evacuate the nearby villagers, we are here. After releasing a dark ray, Myra Jane turned around and anxiously told Listener, who had just blown away a wolf. Okay, then you sisters, be careful. After hearing the order, Listener did not dare to delay. After transforming into a blue-green bird, she flapped her wings hurriedly and flew to the surrounding villages. Damn it, will this ever end? Fortunately, I invited Natsu to come with me, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Myra Jane gritted her teeth and looked at the monsters in front of her that were still running towards them one after another, and she was secretly grateful in her heart. Although she could deal with these monsters alone, her magic power would definitely be severely depleted by then. If the Beast King came out again, she would not be able to deal with it. Natsu, Elfman, you must guard this level and never let any monsters go. I'll go deal with the Beast King first. Myra Jane flew into the air and said to the two who were still fighting bravely. After raising her hands and releasing a wave of dark rays into the beast group, she stepped into the air and flew quickly to the Beast King who was roaring behind the beast group. I promise to complete the mission. Natsu touched his fists, fighting with high morale, and moved through the beast group at a very fast speed. With a hook and a flying kick, most of the monsters were blown away with each blow. Fighting is what a man should do, Anna-chan, don't worry. Full body reception beast soul giant ape Elfman directly transformed into a giant ape form, his body immediately swelled up, becoming several times the size of a normal person, and took away a large group of monsters with a wave of his hand. With the precise cooperation of Natsu and Elfman, not a single monster broke through, and they became more and more excited as they fought, and their fighting power exploded. At this time, Zorn was in the sky, with his eyes closed, and he released his observation haki to the extreme, covering the entire area, including the sky, the ground, the river, and the woods. But so far, no space magic or any space fluctuations have been found. What conditions need to be met? Zorn opened his eyes, folded his hands across his chest, and dragged his chin with one hand, and fell into deep thought. Boom! The huge sound caused by the earth shaking interrupted Zorn's thinking, so he turned his sight to the battlefield below. A few minutes ago, Myra Jane sprinted to the top of the Beast King at a rapid speed, gathered ultra-high dark energy in her right claw, and punched the Beast King's chin, and the Beast King was blasted into the sky by this huge force. Watching the Beast King flying into the sky, it can be seen that the power of this punch is so great that Myra Jane quickly followed and punched at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. From the distant eyes of Natsu and Elfman, they could only see the Beast King's body swinging left and right in the air. Suck! So powerful! After Natsu blew away a group of monsters with a wing attack, he looked at Marajana's battle scene with shining eyes. Dark Rage, a huge dark claw, from high in the sky, blasted the Beast King into the ground with one blow. The huge body instantly stirred up huge smoke and dust, and the ground shook with it. The darkness in the eyes of the remaining few monsters dissipated, and they regained consciousness. Looking at the countless dead and wounded around them, they took a few steps back in shock and fled to the mountains behind. After Myra Jane saw that the Beast King was easily solved by herself, she couldn't help but feel proud in her heart, and she didn't use the observation haki to carefully perceive the current state of the Beast King. But in Zon's perception, although the Beast King was seriously injured at this time, his vitality was still very strong. Now he was pretending to be dying, and his right fist was accumulating power, wanting to give Myra Jane a surprise attack. Zon also shook his head at this time, and didn't do anything. Myra Jane could block this attack, which also made Myra Jane remember that if she was arrogant and looked down on the enemy in battle, she would be the one who failed in the end. Just as Myra Jane slowly landed beside the Beast King, she was about to turn around and ask Elfman to come over to try to receive the Beast King's enhanced strength. Suddenly, an inexplicable danger appeared on the right, and she subconsciously launched a defensive magic, crossed her hands, and the Beast King's full-strength attack hit the defensive magic. After a stalemate, Myra Jane was instantly knocked out. Roar! After the Beast King launched a blow, he roared with all his strength, venting his anger regardless of the wounds on his body. Myra Jane was also caught by Elfman and slid for a distance. Then she looked at the Beast King in front of her with a shocked face. She used all her strength in every attack, but she didn't expect that the Beast King's defense was so high, and the attack power was so strong in the last attack. One-chan, put away the tape. Elfman looked at Myra Jane with a worried look on his face. One-chan, a voice came from a distance, and a blue bird flew over. After approaching everyone, it changed back to human form, ran to Myra Jane, and looked at his sister worriedly. The villagers have been completely evacuated, One-chan. Okay, cough, Natsu takes Lysina and Elfman to go first, I will stop it. Myra Jane coughed up a mouthful of blood and said to Natsu, who was blocking them. No, I won't leave any of my companions behind. I won't leave either, One-chan. Lysina, Elfman, and Natsu were unwilling to leave first, and firmly rejected Marajana's suggestion. At this time, Natsu was also staring at the Beast King in front of him, clenching his fists, ready to attack at any time. Mina, everyone. Happy was also on the side, looking at everyone worriedly. You misunderstood me. I let you go first, not because I was afraid that you would be hurt, but because I was worried that my attack would affect you. Myra Jane looked at the nervous people in front of her with a bit of a smile. At this time, she still had some magic power left, and she was fully capable of killing the current Beast King. However, the attack power of the form she was going to receive was too strong, and it was inevitable that it would affect everyone. Then you wait here, it will be over soon. Full body reception, demon god Hafiz, the terrifying magic power instantly scattered. Myra Jane slowly rose to a certain height, and after feeling that it would not pose a threat to the people below, she stepped hard on her feet, generating a sonic boom thrust, and instantly let Myra Jane reach the Beast King. Her right hand gathered a colorful energy ball, which instantly hit the Beast King. Her hand easily passed through the Beast King's body, forming a huge hole, and the scattered energy waves instantly hit the mountains behind, and the mountains no longer existed. Done. This. Is this the form used in the last S-level assessment? So strong. Zorn nodded when he saw this. It was indeed a very strong form. The previous training was indeed correct, but the endurance was still a little lacking. Myra Jane bent down to breathe and had already released the form. Separator. At this moment, Zorn suddenly felt an inexplicable magic wave appear in the air, super subspace magic. Such a powerful space. Listen, what's wrong with you? Elfman exclaimed, and it reached Marajana's ears. Immediately turned around and looked over, and found. To be continued. Chapter 43. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Myra Jane turned around and saw that Lysina was surrounded by the dissipated magic power, and her body was also wrapped in this magic power, so it was not very clear. Immediately used the sixth style, shave, and jumped several times in a row, rushed to Lysina's side, and took Lysina from Elfman's hands in his arms. Lysina, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, called out with a face full of fear. Aun-chan, I feel so sleepy now. I want to sleep so much. Don't sleep, Lysina, look at your sister, don't sleep, what's going on, wasn't it fine just now? Myra Jane was so scared when she saw Lysina's body becoming a little illusory. In the end, her voice was crying, and her body was stiff. She could only use the little magic power she had left to defend around Lysina. She didn't know what to do next. Natsu stared blankly at Lysina's illusory body at this time, his brain was running at high speed, recalling the scene just now in detail. It was obviously fine just now. What happened? What was wrong? What was wrong? Don't worry, think carefully. At that time, I looked at the sky and told me that the clouds in the sky suddenly moved. Yes, it was like this after Lysina suddenly noticed the abnormality in the sky. When Natsu thought of this, he suddenly looked up at the sky and found that the clouds in the sky were slowly rotating. A roar suddenly came. Everyone realized that the Beast King was holding his hands on the ground, and he was struggling to raise his upper body. The big hole in his chest was still bleeding, and magic was slowly gathering in his mouth. An energy ball was also taking shape. It was obvious that he wanted to take everyone away before he died. Damn it, it happened at this time. Natsu clenched his fists tightly, looked up at the sky, and then looked at the Beast King opposite, not knowing which one to deal with first. Natsu, the one in the sky is left to you, and I will deal with the Beast King. Elfman wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes at this time. He also noticed Natsu's abnormality and also looked at the obvious abnormality in the sky. He probably knew what the reason was. After patting Natsu's shoulder with his hand, he looked down at Myra Jane, who had lost her mind at this time. Aun-chan, let me protect you this time. He rushed directly to the Beast King in the distance, using all his strength shaving, and quickly arrived at the feet of the Beast King and hugged him. The magic power in his body surged, wrapping the weak Beast King at this time. Receive magic full body reception Beast King form. At this time, Lysina seemed to feel something, opened her eyes slightly, looked to the right, and murmured weakly, Brother Elfman. On the other side, Natsu and Happy did not dare to neglect it. Happy took Natsu to the sky at a rapid speed. Lysina, wait for me. Zon was also struggling with the strong suction from the sky at this time. All the magic power on his body was gradually sucked away. It was really worthy of being a magic that could connect the two worlds. He used all his strength to call on the remaining magic power and fought a tug-of-war. Feeling the situation of Elfman and others below, he looked down and found that Lysina on the ground was slowly leaving her body with all her magic power, and her body gradually became illusory. Zahn said anxiously in his heart, "Damn, is it too close to the sky? It's just a little bit away, move for me, body." Dragon Slayer's secret technique, Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame, modified. A super high temperature flame gushed out, like a huge pillar, rushing straight into the sky and hitting the center of the cloud vortex. "Natsu, let's go." Zahn took this opportunity to break free and teleport behind Natsu. Just as his hand was on his shoulder, before Natsu could react, the three of them had teleported to Lysina's side. "Brother Zahn, look at Lysina quickly." Natsu and Happy turned their heads and saw that it was Zahn who came. They were immediately happy and excited, and pulled Zahn to squat down. "Zahn? Zahn, come and see Lysina." Myra Jane seemed to have heard good news. Her stiff body recovered a little, and her consciousness also shifted a little from Lysina. "Don't worry, we just need to leave this area." "Where is Elfman?" Zahn used defensive magic to form a cocoon to wrap Lysina up. After Lysina's expression improved a little, he turned around to look for Elfman, but found that his body was charred and he was lying on the ground. He used his observation haki to sense that he was just consuming too much magic power, and the scars on his body were also. It was caused by the backlash of suppressing too much magic power. Although it looks serious, it is actually a serious external injury. It seems that Elfman has also grown a lot. After transferring Elfman over, a golden magic circle was generated under the feet of several people. Zorn had some difficulty maintaining it, and the magic power was slowly dissipating at this time. "Let's go." A flash of light appeared, and several people disappeared on the spot, escaping from the range of the super subspace magic. On a flat area on the side of a mountain, several people emerged as a golden magic circle unfolded. Zorn withdrew all the magic, and the light cocoons wrapped around Lysina and Elfman slowly disappeared. At this time, Lysina's body had not become illusory, but her face was still a little pale and she was sleeping soundly. The scars on Elfman's body were also treated by Zorn at this time, and the only problem left was the exhaustion of magic power. He fell into a coma and was not in danger of life. Myra Jane was also very gentle in taking care of the two of them at this time. Her previous hot temper had disappeared. From her eyebrows and eyes, she only saw the joy of surviving the disaster and the love for her younger brother and sister. Happy was also beside Lysina at this time, looking at the two people who were unconscious and sleeping with a worried face. "Lysina, Elfman. Wait for me here, something has fallen out of the vortex." Zahn looked at the rapidly falling object in the sky in the distance, and immediately flew away in the air. Before everyone could react, it had already flown away. Lysina from another world. When Zahn caught the object, he was deeply shocked to find that the person he was holding in his arms was Lysina from the world of Edras. At this time, her body was full of scars, and under Zahn's perception, he found that the internal injuries of her body were even more serious, and she was on the verge of death. So Zahn directly covered Lysina with all his magic power, and then used the moon step directly to rush in the air, buying every moment, and when the magic power was slightly restored, he teleported directly. After meeting up with everyone, although they were shocked to see two Lysinas, they immediately headed to the nearest town to get the injured treated as soon as possible. To be continued. Chapter 44. The best healing magician in the town was casting healing magic with all his strength, frowning. After a while, he slowly put away the magic. "Doctor, what's her condition now?" Zorn suppressed his worries, glanced at Lysina who was still sleeping, and asked the doctor who was panting at this time. The three siblings of Myra Jane also looked at the doctor with worried faces. Although they didn't say anything, they clung to each other because of nervousness and worry. After the treatment, Elfman was strong and could move, and now he held his sister in his arms. "I'm sorry, My magic can only go so far. It should be a problem with the soul. I need to find a higher level healing magician as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be gone in less than a day. The doctor's words have not yet been finished. No, Listener, no matter which world's listener you are my sister. Open your eyes and look at your sister. Your sister is here. After hearing the news, Myra Jane immediately threw herself on the bed and stroked Listener on the bed with her hands. Her eyes were full of tears, and her voice was filled with fear and sobbing. Listener in this world also turned her head and threw herself into Elfman's arms and cried bitterly. Elfman also burst into tears at this time, holding Listener in this world tightly with both hands, fearing that this Listener would also disappear. Hey, Natsu, this is fake, right? Happy pulled Natsu, who was silent beside him, with his hand, and his tone was full of helplessness and fear. Natsu also clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and couldn't stop his tears from dripping onto the floor. Listener. Yes, no matter which world she came from, Listener is Listener, their family, how can it not be sad? There is still a chance, it must be possible at Polika's place. Now hurry back to the guild, I'll go first. Zorn's words were like a life-saving straw, projecting towards the few people who fell into darkness, instantly pulling the sad few people back to reality. Before everyone could react, Zorn enveloped Listener with holy light, and his body immediately disappeared on the spot. But it's too far from the guild, it takes 3 days to take the train. Habby looked at the empty bed and murmured. Don't worry, I believe Zorn can definitely do it. Let's hurry back as well. Listening to Natsu's words, everyone also sorted out their moods, finished their things here, and took the earliest car to the guild. Separator. At this time, Zorn was performing magic in the air, and his observation haki was developed to the extreme. Each time he teleported, he was at the limit of the position that his observation haki could expand to, and then he turned on the teleportation magic. This ultra-long distance transmission and high concentration of spirit, as well as the magic power transmission of Listener's holy light magic, consumed a lot of magic power and physical strength. Zorn could only absorb the surrounding light elements to replenish magic power in the middle of the 2 magic circles for a short time, but this was just a drop in the bucket. When he was only 1 magic circle away from reaching the cabin of Polyasica, Zorn suddenly felt that his magic power was almost exhausted, and he could only barely locate his position on the streets of Magnolia City. The magic circle just appeared at the street position, and the figures of Zorn and Listener had already appeared on it. Zorn supported the ground with one hand, breathing heavily, panting. At this time, it seemed that there were countless bees buzzing in his head, and his spirit was about to collapse. The other hand was still raised to transmit magic power to the magic protection on the other side. Everyone on the street was also startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 people. When they saw Zorn's current state, they hurried to the Fairy Tale Guild. Can't give up, it's just a little bit short. After easing up a little, Zorn forced to sense it again. Another ray of light flashed, and the 2 appeared in front of the cabin. Help, Listener. Zorn saw the familiar figure, and his tense nerves relaxed. After saying the last sentence, he fell asleep immediately. Seeing this, Polika immediately stepped forward and caught Listener who had landed. He used healing magic to sense it and found that there was no magic power in the child's body. Could it be that it came from Fairy Tale Guild? Oh no, President Makarov. Zorn and Listener, they, suddenly appeared on the street. Zorn looked. Come, very painful, Listener also lies in a light, no movement, you. A man ran into the guild in a panic, and only expressed the whole story in a discontinuous manner, but he hadn't finished yet. At this time, 2 figures flashed with lightning, and a long-haired figure rushed out of the guild in an instant. At the door, the long-haired figure stepped out, and a big pit instantly formed on the ground in front of the guild. The cards in his hand turned into wind wings, and rushed to the eastern forest cabin faster than Laxus. It turned out that after Kana and Laxus heard the news that Zorn and Lysina were injured, they immediately used their observation haki to sense it. Although their observation haki was not as powerful as Zorn's, they also reached a certain height and obtained the location in a moment. Zorn, Lysina, Myra Jane, what exactly happened to you? Kana and Laxus were also accelerating in the air at this time, thinking at the same time. At this time, Laxus, who was usually very calm and proud, was also worried. How could it be? It's impossible. Iluza, Gray and other guild members couldn't believe it when they heard it. They didn't have time to think about it and rushed to the eastern forest. Separator. When Zorn woke up again, he saw that all the guild members were surrounding him, sitting on the ground, and the president was sitting on a tree stump, dozing off. Laxus was also leaning against a tree, looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Zorn, you're awake, how do you feel? The president was the first to notice that Zorn had woken up, and immediately jumped in front of him, looking at Zorn with concern. The guild members also gathered around one by one, looking at Zorn with concern. Zorn looked at everyone who was in the same posture and with the same concerned expression at this time, and his heart was warm. Where's Lysina? Lysina is fine, the rescue was very timely, Kana and Rebecca are taking care of her inside, don't worry, how is her body now? I'm fine, my body has recovered now. Zorn got out of bed immediately and jumped up and down in the open space, full of energy. It turned out that Polaka just found that Zorn's magic power was exhausted. After calming Zorn's spirit, he let Zorn lie down on the open space and receive the baptism of the sun to restore his magic power. Pa ha ha, you are in good health. Arisa patted Zorn's shoulders several times in a row and gave him a thumbs up to express her appreciation. Zorn. Zorn turned his head slowly after calling him and saw Kana standing at the door of the house, looking at him with joy on her face. Everyone also made way. Bang! Kana rushed into Zorn's arms fiercely, with great force, but Zorn also held Kana tightly in his arms. I'm fine, sorry for making you worry. Zorn lowered his head and gently kissed Kana's forehead. Kana didn't say anything, but just rubbed Zorn's chest, feeling Zorn's warmth. The guild members also smiled at this time, looking at the warm scene in front of them. Even Polyasika was smiling gently at the side. Yoshi, wait for Myra Jane and others to come back, let's have a party. The president was very happy at this time. After coming here, he had already used the power and influence of the Holy Ten to learn that Myra Jane and others were rushing back, but the specific situation of the mission was still unknown. It's okay to ask after the party is over. Zorn hadn't realized at this time that his observation haki had broken through the limit many times and had reached a terrifying level. To be continued. Chapter 45. The truth is, there is such a thing. What? There is such a thing? After listening to what Zorn said, the president frowned and quickly went through it in his head. Another world, Edras. All he knew was that Porosika and Mistgun were from that world. He didn't expect that another fairy tale member Lysina from another world was also here, but he didn't know much about that world. As for why Mistgun was able to join Fairy Tale, it was Porosika's guarantee that made him feel at ease. After all, Blue Pegasus, President Bob, former Counselor Yajima, Porosika, Rob, and others are friends who have been friends since then and are like family members. Master, this matter should be reported to the council. With our two identities as Saint 10, they will definitely take this report seriously. Well, okay. The president nodded with a serious expression. He will definitely take responsibility for this matter. He is still afraid at this moment. If it weren't for Zong going with Myra Jane, the result would be unknown. When he thought that this mission might cause the children to die, his heart ached at this moment. Zong looked at the president who was trembling with self-blame at this time, and he also knew that the president might not be as calm as he looked on the surface. It's just that he is the head of the whole family and must hold it up. President, we have grown up. Let's leave it to us in the future. Otherwise, let me take the position of president instead of Laxus. Anyway, I am better than him. What do you think? Consider it, President. Zon whispered to the president's ear. Stinky boy, if Laxus hears you saying this, he will definitely challenge you to a duel. Humph, I'm not afraid of him. Don't worry, I can still support you, and you don't need to stand in front. The two smiled at each other, and the president's eyes were full of relief. In the cabin in the eastern forest, the next day. Under careful care, Porosika informed that Lysina is likely to wake up today, and everyone is waiting outside the door happily. Only Kana, Levi, and others are taking care of her in the house. It's just a pity that Myra Jane, Natsu, and others will not be back until tomorrow. So after Zon's magic power was fully restored, he planned to pick up Myra Jane, Natsu, and others. Just when he just unfolded his observation haki, he was shocked and stood there, with one hand still raised flat without any magic reaction. What's wrong, Zon? Are you feeling unwell? The president looked at him motionless and asked a little worriedly. At this time, Zorn's observation haki can cover the entire Fiori kingdom, and the range has been greatly expanded. He instantly sensed the presence of Myra Jane and the others. It's okay, President, I'll be back soon. As soon as Zorn's voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. Before the president could recover, a ball of light appeared again. Myra Jane, Natsu, and others also appeared. Although they were a little overwhelmed by the suddenness, they saw that they had returned to the cabin. No matter how shocked they were, they rushed into the cabin at the first time and wanted to know how Lysina was. This kid, has his strength increased again? The president thought faintly in his heart. Separator. Lysina was in a daze, and she was still muttering, "Oh you Ni-chan, Ni-chan, be careful." And other words. We are here, we are here. Myra Jane and Elfman also held Lysina's hands tightly with both hands at this time, and responded distressedly. That afternoon, Lysina really woke up just as Grandma Polaka said. Although she woke up, her personality was completely different from that of Lysina in this world. She was a little introverted and taciturn. At first glance, she looked at Sister Myra and Brother Elfman, who were both familiar and unfamiliar, and the people who were even more different from her original world. She looked at them with confusion and didn't say anything. It was only after Zorn explained the current situation that Lysina understood the facts a little bit. He also whispered to everyone about the personality characteristics of each person in another world, and everyone was also amazed. Natsu and Gray, who were originally standing together, heard about their own personalities and the relationship between the two in another world, looked at each other, shuddered, and quickly jumped away, turning their heads away from each other. Myra Jane looked at it. When she was talking about the members of the fairy tale in another world, Lysina, with a smile on her face and a deep longing in her eyes, made a decision in her heart. After seeing Urza in this world, Lysina immediately shrank behind Myra Jane, leaned on her shoulders, and looked at Urza with horror. This reaction also made everyone unexpected that Urza in another world was actually a hostile relationship. Urza squatted on the ground at the door in depression, silently sad. The banquet was also prepared by the guild members. It started as scheduled in the open space in front of the cabin. Around the bonfire in the middle, everyone talked and laughed. But Myra Jane said that she had something to deal with and had not come back yet, which made Elfman and the two listeners look outside a little worried. Hey, Myra Jane, what are you wearing? One of the members near the outside looked at Myra Jane, who was wearing a pink dress, with her hair draped over her shoulders, and only a small tuft of hair on her head, looking more quiet, and smiling at him gently, with an unbelievable look on his face. Normal dress, not bad, right? Myra Jane said sweetly, and then walked step by step to Elfman and the two listeners who were still a little shocked at this time, and stretched out her hands to hold her brothers and sisters in her arms. You are okay, it's great. He leaned on them with a happy face. Just as he let go of his hand and stood up, an ice basin was directly turned upside down on Miragina's face, and there was also the sound of Natsu and Gray's quarreling. Haha, you didn't hit it, Gray, it seems that your aim needs to be practiced again. Why are you silent? Are you also shocked by your poor aim? Natsu, can you stop talking? Gray was a little stuttering at this time, looking behind Natsu with a face full of fear. You too, it's fine if you just play around normally, but you actually do it at this time. Do you want to die? Even though she was wearing a pink skirt, Myra Jane couldn't suppress the dark magic gushing out of her body. She punched the two people away, and both of them were like green onions stuck upside down, planted in the soil. Myra Jane took a few deep breaths on the spot, calmed down, and when she turned around and looked at everyone, she looked sweet again. Everyone laughed, and they were directly amused by Natsu and Gray. Pucci. Lysina suddenly laughed. After her feeling, even if the people in two worlds have different personalities, fairy tale is still fairy tale, and family is still family. This has not changed. Laxus also crossed his arms at this time, smiling faintly as he watched the scene in front of him, but his eyes were fixed on Miragina's sweet smile. Chapter 46. After the banquet, Zorn embarked on the road of cultivation again. He knew clearly that there would be more and more powerful enemies in the future, and his strength was not enough. So he chose a 10-year mission, which he carefully selected. If it went well, he could gain the power of Dragon Slayer. However, because it was too dangerous, he did not bring Kana with him, but went alone. Moreover, the mission time was not limited, so he could use this time to improve his strength. Mr. Gang consumed most of Urza's physical strength and magic power with physical skills and some illusion magic in the S-Class Wizard assessment in X782, and finally made Urza fall into a deep sleep with the 5-layer magic circle, Mikami. Urza's original dream of seeing the true face of Mistgun in the assessment was shattered, but it also inspired Urza's competitive spirit and she trained herself harder. Mistgun's strength was recognized and he became an S-Class Wizard in one fell swoop. As a result, the Fairy Tale Guild had 2 Saint Tens and 5 S-Class Wizards, and it remained the number 1 guild in the kingdom for 2 years. No guild could shake it. Myra Jane and Elfman doubled their training after the last mission, and the reception time of the demon god Hafiz and the Beast King was greatly increased. Although Lysina had no magic power in her body, she was well integrated into this world with everyone's care. After learning that there was another kind of power in this world, Haki, she followed Kana to learn physical skills and the use of Haki. In her spare time, she worked as a waiter with Myra Jane, helped in the guild, and occasionally did some part-time modeling. When the two listeners took photos together, one was outgoing, the other was introverted and sometimes shy. Each set of pictures was a critical hit for any man. Her popularity was not as high as Urza and Myra Jane. Time passed quietly in their busy lives and training. Natsu learned from a guild member that a fire dragon had appeared in Harjan Port, so he and Habi rushed to the destination without stopping. The fateful encounter between Natsu and Lucy was about to begin. Separator. X784. A train slowly stopped at the platform. Natsu covered his mouth with his hands and slowly climbed out of the train with a painful face. Really? I took the train twice. Ugh, I feel like throwing up. Happy looked at Natsu with a worried look on his face. He slowly moved to the left and tapped Natsu's forehead with his hand. Natsu, I feel that your symptoms of being sick on vehicles are getting worse. Is that right? I'm so hungry, Happy, hungry. Natsu stretched out his hand and cried to Happy with a pale face. Ah, Natsu, hold on, I'll take you to eat right away. Hold on, in my hands, I will never let you starve to death. Happy immediately flew up, took Natsu to the sky, and rushed to the town at a very fast speed, not noticing that Natsu's face was deformed by the wind. At this time, in the only magic shop in the port. I'm looking for the key that can open the powerful door. Door? It's rare, but there is one, only one. Ah, it's the key to Canis Minor. How much is it, uncle? 20,000 J. Uncle, how much is it? Lucy was face to face with the store uncle at this time, with an angry smile, confirming again. 20,000 J, no bargaining. The damn uncle actually wanted 20,000 J. I only have a little money left. If I pay, what will I do for food? I don't know how much it will cost to go to Fairy Tale. No, I have to rely on my charm to let this uncle give me a discount. Yes, that's it, haha, I'm really smart as a big lady. Although Lucy thought so in her heart, she still acted coquettishly to the uncle. The uncle is not a vegetarian either. He has seen all kinds of storms and waves. The two of them started to fight in the store. A few minutes later, on the street. Damn uncle, miss, is my charm only worth 1,000 J? And that attitude really makes me angry. Lucy walked towards the center of the town with big hands and feet, venting her emotions angrily as she walked. On the other side, Natsu and Happy also walked slowly like masters. Walking in the alley like a master, holding his stomach with one hand. I'm so hungry, so hungry. I'm even hungrier after eating a lot of wind. Hey, who made us have no money, Natsu? Hey, Happy, it's Igneel, right? Well, apart from Igneel, I didn't expect it to be someone else. The two people who were destined to meet were about to meet amid the cheers for the Fire Dragon. Ah, Lord Fire Dragon. So handsome. Look at me, Lord Fire Dragon. After Natsu and Happy cheered happily, they hurriedly ran to the place where the sound came from. At this time, Lucy was also reminded of an important person by the discussion of the two girls around her, and immediately ran to the people gathered below. Make way, let me see. Lucy finally squeezed through the crowd and got to the front. She saw a man with purple hair, spinning left and right, flirting with the girls around him. The girls around him instantly fell in love with him and shouted how handsome he was. They were completely captured. Lucy's eyes were full of love at this time. Her body was hot and her heart was beating wildly. She hopped slowly on one foot step by step to get closer to this man who was full of charm in her eyes. Igneel. Suddenly, Natsu and Happy rushed into the crowd with a happy and expectant look on their faces, shouting the name of the Fire Dragon. They didn't expect to see this man and were instantly disappointed. Who are you? Let's go, Happy, not Igneel. Hey, Natsu looked frustrated and took Happy out of the crowd without any nostalgia. The purple-haired man, who had just finished his confident introduction, was shocked to find that the two had already walked away, so fast. Bang bang! Stop right there, who are you? You don't respect Lord Fire Dragon. Why don't you kneel down and apologize? Look at my scissor kick. A group of girls kicked Natsu to the ground and beat him up, teaching this ungrateful man a lesson with anger on their faces. The purple-haired man who called himself Lord Fire Dragon was still pretending to ask these girls to forgive Natsu. At this time, Lucy had already sobered up, and was standing aside with her arms folded, watching the scene in front of her coldly. She had already broken the enchantment magic when Natsu rushed in, and sobered up. Then when the purple-haired man signed, she noticed the ring on her hand that had been banned for use. So hungry, what's wrong with that guy? Ah! It's just hard to understand. Just after the purple-haired man introduced himself, he said that he would invite all the girls to the yacht to attend the party and left on the rotating flame. Lucy also noticed the boy who was looking uncomfortable, holding his stomach, and shouting that he was hungry. Thank you, my name is Lucy. My name is Natsu, this is Happy. Natsu turned his head and looked at the girl who was smiling and greeting him in front of him and replied blankly. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal, just as my thank you. Lucy bent down with a teasing tone, smiling and asking the two people in front of her who were a little dazed, and reached out to pull Natsu up. Natsu also reached out his hand and put it up. A white jade-like hand and a slightly rough black hand, holding together, are surprisingly harmonious and beautiful. Let's go, there is a restaurant on that corner, it's delicious. Oh, great. Hey. To be continued. Chapter 47. The two of them were very happy. In a luxury cruise ship, a banquet was being held, and Lucy, who was formally dressed in a red evening gown, was arranged in a room alone. Well, just be patient for a while, it's good to be able to join the fairy tale guild, just hold on. At this time, a little man in Lucy's heart was desperately cheering herself up. Then he thought again, but will the fairy tale guild really recruit such a person into the guild? Then he shook his head and concentrated his mind. Forget it, let's take a look at the situation first and be in good spirits, so as not to be like in the park during the day and end up being hit by some strange magic again. Just as Lucy was still thinking, the fake fire dragon purple-haired man pushed the door and walked in with 2 cups and a bottle of juice, still with that narcissistic smile on his face. The fake fire dragon man had a smile on his face, but he looked at Lucy from head to toe with that disgusting look, but he was thinking in his heart, well, she is really a top-notch beauty, maybe she is also a wizard, it seems that I have to be careful. Your name is Lucy, right? It's a nice name. My name is Pola. Thank you. Lucy felt sick in her heart, but she resisted the urge to return the gift. Let's have a drink, just as if we're getting to know each other again. Pola snapped her fingers, and the moment the sound rang out, the juice was suspended in the air with magic power, and she also cast a sleep magic on the liquid suspended in the air with the help of the ring. Pa! Lucy was refreshed, and she noticed something. She stood up instantly, slapped the liquid in the air away, and asked with a serious face, "What do you want to do? You have cast a sleep magic on this juice, right? I didn't expect that you know a lot. It's so hidden, but you still found it." Pa! As Pola's magic failed, his purpose was exposed by Lucy, and Pola no longer concealed it. He immediately put on an arrogant expression, with the feeling of winning or losing, and clapped his hands. "Come out, little ones." The girls who were still laughing and talking on the deck just now were unconscious and carried out by a group of bandits. "Damn it, you actually did such a thing, scum." Just when Lucy and Pola were confronting each other on the luxury yacht, on the other side of the observation deck. "You actually dared to pretend to be a fairy tale wizard, unforgivable." At this time, Natsu held the railing with both hands, his eyes fixed on the luxury cruise ship sailing on the sea. He just heard that the girls on the side were talking about the fire dragon from fairy tale holding a banquet on this luxury cruise ship. "Happy, let's go." "Hey!" Just as Happy and Natsu rushed to the top of the hull, a bunch of keys fell into the water in the form of a parabola. Bang crack! Natsu punched through the ceiling of the cruise ship and appeared in a gorgeous posture. Before he could hold on for a few seconds, so disgusting, want to vomit, Natsu had already covered his mouth and bent over to vomit. "Ah, so lame." Lucy was a little surprised just now, and was instantly stunned by Natsu's rapid way of pulling the hips. "Lucy, how come you are here?" Happy flew in the air with wings, and asked Lucy in surprise. After all, after eating in the restaurant, they thought Lucy had set out to find the guild she dreamed of joining, but they didn't expect to see Lucy here again. "Stop talking, I was deceived. They said that if I came here, they would take me to join Fairy Tale." "Wait, that's not right, how come you have wings?" Lucy was originally in a normal tone, but suddenly found that Happy actually had wings, and immediately exclaimed, "Let's wait for the details, let's go first." Happy didn't explain himself, and rolled up Lucy with his tail and flew into the sky. Hey, what about Natsu? I can't carry 2 people, but don't worry about Natsu. Damn it, don't try to escape." Seeing the 2 flying away, Pora was worried that he would be reported to the council, so he quickly released his fire magic and chased the two. Fire magic, flame whip. Several purple flames in the shape of whips attacked the two people who were dodging from various angles. Just as several flame whips were about to attack Happy and Lucy, Happy made a sharp turn to avoid them. Damn, that cat is really agile. Fairy tale, you dare to pretend to be a fairy tale wizard and do such a thing? Natsu blocked the beating with one arm and looked at the bola in front of him fiercely. Pola and the others were also attracted by Natsu's attention. They looked over and didn't find that the original Happy and Lucy had disappeared. Separator. On the other side, several people were suspended in the air by a ball of golden light, but their figures were hidden by the reflection of the light. Hey, Happy, long time no see, you are still this big, you haven't changed at all. The right hand with the golden fairy tale mark printed on it directly touched Happy's soft head. Zon, I miss you so much, why did you come back just now? Looking at Zon in front of him, who had not changed at all from 2 years ago, Happy's eyes were filled with tears of joy. He rushed into Zon's arms and rubbed his head against Zon to express his happiness at this moment. Zorn was not disgusted at all. You are still so crybaby, I am back, okay, don't let others laugh at you. You are the Lord Zorn who successfully joined the Holy 10 Wizards when he was a teenager. Hello, I am Lucy, and I have always wanted to join Fairy Tale. Lucy would not laugh at Happy's abnormality. At this time, she covered her mouth and was very shocked. She didn't expect that she could meet this legendary wizard who shocked the whole continent before joining Fairy Tale. After taking a deep breath and calming down her shocked mood, she stammered and respectfully said her long-cherished wish. Well, haha, it's too exaggerated. Just call me Zorn. And this should be your key, the celestial wizard Lucy. Zorn was also a little embarrassed. He touched his head and slowly handed the celestial key that had been salvaged to Lucy with holy light magic. Ah, my star spirit key, great, great. Lucy saw that her precious key was recovered, and she took it happily and rubbed it on her face, looking very cherishing. Star spirit wizard. The harpy sitting on Zorn's shoulder listened to Zorn saying a word it had never heard of, and looked at Zorn with a questioning expression. It means that you can use the special key that has reached a contract to summon the stars from other worlds to fight. The wizard who uses this magic is called a star spirit wizard. Is it very strong? Very strong. Lucy, can you show me this star spirit magic? And Natsu seems to need help at this time, just send the boat back to the shore. Zorn looked down at this time. Although Natsu could barely use his fists and feet to fight back against the beatings of the crowd, he was still affected by the dizziness of the vehicle and was struggling to counterattack. Just use this water ball. Zorn moved a water ball surrounded by magic in front of Lucy. Yo, just look at me. Lucy was eager to try, wanting to show her magic in front of Saint Ten so that she could successfully join Fairy Tale. But she didn't know that even without Zorn's leadership, she would definitely join Fairy Tale under the leadership of the destined person in this life. Open, the door of Aquarius. With Lucy holding the Aquarius key in her right hand, she used magic to draw from top to bottom and inserted it into the water in front of her. A blue magic circle opened, and a mermaid with long blue hair down to her waist appeared in front of everyone. Aquia, use your strength to push the boat to the shore. Tisk Lucy, if you lose your keys again next time, you'll see what happens. After hearing this, Lucy jumped up and started to grumble, did you just tisk? What a talkative kid, I'll help you once, I'm in a hurry to find my boyfriend. Ignoring Lucy's voice complaining about her showing off her boyfriend, he raised the can in his hand, and a strong stream of water gushed out, rolling up with the waves below, and rolled towards the cruise ship. After the release was completed, he shook his head proudly and disappeared on the spot. Hey, boss, look behind. A subordinate pointed to the huge wave that suddenly appeared behind him, and reminded Pola with a scared face, but it was too late. A huge wave overturned the entire hull and rolled towards the shore. Great! Isn't it? Lucy, you've worked hard. Come and eat with me. I bought some special snacks on the road. Sugar-fried chestnuts are delicious. Zon used holy light magic to materialize a few chairs and a table, sat down and ate, and didn't forget to ask Lucy to join. By the way, Zon, why don't you help Natsu get rid of them directly? It's an assessment. I just want to see if Natsu has been lazy in the past 2 years. Lucy looked at Zon and felt relieved. The tension disappeared instantly, and she ate in a proper manner. If she knew that Zon was still afraid of his wife. I don't know what expression he will have. Haha, I'm getting off topic. In the town, the girls on the boat had already been transferred to the city by Zorn's magic. After finding that they were safe, they screamed and ran away, not wanting to care about anything happening on the shore. To be continued. Chapter 48. The big wave was about to sweep across the harbor, but the water was still flowing. Zorn looked at the huge wave that was about to sweep across the harbor, and his 2 fingers flashed with light, using magic to calm the huge wave steadily, leaving only the cruise ship overturned on the beach. You are really worthy of being the Saint 10, just moving your fingers to calm the huge wave. Lucy stole a glance at Zorn and found that Zorn was holding the harpy in one hand and stuffing the peeled chestnuts into his mouth with the other hand, with a smile in the corners of his eyes while eating. Then he quickly clenched his fist and made a cheering gesture to cheer himself up. Yo, try hard. Then he continued to watch the direction of the following events. What's going on? The boat has come ashore. Ahem, damn it, what's going on? Pora propped herself up from the ground, covering her head, a little confused, not knowing what was going on, why there was a huge wave suddenly coming. You said you are a fairy tale wizard. Natsu grabbed the pole and jumped on it with all his strength. He looked down from above, frowned, and looked at the shameful wizard in front of him with disgust in his eyes. So what, little guys, come on. After hearing the boss's order, Pora's men stared at Natsu fiercely, and 2 of them charged first. Then let me take a good look at your face. Natsu's tone was low, and his eyes changed from disgust to indifference. He dared to still call himself a fairy tale wizard, so don't blame him for being merciless. Natsu took off his clothes, leaving only the combat vest, and took a fighting stance. Shua! 2 men swung their fists at Natsu at the same time. Natsu's expression remained unmoved, and his eyes were fixed on the culprit, Bora. But he quickly punched, and the 2 men who were still sprinting flew backwards in an instant, brushing past Bora and smashing into the ground, raising dust. I am Natsu from Fairy Tale, but I have never heard of your name. You'd better think clearly, who are you? Natsu showed the fairy tale badge on his right arm to everyone, his tone was low, and his eyes looked at Bora below seriously. That badge. It seems to be true, Boss Bora. One of the bald men had his hands stuffed into his mouth, tears in his eyes, and his legs trembled involuntarily. He looked at the boss a little at a loss. The other men wanted to watch in pairs, and they didn't know what to do at this time. Fairy Tale is the first guild in the kingdom of Fiori, and their combat power is strong. They can be considered to have failed this time. Asshole, don't call me by my name now. Pola was also scared and screamed instantly. Noticing the people's hearts that had collapsed around him, he turned his head and looked at Natsu with some solemnity, thinking silently in his heart, damn it, I have to find a way to escape. In the air not far away. It turned out to be Red Sky Pola, the guy exiled by the giant's nose. After hearing this, Happy immediately thought of who this person was at the moment. Hey, then Natsu. After hearing this, Lucy also looked at Natsu who was walking towards Pola with some worry. Don't worry, even if there are 100 or 1,000 Pola here, they will not be Natsu's opponent. Happy patted his chest and guaranteed. Hey, Natsu, so powerful. Lucy was shocked. Happy, you are really a loyal little brother of Natsu. Not bad. Zan also nodded and agreed with Happy's exaggerated description at this time, and then reminded the two to continue watching. You dare to use the name of fairy tale to deceive people everywhere. I will never allow this. Natsu approached the crowd step by step. The inexplicable momentum on his body rose with the sound of footsteps and pressed on everyone. Damn kid, what else can you do to me? I don't believe how strong you are. Pora also knew that he needed to strike first. He opened his hands and released the fire magic flame tornado. As the purple magic circle unfolded, a powerful fire tornado attacked Natsu. Instantly surrounded Natsu's place, the high tornado soared directly into the sky, and the hull gradually turned into ashes under the high-temperature purple flame, and the air became hot at the same time. Hey, the boss is serious. He used this kind of magic right away. The subordinates were also shocked by the boss's operation, because usually the boss would first release a fire vortex magic. Unexpectedly, this time he released such a strong magic right away. Natsu. Seeing this, Lucy, who was watching the battle, stood up instantly and screamed as she was about to rush down. Zorn stopped him with a hand. Tisk, I thought you were so powerful, but you can only talk, it's useless, guys, let's go. Pora looked at Natsu, who was motionless in the flames in front of him, the corner of his mouth rose, and his originally solemn expression relaxed instantly. He stretched out his hand to throw his cloak back, put his hands in his pockets, and walked back with a disdainful look. I say, are you really a fire wizard? Well, this fire is really unpalatable. Nanny, this is impossible. Everyone who heard this voice looked dumbfounded with unbelievable faces, their mouths were big, and they looked at the flames dumbfounded. Natsu was taking a deep breath, eating the flames into his stomach with big mouthfuls, and looking at them excitedly. As Natsu ate bite by bite, the fire tornado also became smaller and disappeared, and all went into Natsu's stomach. Thank you for the hospitality. This, what on earth is this guy? All the power is coming up, here is the return gift, please keep it. Natsu touched his fists, the magic circle unfolded, Natsu placed his hands on both sides of his mouth, Natsu's cheeks bulged slightly. Roar of the fire dragon, a flame more powerful than the fire tornado, spewed out of Natsu's mouth, and instantly attacked everyone. Boom, smoke everywhere. So fast, too late. Pora immediately cast magic, used the flame to bring himself to the sky, threw down the ignited cloak, looked at Natsu fiercely, and then quickly increased the flame output, trying to escape from here first with speed. And his men are now lying on the ground one by one, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Want to escape? It's too late. Natsu was in the smoke, with red light in his eyes, staring at Pora, who was fleeing in the air like prey, and he exerted force on his feet, and instantly bounced to catch up, condensed flames in his hands, and punched out, Fire Dragon's iron fist. Damn, so fast! Wall of fire. Pola turned around and quickly raised the wall of fire to block the attack, but he was called by Natsu directly. He was hit by a punch and fell rapidly downward like a deflated balloon. Boom! What? Eating fire all of a sudden, attacking with fire all of a sudden, is this really magic? Lucy was also standing in the air at this time, staring blankly at Natsu, who was looking down from the air at this time. The dragon's lungs will blow out flames, and the dragon's scales will dissolve the flames. This is the ancient lost magic, dragon-killing magic, the magic to fight against dragons. Happy explained to Lucy like a scholar. Yes, that's right, this kind of magic, of course, has more than just fire as an attribute. There are other attributes, but you will have a chance to see them later. Now the battle is over, let's go down. Zahn also added on the side, seeing that the battle below was over, and then he put away his magic, and several people flashed to the beach together. Damn it, my new clothes are ruined again, hey? Oh, where are Happy and Lucy? Natsu was also on the beach at this time, still feeling sorry for his new clothes. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He stood still for a while, turned around and looked around, but didn't see the two people. Logically, Happy should have run to his side and cheered. "Happy, Lucy, where are you?" Natsu shouted to the town, not noticing that Happy, Zon, and Lucy appeared on the beach behind him. "Not bad, Natsu, it seems that you have been training hard in the past 2 years." A voice of praise suddenly interrupted Natsu's shouting, and also made Natsu stop and stand there. There is indeed progress. In the original anime, they fought for several rounds. "Zon is back, Natsu," Happy confirmed on the side. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Natsu still didn't turn around, but a stronger flame than before appeared in his hand, the color became more orange, and the sand under his fist had turned into crystals. This. Lucy was a little confused when she saw Natsu, who was a little abnormal. "Let's have a competition, Brother Zorn." Natsu turned his head excitedly, the smile in his eyes almost overflowed, and he looked eager to try. "There is no time, Natsu, the army is coming here, let's go first." Zorn looked at the direction of the town in the distance, spread his hands helplessly, indicating that there was no time. Then he activated magic, and a huge magic circle appeared under the feet of several people. Natsu and others emitted golden light, and the flames on their hands were directly suppressed and disappeared by Zorn's magic. Especially Lucy exclaimed, "Hey, what is this?" "Don't be afraid, Lucy, this is Zorn's magic." Happy jumped on Lucy's shoulder to comfort her. "Ready, we want." "Back to the Fairy Tale Guild," Zorn said, and with a wave of his hand, several figures disappeared on the beach. Chapter 49. The golden magic circle suddenly appeared in the Fairy Tale Guild, and the dazzling golden light filled the entire guild. "Oh, are you back?" Makarov, who was placing a new S-level task on the second floor of the guild, stopped what he was doing, walked to the railing, and looked down at the magic circle activated below with a smile. "Everyone, we are back." "Hey Lucy, welcome to the Fairy Tale Guild." "Hey, everyone, long time no see." "Hello everyone, I'm Lucy, first meeting." Natsu opened his arms, showing his signature white teeth, and greeted the guild members first. Happy was not to be outdone, and raised his right hand to express his happiness. Zorn just smiled and extended his right hand to greet everyone, with a little bit of hometown sentiment. Lucy was also a little hurried and surprised. After all, she was just in Harjanport, and now she was in the guild immediately. However, she still had some courtesy of a rich lady, and immediately put her hands together and bowed. A row of crows flew by. The guild was extremely quiet, and there was no voice welcoming them at all. Several people maintained the current state for a few seconds. Haha. It seems that it is night now, and there are not many people in the guild. Zorn was the first to break the silence in the air, touched his head, and his tone was a little embarrassed. "Ahem, Zorn, is the mission going well?" Ouch! Makarov covered his mouth with his hands, coughed twice, and then put his hands behind his back, and wanted to jump down from the railing. Unexpectedly, his feet slipped and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Zorn quickly used magic to levitate the president to avoid making a fool of himself. "Master, the mission went smoothly. And please be careful. You are not young anymore." Zorn was also a little troubled by the president. He was so old, but he was still like a child. Was he an old child? Bang! Zorn had a bump on his head. He rubbed his head and looked at the president aggrievedly. "Master." Lucy stood aside at this time, still maintaining a ladylike appearance, looking at the two Saint-Tens in front of her. Although each behavior was a little weird, it was understandable. After all, they were normal people. But after a while, she was already complaining in her heart. A little figure of Lucy was walking back and forth frantically, and then a photo with the appearance of the tall Saint 10 was all broken. Well, she still couldn't understand why the two Saint 10s had such personalities. One looked like an old man with a childish personality, and the other was in a daze at night and directly teleported them to the guild. Lucy suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, my suitcase seems to be still stored at the port. How should I rest and wash tonight? The filter of Saint 10 in my head was completely broken at this moment. Well, my luggage seems to be still in the port storage. Lucy raised her hand to indicate and emphasized herself. Natsu, who was rolling on the ground and laughing at Zon, was also stunned at this time and stopped rolling. It seemed that he also remembered that his luggage was also in the port and had not been taken back. Zon also slapped his forehead and found that he was really getting more and more confused. Could it be that the more nervous he was, the more blank his brain became? Fortunately, Zon had teleportation magic. After Natsu and Lucy explained the location of the luggage, their luggage was successfully retrieved a few minutes later. After confirming that Lucy was a celestial wizard, Makarov took out the seal of fairy tale from somewhere, and after adjusting the color that Lucy wanted. As soon as he raised his hand, it was printed on the back of Lucy's right hand. Yoshi, welcome to join the Fairy Tale Guild. Lucy also threw away all the complaints in her heart at this time, and looked at the mark on her hand with joy. Finally, she jumped up. Yes, Natsu, look, I have also joined Fairy Tale. Welcome to join, Lucy. Hey. Yoshi, welcome to join, Lucy. Next, we will arrange accommodation for you. Zon took Lucy to the girls' dormitory first and let Lucy stay there first. After seeing this, Natsu and Happy also said goodbye and returned to their small house on the back mountain. After everything was arranged, Zon stretched and walked to the door of his house. He was also a little nervous, opened the door and entered the house. Zon was worried that Kana would be angry. The scene did not appear, but a warm body hugged a somewhat cold body. At this moment, Zorn's heart calmed down, and he hugged back. All the fatigue outside disappeared at this moment. I'm back. Yeah, welcome back. No words were spoken all night, and it was almost noon the next day. What mission should I choose? I didn't expect to really join Fairy Tale, hee. Lucy strode towards the guild with great expectations. When she was about to reach the gate of the guild, there was a noisy sound from the guild, and from time to time there were sounds of smashing things. Lucy walked quickly to the gate of the guild and was stunned by the scene inside. It's so noisy in the broad daylight. How old are you? If you are a man, you should use your fists. Elfman crossed his arms and walked slowly. Don't get in the way. Natsu and Gray, who were still fighting each other, turned around and punched Elfman away, smashing him into the wall. So it was just a fight, but he still couldn't stand a single blow. Lucy sighed with her head down. Bang! Loki, who was in front of the two female companions, was about to join in the fun when he was knocked away by Elfman, who had just charged in. He circled several times in the air and fell headfirst into the floor. The two female companions also ran over with a worried look on their faces. Dumb tape. Lucy saw this and quickly crossed out Loki's line in the magazine's list of the most popular male wizards among girls. Are there really normal people here? Allah, you are new here. Lysina came over with a tray, put it on the intact table next to her, and said to Lucy with a smile. Lysina came from another world and was a little introverted, but in the guild, which was originally noisy and full of care, her personality has gradually become cheerful. When the two Lysinas stood together, they really couldn't be distinguished. In addition to normal training, they also worked as waiters in the guild. Lysina, one of the twins, wow, it's a real person. Lucy's eyes sparkled, and she looked happy. Hello, I'm Lucy, but don't you need to care about them? Lucy used her eyes to signal the people who were fighting more and more fiercely next to her. Well, you'll get used to it. It's really lively to watch them like this. But, it seems that they are no longer lively now, and they are about to use magic. Lucy looked at the increasingly exaggerated scene in a daze. Natsu, Grey, Elfman, Loki, and other guild members have already deployed magic circles in front of them. Damn, try my attack. A bunch of troublesome guys. Let's see whose magic is stronger. Tap, tap, tap. As the footsteps came, small golden magic circles suddenly unfolded in the air, and chains quickly attacked everyone. The people who were about to release magic and were still fighting were now locked in mid-air by chains of light. Natsu and Grey dodged a few chains, but they were tied tighter. Really, Master, you don't care. Zon pulled Kana into the guild together, looking at the scene in front of him, and looked at the president who was sitting on the railing on the second floor watching the show with some helplessness. The president saw that he couldn't hide, so he jumped down from the second floor. This time he was careful and landed perfectly. Well, you are here, and I will take action in the end. The president waved his hand helplessly and said indifferently. Chapter 50. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. You guys are causing trouble for me again. Makarov turned around and looked at the people hanging in the air. With his hands behind his back, he gestured to Zorn to let them down. Zorn received the order and put away his magic. The president took the opportunity to jump and stepped on Natsu's head. Natsu fell to the ground with a ouch sound, and the president safely jumped onto the railing on the second floor, looking at the people below with a serious face. Everyone fell to the ground one by one, stood up, and listened to the president's lecture quietly and seriously. These are all your complaint letters in my hand. The president took out a large stack of letter paper from somewhere, shook it, and looked at everyone with a squint. You guys made me get scolded by those people in the council all day long. The president was so angry that he was shaking, and the complaint letters in his hand were crumpled. During this time, he looked at the side, and felt a little resentful about why Zorn was away for so long, otherwise he could also attend the regular meeting for him, so that he would not be scolded. Zorn also touched his face a little embarrassedly, and spread his hands to show helplessness. Lucy was also scolded by the president at this time, and looked up at the president with some worry, waiting for the president to continue speaking. But the president changed the subject, and flames appeared in his hand. He burned the complaint letters in his hand to ashes and threw them to the side. Natsu jumped into the air like a hungry dog, swallowed the flames into his stomach, and finally landed safely. Let's tell those people in the council to eat. Listen carefully, the power beyond persistence comes from the will to persist. Magic is not the power of miracles, but the power that will be materialized when our internal airflow merges with the airflow of the outside world. Only by injecting all of your soul can magic be formed. If you always care about the high-ranking people in the outside world and the eyes of other people, how can you improve your magic? As for those guys in the council, I am still in front of you, don't be afraid, so go all the way on the path you believe in. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. The president's soul-stirring speech, accompanied by the iconic gesture of fairy tale raised at the end, completely mobilized the atmosphere in the guild. Oh, long live fairy tale! Everyone shouted excitedly. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes revealed a light of hope, her heart was extremely excited, her hands were placed on her heart, feeling the surging heartbeat, and it was at this moment that she understood why Fairy Tale would become the #1 in the Kingdom of Fiori. Separator. In the council, above a giant blue magic, several counselors are holding a meeting for Fairy Tale's actions. Damn, half of the port has been destroyed. If it weren't for Zorn's return, Fairy Tale would not know how much damage it would cause to the port in this mission. Well, I like those guys. Lord Zorn is back, and I want to find a chance to meet him. However, the guild has gathered many talents, right? Otherwise, it would not have become the first guild in the kingdom. Indeed, because of this, the world will not be boring, right? A blue-haired young man put his hands on his waist and replied with a smile on his face. Let's put it this way. For Zorn's sake, let's forget it this time. Let's adjourn. In a hidden place, the blue-haired man and the black-haired woman who were just meeting in the council are now standing face to face. Jalal, do you really want to meet Zorn, who became the 10th saint when he was only a teenager? Altair held a crystal ball in one hand and looked at Jalal with some doubt. Who knows? Maybe he will find me on his own initiative. The blue-haired young man ignored her, and what he said made Altair a little confused about what Jalal was thinking at the moment. Iluza. Fairy Tale Guild. President, idiot. Romeo punched the president in the face with tears in his eyes, and ran out of the guild wiping his tears. Bang. Natsu punched the thief mission he had just picked on the mission board, and walked out of the guild with happy without saying a word. Hey, what's wrong with Natsu? Lucy was surprised by Natsu's behavior. Maybe it's because Romeo's father suddenly disappeared for so long on a mission, and he also thought of his father Igneel. He also left without saying goodbye at the beginning. To be honest, the wizards in our fairy tale guild all have something they can't express. Zahn looked at Lucy with some confusion and spoke in a low voice, but such words also made Lysina, who was wiping the dishes on the side, pause for a moment. Since that day, Natsu has been looking forward to meeting his father again, so he has been working hard all these years. Really? Then I want to go with you. Lucy fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, she immediately waved goodbye to Zonkana and chased after Natsu. President Makarov also stared at the door of the guild and sighed. Master, come to think of it, I haven't seen Laxus, Myra Jane, Urza, and others. Are they all on a mission? Zahn looked up and found that several S-class wizards in the guild were not in the guild. Yes, Laxus and Myra Jane went to perform an S-rank mission together, bringing the Thunder Gods and Lysina. Urza will be back soon. Oh, Laxus and Myra Jane together. Zahn's curiosity rose when he heard this, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. Yo, I'm going to go shopping too, let's go, Master. Kana, let's go to the recently opened magic props store to deal with the things I brought back, which should still be very valuable. Zahn drank the last sip of wine in the glass and took Kana out of the guild together. Zahn, look. Kana pulled Zahn's clothes and pointed to the frustrated Romeo sitting on the steps next to him. What's wrong? Are you worried about Makeo and Natsu? Or are you blaming yourself? Zahn walked in front of Romeo, squatted down, and looked at Romeo, who was a little absent-minded. Brother Zahn, Sister Kana. Tell me. Am I too easily influenced by the outside world? If I hadn't urged my father to complete the task quickly, this wouldn't have happened. Romeo looked up with tears in his eyes, and he felt a little guilty. It's not your fault. It's not your fault to care about the outside world's views on you. It's not wrong to ask your father to work hard. In this society, it's inevitable to be criticized by the outside world or receive some bad views, but as long as you think you are doing the right thing and have not caused inconvenience to others, then don't care about other people's views and just stick to being yourself. Zahn rubbed Romeo, who was a little confused, and smiled, and continued, don't rush to understand. In one sentence, believe that your father and yourself, as well as Natsu and the others, will definitely bring Makeo back safely. I promise you. Really? Pinky promise. Haha, okay, pinky promise, and finally stamp it. Zahn and Romeo, one big and one small, hooked their hands together, with their thumbs touching. Zorn's words seemed to have worked, and Romeo smiled. At this moment, Romeo's stomach suddenly rumbled, and he blushed and felt a little shy. Let's go eat something delicious. Kana smiled kindly, stretched out her hand to pull Romeo up, and the three of them walked to the street together. Kana lowered her head and asked Romeo what he wanted to eat. Zorn suddenly made an okay gesture backwards. Makarov, the president standing at the door of the guild, was relieved when he saw this, and walked into the guild with a smile on his face.